Chapter 687, Put Down. Chapter 687, Put Down. With only one step in his soul consciousness, he could arrive at his destination easily. Yin arrived in the utmost 8 purgatory city in just a blink. After 1 year, the city he had built himself had new changes. The city center wasn't changed, but the outer city had been expanded by 3 times. The Radiant God Cult, Fighting Union, and the other small forces had set up many formations and barriers. They had used their sex formation and barriers to make the city bigger and stronger. Many warriors with shabby clothing gathered and built shelters several hundred miles around the Silver City. Yin stood on the city wall of the outer city as his soul consciousness glided over those people. He found that they were also human, but they didn't belong to the group he had allowed to stay in the city. Bao Ao and Jie Ji took the Demon Clan and left 9 months ago. They had been waiting for Yin for so long. Eventually, they couldn't help but leave and go on with their business. Li Zhongrong, Chao Chiu Dao, Dishan, and Yu Rou came to see him at the city wall, their faces filled with sincere smiles. I met some changes in my advancement, so it took a lot of time. Anyway, I'm all right. You don't need to worry. Yin told them his situation first, not waiting for them to ask him. What's happened to those people? Arg, they're the survivors. They were lucky that they survived the pagans' hunting. Li Zhongrong frowned and explained. After you got into the Divine Pond, alien tribes hunted people in the perpetual night forest everywhere. Many people got killed, while some had left the perpetual night forest to some places far away. However, their results were also tragic. Those who were lucky enough to survive came here on their own. They want to get in the city to save their lives. Without you here, we won't let them in. Hence, they camped out there. Harumph. Those people seem to be smart, choosing this place to take shelter. Otherwise, I guess they would have been killed already, Chao Chiu Dao sneered. Alien tribes were hunting human clan everywhere. Only this utmost 8 purgatory city could stay away from that massacre. On one hand, this city had strong forces, and on the other hand, the Demon Clan and Monster Clan supported them, which made the other 4 clans spare this city during their hunt. Thus, those who weren't allowed to enter the city and had camped outside also survived. Alien tribes didn't target them anymore. Yin scanned them. He could see that they were living in poor conditions. Some still had open wounds. Many of them brought their families along with senile members. The survival pressure had affected them badly. They seemed to be subdued by some invisible force. Their eyes were always gloomy and distressed. Yin, Long Zhu appeared all of a sudden, wearing a merciful face, looking at him miserably. No matter what, they are the members of the human clan. If we don't care about them, once the pagans come, they will be eradicated in just a blink. Yin frowned. He pondered for a while, and then asked the others. What do you think? Old Long is right, Li Zhongrong and Chao Chiu Dao said in a low tone, their faces solemn. Those people had gathered there for a long time. They had spent months to beg for a slot in the city. As the others had heard a lot of their whining and begging, even a man with a steel heart couldn't help but agree with them. Many of them were old and wounded. If they didn't care, perhaps they would die sooner. All right, Yin nodded. Open another region in the outer city and let them in. Yeah, let them stay alone. Remember, don't let them enter the city center. Although they are miserable, they're to be blamed for what they've done. These people change their minds often. They had aimed at us. The city center's really important, so we can't make a mistake. If they destroy our effort, there will be no place for our regret. Okay, I will arrange this myself, Long Zhu smiled, turning around to prepare for those people. When Bao Ao and Jeji left, they left you a note saying that you should go to their place after you get out. They have something important they want to talk with you. Chao Chiu Dao took out a map of the Grace mainland, which had a location marked in bold red ink. Yin skimmed the map, but he didn't receive it. What's the current situation? Chao Chiu Dao, Dishan, Yu Rou, and Yang Tian Emperor shook their head as they felt a little bit embarrassed. You don't know. Yin was surprised. We've been here, and we rarely go out. Our operation range is within the perpetual night forest. Yu Rou smiled tenderly and explained. Half a year ago, all alien tribes left the perpetual night forest. At this moment, only the monster clan and us stay in this forest. The alien tribes have claimed the rest of the continent. The 5 great alien tribes have divided the Grace mainland into many regions, and each of them rules an area. We feel lucky they don't come here to attack us anymore. I heard Yin Long of the Monster Clan say that the 5 alien tribes have an internal dispute. They seem to be having a war too. But I don't know the details, added Chao Chiu Dao. Human Clan in the Perpetual Night Forest didn't dare to leave the Perpetual Night Forest, but the Monster Clan didn't have this restriction. Yin Long and Shuai Lai, the rulers of the Monster Clan, often got out of the forest. They knew the situation of the continent out there. However, they weren't interested in this stuff, so their information wasn't clear enough. Yeah, seems like I have to go out and check the situation of the continent. Shi pondered for a while, and then came to the city center to prepare for his trip. Shi spent 3 days in the city center to check every formation, barrier, and restriction once. He found that everything still worked well after he had left the city. There were no big issues. This relaxed his mind. He talked to Yang Tian Emperor, Di Shan, and Yu Rou about the mysteries and the important features of the utmost 8 Purgatory City. After he left, if something happened, they would know how to solve it. After he prepared everything properly, he left to see Bao, Ao, and Jieji of the Demon Clan. He Qing Man and Chu Yanqing came to him before he left. Their complexion looked complicated. That year, when they were still in the Endless Sea, Shi Yin had helped the Yang family to confirm their overlord position in the Endless Sea. At that time, they had an abyss between each other already. He Qing Man and Chu Yanqing had survived and left the Endless Sea. They had become Yin Ku's disciples, which helped their cultivation base increase fast. The 2 girls thought that it would help them shorten the distance between them and the man. However, when they met him again, Shi Yin had reached the 2nd sky of Spirit Realm. Even their teacher couldn't do anything to him. After the earth-shaking event in the Perpetual Night Forest, they had a new cognition of the fact that the distance between them had never been shortened. Quite the contrary, it was getting bigger and bigger. Shi Yin had reached the true God realm, and the 2 girls, although they were always doing their best, hadn't even reached the spirit realm yet. It seemed that they were a life away. Today, Shi Yin's position and profile had gone beyond their imagination. He would possibly become the future leader of Human Clan, with good relationships with the Monster Clan and the Demon Clan. This made them understand that no matter how hard they tried, they would never reach Shi Yin. At this moment, there were so many beautiful women in the city, and each had wished that Shi Yin would favor them, even for only one night. It was enough for them to be proud. Compared to those women, they found that they had not many advantages. The thought of being together with Shi Yin for the rest of their lives had faded away. Life was always cruel. To warriors, if the realms were too much different, it was hard to be together. Shi Yin had many companions now, which made them recognize that leaving him when he was weak had become the thing they had regretted the most. I'm surprised I can meet you guys here. How are you doing? If you need anything, just tell me. I will help you. Shi Yin talked first as he saw the 2 staying silent. No, we live well. Thank you. If you hadn't let us in, perhaps we would be dead already, He Qing Man whispered. Shi Yin nodded. Then it's good. We've known each other since we were in the Endless Sea. We're friends. It's natural if I help you, right? Shi Yin, if you meet our teacher this time, please spare her life, as she had helped us before, begged Chu Yin Qing. Which teacher? Wu Qin of the Endless Sea or Yin Ku? Shi Yin was surprised. Our teacher in the Endless Sea is dead. It's Yin Ku. Chu Yin Qing sighed, her face dreary. Shi Yin nodded. Yeah, if I meet Yin Ku, as long as she won't want to kill me, I will give you face. The 2 women then thanked him. Qing Man, I want to have a word with him in private. Could you? Chu Yin Qing bowed her head shyly. He Qing Man was surprised for a while, then she left begrudgingly. Waiting until the other woman left, Chu Yin Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled. She stooped her blushed face, talking shyly. That year in the Endless Sea, before you left, I had told you that if you take me to the divine great land, I will be your woman. Sure Yin was startled. Then, he waved his hand generously. I was messing around. Don't mind that. Haha. I'm serious. Chu Yanqing lifted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling while looking at him. If you want me, you can come to me at any time. I'm always willing to be with you. Then, Chu Yanqing blushed, running away without waiting for Shi Yan to answer. She left an enchanting fragrance in Shi Yan's nostrils. Shi Yan rubbed his nose, smiling and sighing quietly. As he had experienced so many things, he wasn't so arrogant and compulsive like before. He understood that the debt of love was the most difficult debt to be paid off. When he had just entered the endless sea, He Qing Man and Chu Yanqing were the famous beauties he could never reach. They were the pearls of the sea that many young men had yearned for. At that time, if He Qing Man and Chu Yanqing showed him a flash of their affection, he would be touched so much that he could have cried, as he would have felt proud beyond comparison. However, Chu Yanqing had humbled herself to ask for his knight now. Human affairs were unpredictable and marvelous indeed. Chapter 688, Ancient Desolate Area, Border Sea. Chapter 688, Ancient Desolate Area, Border Sea. The location Bao Ao had shown him was in the far east of the Divine Great Land, a place called the Ancient Desolate Area. In antiquity time, the Grace Mainland had an area called the Ancient Desolate Area, the transition area between the great clans, where different clans gathered and exchanged goods. As Shi Yan had reached the true God realm, he had a deeper knowledge of space. Eventually, he got to know that there were some smaller spaces around the Grace Mainland. They were like some small rooms surrounding a big room. In antiquity time, those small spaces were the territories of different clans that they had exploited. During that old time, the 10 clans had thrived. As their experts with tremendous supernatural powers weren't contented with the small area of the Grace Mainland, they had found themselves new worlds. Those areas contained thick spiritual qi and precious materials. They had used different methods to find many smaller spaces around the Grace Mainland, where their clan could stay and exploit. Soon, they found out those spaces were filled with spiritual qi and rich soil, which was suitable for their clan to live. Then, the alien tribes moved to those smaller spaces, cultivating and searching for precious products of nature. They had divided and claimed their own territories. As time flew, many clans stayed in the small spaces. Some clans that were defeated in big wars in the Grace Mainland also moved their whole clan out of the continent. Actually, the 7-layered underworld, the 4 demon areas, the chasm battlefield, the secret domain in the Cold Wind Island, and the Ice and Fire secret domain in the Perpetual Night Forest were all the small spaces outside the Grace Mainland. After tens of thousands of years, they had developed to the current appearance. Those spaces were connected with each other and the Grace Mainland, and some gateways were sealed for some reasons. After so many years, many of the small spaces had run out of spiritual qi. Some spaces were sealed, becoming the survival regions of alien tribes. They would never connect with the Grace Mainland again. The Ancient Desolate Area was the place connecting territories of alien tribes. Above the Ancient Desolate Area was the Border Sea, where many heaven gates kept floating and bobbing, leading to numerous small spaces. Since space power in the Border Sea above the Ancient Desolate Area was chaotically abundant, it was the most suitable place to build heaven gateways. That's why the clans had decided to build the gateways there to connect to the smaller spaces. Gradually, the Ancient Desolate Area had become a special existence. However, no one knew what had happened to the Border Sea in the modern time, that all heaven gateways had been closed. Due to the chaotic space energy in the area, people didn't dare to take risks and explore the place. In the modern day, there were no experts who specialized in building heaven gateways. Thus, the Ancient Desolate Area had become an abandoned place. Previously, the 7 ancient factions had sent their hotshots to guard the area and the Border Sea above, as they were afraid something would happen to the Border Sea. During the recent 10,000 years, everything was normal there. Gradually, the 7 ancient factions had loosened their guard. They withdrew the hotshots and didn't pay much attention to the area. It was until the time Yin comprehended the space power, which led to the Great Space Fission, and the border sea changed abnormally. Many sealed heaven gateways opened under the effect of the space power. Bao Ao and Jieji had come back to this continent from the second demon area through the heaven gateway here. Yin had gathered space power, using his soul consciousness to direct the way. Half a day later, he had crossed through layers of space, just like walking through the doors, to get to the ancient desolate area. As soon as he had arrived there, he saw the wonder of the antiquity time, the border sea. It was a barren place with a garnet ground and no foliage. Yin saw many ruins of palaces and buildings, with many traces of ancient formations. At first glance, the ancient desolate area looked like an imposing ruin of a big city. The sky above the ancient desolate area had many cracks, like long cuts across the sky. Those cuts contained billions of light spots, with fierce space power that could crush everything. That was the border sea. Yin faced up the sky and recognized that the border sea was made of countless space slits. Each space slit led to a small space, which were the secret domains Yunhao had mentioned. The journey to the secret domains Yunhao and the 7 ancient factions had mentioned was the trip to the border sea above the ancient desolate area. The 7 ancient factions had some secret techniques that could open 1 or 2 secret domains here. These places still had spiritual qi and some interesting places to explore. Today, when Yin observed so many cracks in the sky, he understood that the 7 ancient factions didn't need to open any secret domain anymore. Most of the gateways to the secret domains were inside the space cracks. However, it would be tough to explore those areas. Bao Ao and Jieji had shown him this area. However, Yin's soul consciousness couldn't sense anything. Standing in the barren, quiet, ancient, desolate area, Yin mused for a while, releasing flows of invisible lightning-like soul consciousness to the space slits in the border sea above his head. Behind each space slit was a small space above the Grace mainland. During the antiquity time, those spaces were the territories of the strong tribes. But after tens of thousands of years, the spiritual qi there had scattered completely. Now, only death qi filled the place. When a normal warrior sent his soul consciousness to the space slit, not only couldn't he get anything, but also couldn't retrieve it back, which would affect his soul. Yin was different, as his soul consciousness carried the mysteries of space Upanishad. It could glide through space slits without being hindered. Normal space energy fluctuation couldn't affect him, giving him room to explore the place. More than 300 flows of soul consciousness sneaked through the space slits. Flows of death and desolate aura came back to his god soul, making him understand the basic situation of those spaces. There was no living fluctuation, spiritual qi, or treasures that carried energy. In those small spaces, it seemed that silence dominated the entire area, which caused him a fierce soul impact. Actually, the antiquity time didn't have only the 10 races. The God Clan, the Dark Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Monster Clan were just the 10 strongest clans. Besides them, there were almost 100 minor and bizarre races. However, they were weak and their competence was unclear. Those small clans had opened space cracks and moved their whole clans there. However, after so many years, those spaces were tranquil, as if the clans staying inside were all dead. Yin was frightened. Looking at the border sea above his head with so many space cracks, Yin didn't give up. He gathered and condensed his soul consciousness, sending it to survey more space slits. There were several thousand space slits inside the border sea. Even his soul consciousness's intensity couldn't search them all shortly. He had to carry it out step by step. The 300 flows of soul consciousness hadn't reported any energy fluctuations of living beings to him. Everything was quiet and desolate, which distressed him a little bit. He understood that one of those space cracks was the entrance to the second demon area where Bao Ao and Jieji had come from. However, finding a door among a countless number of doors was an easy task. He vaguely thought it wasn't good. If nothing unexpected happened, Bao Ao and Jieji would send some experienced warriors of the demon tribe to support him. But he saw no one now. What had happened? Then, he observed the surroundings of the ancient desolate area and found some streaks of recent battles. A thought popped up in his head. The 5 great alien tribes had fought here. Bao Ao and Jieji were here. Were they defeated? Did they retreat into the second demon area? Bao Ao and Jieji's force could be considered the strongest among the 5 clans. Normally, the other 4 clans wouldn't dare to fight face to face the demon clan. Something unexpected had happened. Shurian slammed his eyebrows together. He had a good impression of Bao Ao and Jieji. They had helped him. Moreover, he seemed to have the demon bloodline in his body. Naturally, Shurian would favor the demon clan more. If the demon clan failed, his career in the perpetual night would be affected. He might be swept away by the other 4 clans shortly. He suddenly felt tense. Shurian immediately gathered his soul consciousness and sensed the remaining space splits. A long while later, his eyes brightened. He shuddered and then retrieved the flows of soul consciousness he had released. Got it. A significant beam of demon chi appeared clearly inside a space slit. After he extended his soul consciousness to tens of thousands of miles inside the space crack, he felt the energy fluctuation of living beings for the first time. That was a member of the Ghostmark clan. He had a good grasp of the soul Upanishad of the Ghostmark clan. His soul consciousness just needed to rake through the place, and he could confirm that was a member of the Ghostmark clan due to his special physique. Shurian was certain about it. There was demon chi and adequate conditions for living beings, which confirmed that the demon clan was in there. However, seeing the Ghostmark clan's member there, Shurian assumed that the demon clan had encountered big trouble and were forced to get back to their homeland. Thoughts crossed his head continually. Shurian pondered, following the soul consciousness's direction towards that space slit. This space split was quite peaceful and large. Perhaps Bao Ao and Jieji had renovated this place before. The chaotic, unpredictable space energy waves were restrained by the strange demon techniques, so this place wasn't as dangerous as Shurian had thought. After he reached the true God realm, his understanding of the space power had increased by one more level. However, the more he knew, the better he understood the dangers of space slits. Although he understood space power, entering the perilous space slits could always take his life away. Many terrible space cracks contained the evilest creatures in the world, along with the most intimidating natural formations. Many space cracks were exactly like giant slaughtering machines, which could destroy every creature, including the god souls. The chaotic space basin was one of the most hazardous places. The furious, disordered flows of space in there could destroy the god soul, or smash the king god realm's warriors into pulp. This was why he didn't dare to enter the other entrance of the ice and fire secret domain, which had the chaotic space basin. Although he was worried about Xia, Xi, and Yin for the future of the entire family and the human clan, he chose not to take risks. This showed how tremendously dangerous the place was. Swoosh! Like a gust of wind, he glided through the space slit. Immediately, he felt the light in his eyes had vanished as he stepped in a dark, gloomy world. The second demon area. Chapter 689. The second demon area. Chapter 689. The second demon area. Just like many other secret domains, there were no sun, moon, stars, or spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this area. Shurian only saw the thick clusters of demonic clouds on the horizon. The air in the demon area was cold and dry. Strong gusts rolled and slaughtered everywhere like small sharp blades. There was nothing like spring or sunlight here. Unlike the Grace mainland, which didn't have night and darkness anymore, this place was dark and gloomy, which would affect visitors' vision, as they couldn't see anything further than 10 meters. The ground was ink black, as if it were dyed with a thick layer of ink, giving people a heavy pressure. Yin floated in the air, looking afar. He saw many large holes on the ink-black ground. They were like the 9 Serenity's abyss, that they couldn't see their bottom, or the giant mouth of a demonic beast, hiding many mysterious dangers. Some holes were larger than 1,000 miles in diameter, such that people couldn't see any beam of light or even their own fingers there. The darkness that filled the place was terrifying, like a black hole in space that could swallow everything, making people startle and fright. The dark ground had some foliage. However, all of them looked ferocious, with sharp blades on their leaves and branches. Each tree was at least 100 meters high, rooted deep in the earth like a giant monster. Under the cold gust, branches with sharp blades slowly rattled, reflecting the dark, cold beams of light. Many demonic beasts were moving in the immense forest. Usually, demonic beasts were savage. They would never stay idle. They had to compete all the time, fighting and killing the other beasts to survive. The world of beasts here had only killing competitions. Only high-level existences could gain intelligence and mighty powers to trigger the power that always hid in their souls. The ground here was ink-black, and the forest was perilously immense. Many demolished palaces were seen in the abyss. Sometimes, Yin could see pieces of Demogorgon giant statues under so many layers of dust. If he didn't observe carefully, he would never see them. This was the second demon area, a relatively large space outside the Grace mainland, which had demon chi, and hence was pretty suitable for the demon clan to stay in and cultivate. Early in the antiquity time, this land had been exploited, becoming the home of many small tribes of the demon clan. Long time ago, this land had many treasures, including some rare stones and metals that couldn't be found in the Grace mainland. Those were really good for forging powerful secret treasures. The demon clan was once incomparably strong. During the antiquity time, they had claimed all the rich spaces. The first, the second, the third, and the fourth demon areas in those times were the place people had to gawk at and envy. Due to the mighty power of this clan, they had 4 areas to nurture their people, making them stronger quickly. Yin hovered under the ink-black demon clouds, releasing his soul consciousness to sense and search for energy fluctuations of living beings. Not long after his soul consciousness had crossed 30,000 miles, a living being's energy flow shot back to his sea of consciousness, running directly to his god soul. Yin frowned, but he didn't hesitate. He urged his power to gather the mysteries of space power. Space ripples appeared in front of him, each ripple carrying his soul consciousness. Under his feet, the land seemed to move backward, just like a big curtain being pulled away. All forests and abysses disappeared instantly. He was crossing space using the magical power of space, which accelerated him tremendously. The land didn't move. What was moving were his body, spirit, mind, and soul. Dead bodies of the Demon Clan, the Ghost Mark Clan, the Dark Spirit Clan, the Corpse Clan, and the Dark Clan scattered under his feet while he was crossing through space. Yin didn't linger to investigate. At the moment, he knew that a war had happened here, so he would obviously see many corpses scattered everywhere in this demon area. Although the Ghost Mark Clan, the Dark Spirit Clan, the Corpse Clan, and the Dark Clan had joined hands, they would never get the absolute advantage in this land. This was the Demon Clan's territory, the homeland which they were familiar with the most, having the thick demon chi. In this area, even if they were weaker, it wouldn't be easy to chew them. Yin's soul consciousness had locked that soul energy fluctuation. Under the effect of his space power, Yin's soul consciousness could make a passage with the energy resonance. After 1 hour, he could reach his target. That was a massive abyss covering the area of 1,000 miles squared. Dark demon chi was rolling together with howls and roars of beasts. Bodies were piled around the abyss. Most of them were Demon Clan's clansmen and their mounts. The others were the corpses of the Dark Clan and the Ghost Mark Clan. Their blood was dried, becoming a dark red layer that was sticking on the dark ground. The bloody scent was still very thick, rising from the abyss. The fight down there hadn't ended yet. Shi Yin frowned, looking into the dark abyss, where he couldn't see his own fingers. He decided to sneak in. He owed Bao Ao and Jieji a favor. The ones attacking the demon clan today should be the experts of the other 4 clans. Although Shi Yin had reached the true god realm, he wasn't so sure. This time, he could get hurt like the other members of the demon clan, or he would have to bury his body in this demon area. Yet, he plunged down anyway. Along his way, demon qi burst out torrentially. Cold gusts slaughtered through the demon qi, bringing the thick, pungent scent of blood. Gradually, Shi Yin could see the vague light down there. It seemed some special intent domains were expanding, creating the strange magnetic fields. Boom boom. Waves of ear-splitting explosion reverberated from underground. Big chunks of dark stones scattered, being flung everywhere, bringing with them tremendous energy. Swoosh! 100-meter-long beast was thrown away, rocketing into the air and almost hitting Shi Yin. That beast had a sharp horn on the head, and dark green scales covered its entire body. However, it had so many bleeding wounds that Shi Yin could even see the bones under its flesh. Its life was sliding away. Apparently, he couldn't help it. Shi Yin frowned. This beast was a level 7-1, equal to a human warrior in the Sky Realm. It seemed to be struck to death with only one strike. The attacker should be a spirit realm expert. Roar! Shi Yin roared like a flying dragon. His cry reverberated everywhere. He dashed quickly, crossing 100 miles in just a blink and falling into the pitch-black abyss. This immense abyss had many transparent crystals inlaid on the walls. They weren't black, but were radiating like 5-colored precious gems, illuminating the bottom of the abyss. Around 1,000 warriors of the demon clan were roaring and crying on their beasts. Members of the Dark Clan and Ghostmark clan were chasing after them, getting them involved in battles. Lights shot out from everywhere, together with lightning strikes. Dark treasures and demon treasures impacted, sparking dazzlingly. 3 Yama Kings and the 2 experts of the Ghostmark clan were surrounding 2 clansmen of the demon clan. They were struggling, but their faces were still savage. Their mounts were dying. The 2 demons cried furiously, as if they wanted to risk their lives altogether. They were Bo Rual and Gudasi. Shi Yin knew them. They were the members of the ancient Bao family, Bao Ao subordinates. Bo Rual and Gudasi were furious. Under the attacks of the 3 Yama Kings and the 2 hotshots of the Ghostmark clan, they were still bravely resisting. One of the Ghostmark clan's men had the aura and the soul fluctuation of Cassidy. Bo Rual and Gu Sida had fallen into the disadvantaged situation. They had so many wounds on their body, and their armors had countless tiny cracks. Star falls. Shi Yin showed himself. He floated and shouted, not caring if the others would notice him. Starlight blazed gloriously, condensing into diamonds in between his hands. They were revolving, falling from his hands like the Milky Way descending from the sky. Flows of eternal star intent domain diffused from each star, as they were arraying into a strange star formation. They moved as fast as meteors, making beautiful curves in the air before descending. The stars hit members of the Dark Clan and Ghostmark clan, burning them with star flames. Starlight twirled around their bodies as they were dying. Crack! Shi Yin shouted, pointing towards the place where the 3 Yama Kings were standing. A space crack appeared, shooting billion of space light beams. The 3 Yama Kings acted as if they had met ghosts. They were frightened, moving instantly with grimaced faces. A terrifying suction force was released from that space crack. If they weren't quick enough, once they got pulled into that space, they would have to die for sure. The space crack was perilous. Furthermore, they couldn't locate it, as it could tear space and appear anywhere. It was the deadliest place to be in. Once a creature got into that space, without spiritual chi or energy, its consciousness would shatter, which was more terrible than death. You brat again. A member of the Ghost Mark clan smiled sickly. He had a young appearance, but his aura was senile, which was pretty similar to Cassidy. "It's you." Bo Ruaw and Gudasi of the Demon Clan also screamed, wearing an astounded complexion. Bo Ruaw still wore male costumes. She was extraordinarily handsome. However, due to the battle, her bun was loosened. Her black hair cascaded like a soft black stream, lingering on her round rear end. She had a small horn on her head, which was the holder of her bun. It was revealed now. It was the distinctive feature of the Horned Dragon clan. Gudasi belonged to the Black Scale clan. His black scales on his body had grown directly from his skin. He was holding the two-bladed axe, which had blood on it. This weapon had an earth-shaking murderous aura, as it had drunk a lot of blood apparently. "You are Cassidy? You have a body again?" Shi Yin slightly changed his visage as he was assessing the young man of the Ghostmark clan. He sensed, then shouted in fear. When they were in the Perpetual Night Forest, he had destroyed Cassidy's body, making his god soul run away. After just 1 year, Cassidy had returned with a stronger aura. "True. Ha! It's me." Cassidy beamed a gloomy smile. "You ambushed me when my power hadn't restored yet. It's my fortune that our patriarch has supernatural powers. He has helped me build a new body and restore my power. If my patriarch didn't want to attack the Demon Clan first, we would have killed you in the forest already. I will skin you alive." "Ha! It's good that you have brought yourself here." "Too good." The Ghostmark clan still had a patriarch, an existence which was even more dangerous than Kamaro's. Shi Yin discolored in fright. Chapter 690, Een Spirit Ghost Flame. Chapter 690, Een Spirit Ghost Flame. Shi Yin hovered in the abyss deep underground. His face was as still as water, while his mind was seething. Shi Yin felt his heart sink into a dark pit. If the Ghostmark clan had a patriarch that was more powerful than Kamaro's, it would be a big catastrophe pouring on Human Clan. This clan had a deep grudge against humanity. They had made killing the entire Human Clan their goal. Anyway, with their mighty force, Human Clan would be eradicated soon. According to Cassidy, the top priority of his patriarch wasn't the Human Clan, as he had laid his eyes on the Demon Clan. Otherwise, Shi Yin would have had no time or chance to break through to the true God realm. While he had so many thoughts in his head, Cassidy attacked him. "Soul drawing." Cassidy sneered. His 10 fingers wiggled, releasing an energy that could tear the soul. 10 flows of strange soul fluctuation that naked eyes couldn't see coiled around Shi Yin like tenacious ropes, tightening gradually. Cassidy had eaten the bitter fruit once. He knew that once soul energy entered Shi Yin's sea of consciousness, something strange would happen. This time, he was more careful, as he didn't send his 10 flows of soul energy into Shi Yin's sea of consciousness, but turned them into invisible ropes and wound around Shi Yin's body. A furious pulling force appeared from the 10 soul ropes. It seemed that it could coil Shi Yin's newly formed god soul, dragging it from the altar. Shi Yin discolored drastically. The god soul was the root of a warrior, which stored the life seal and the seals of Upanishad. Once it was dragged out of his body, it meant his life had come to an end. Cassidy's power Upanishad had aimed at the god soul. He wanted to forcefully drag Shi Yin's god soul out of his body. Once the god soul was pulled out, he couldn't perform many of his martial techniques. At that moment, he would become a fish that he could cut as he pleased. Of course, Shi Yin wouldn't stay idle. "Burn!" A thought crossed Shi Yin's mind. He shouted, and a white jade flame sparked from his eyes. In the beginning, it was small. Shortly, it had turned into a seething fire sea covering his entire body. Flows of white jade flames twirled around him like water. Cassidy's 10 soul ropes were covered, sizzling in an immense gray mist. They were all burned down. 9 serenities, soul, devouring flame. Heaven flame. Cassidy discolored in fright. Eventually, he understood why he had to face the bitter result so many times. He paled immediately. The Ghostmark clan was good at using soul Upanishad. Their supernatural abilities had a close relationship with soul. That was also why they had become one of the most powerful, evilest clans. Many human beings, despite their higher realms, had only a tragic ending under their terrifying soul attacks. However, it was no doubt the soul-class defensive treasures were the things the Ghostmark clan was afraid of the most. And the heaven flame that could burn all kind of soul energies was no doubt their nemesis. Thus, seeing the white jade flame covering Shurian, Cassidy felt as if someone had punched him in the face. He felt so bitter. His 10 soul ropes were burned completely. Cassidy's god soul got hurt the second time. He hurried to back off, as his face distorted terribly. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame seemed to have an unclear grudge against the Ghostmark clan. After it appeared, the flame hesitated for a while before dashing towards Cassidy, as if it had to burn the man into ashes. Cassidy hastened to run away, urging the mysterious power to resist the flame. Other Ghostmark clan's members around them scattered in fear, trying to find a way to hide from the flame. However, the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame burned their souls. The Ghostmark clan wasn't good at using the other power Upanishads. If they were another clan, although the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame had locked them, they could use the other techniques or energies to counter. However, the power this clan was cultivating was related closely with souls. All the barriers, formations, and defense they had released depended on soul energy. When they met the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame, their archenemy, they could only be termed as unlucky, as their barriers and restrictions would be burned as soon as the flame touched them. Gradually, they had no defensive power left. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame seemed to have a big grudge against the Ghostmark clan. After it had flown away from Shurian's altar, it kept chasing after the Ghostmark clan's members, burning their souls. As it had burned the souls of dozens of the Ghostmark clan's clansmen, it was still gazing at Cassidy. Another expert of the Ghostmark clan was struggling to resist the flame. However, he could do nothing but run away as fast as possible. 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame was one of the heaven flames, and it was also the nemesis of this race. They had no way to resist its force. At this moment, they couldn't do anything else but leave. They needed to avoid this disaster first. Only then they could have time to think of the countermeasures. Shurian gawked, dropping his jaws. Only at this moment did he finally understand the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame's intimidation. Where the white jade flame swept over, all the soul fluctuations were washed away. Members of the Ghostmark clan had no way to withstand it. Soon, members of the Ghostmark clan quickly left the abyss, leaving several hundred bodies while running for their lives. A flow of white jade white flame took one circle and then returned to Shurian. Like a jade flower, it exposed the eccentric beauty of danger in this abyss. Bo Rual, Gu to see, and the hotshots of the demon clan couldn't say anything. Their eyes brightened as they exhaled in relief. It was strange that the 3 Yama King didn't leave or try to support the Ghostmark clan. I have a grudge against this race. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame sent its thought to Shurian when it came back. People of this race had sealed me. They couldn't kill me, so they decided to confine me. Shurian suddenly recognized it. It was true. When he was in the place of the Dark Devil clan in the Chasm battlefield, he got the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame in the Een Beast Mountain. The Dark Devil clan was a branch of the Ghostmark clan. So, the one who had sealed the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame was related to the Ghostmark clan. This wasn't a surprise. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame's features had made it the nemesis of the Ghostmark clan. This race had to find any means they could reach to destroy this flame. Letting it survive meant planting an indefinite seed of danger for the clan, which they wouldn't know when it would sprout and kill them all. If Shurian were the hotshot of the Ghostmark clan, he would try many things to seal the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame as well. Where are Bao Ao and Jieji? Shiyin turned around, looking at Bo Ruo and Gu to see. You guys separated? Bo Ruo was a member of the Horn Dragon clan. Her long hair cascaded along her body, touching the ground. Her face was as beautiful as a gem, decorated with her phoenix eyes. Hearing him, she snorted and then said, "The two masters are in another area. Stronger enemies are attacking them. Because of you, they have joined hands and attacked our masters." Shiyin was surprised. At this moment, he found that the creature in the dim halo weren't staying with the three Yama Kings. Also, Shiyin didn't see the hotshots of the other clans like Kamaros, Corpse Chief, and Canny. From this situation, he could assume that Bao Ao and Jieji were in big trouble. It's the demon clan who had raised the dispute, Yama King Abi Harumphed. He coldly looked at Bo Ruo and Gu to see. If the patriarch of the Ghostmar clan hadn't been revived, you guys would have killed them all. You have triggered this great war. Of course, we won't stay idle and let you slaughter us. Bo Ruo and Gu to see darkened their faces. If you guys want to do whatever you want and open the first demon area, we have to destroy the demon clan, shouted Yama King Haetion. The three Yama Kings glared at Shiyin. Their visages were strange, as if they considered Shiyin their delicious prey. The three Yama Kings didn't talk more. They gathered their followers and left after the Ghostmar clan. Shiyin didn't understand anything, but he had a strange, uneasy feeling in his heart. From the looks of the three Yama Kings when they left, they seemed to be interested in him more, as if he had something marvelous on his body. This surprised him a lot. Shortly, all the members of the Dark Clan had retreated. Bo Ruo pinned up her long hair, adjusting her clothes. In the next moment, she returned to look like an elegant, handsome young man. However, her complexion was cold like a gloomy, sharp sword. Abi, Haetion, and Hades might have sent the news already. He will come soon. Bo Ruo frowned, whispering to Shiyin, "Why did you use the heaven flame? It will bring more troubles." Shiyin squinted, talking faintly. "Why do you say so? The dim halo that Abi, Haetion, and Hades have protected carries the soul of the Dark Clan sage. That soul has the Een spirit ghost flame. If he knows you have heaven flames, he will come and collect your flames. Heaven flames can absorb each other. If he can absorb your heaven flames, his soul will become more intimidating," Bo Ruo explained agitatedly. A streak of light sparkled in Shiyin's eyes. In the antiquity time, a sage of the underworld had fallen into bedevilment during his cultivation. His body got shattered, and his soul had sunk into the Een spirit ghost sea of the underworld. It then gathered the billion Een spirits of the Een spirit ghost sea to evolve into the Een spirit ghost flame. The Een spirit ghost flame contained the knowledge of the martial path of the underworld sage. If the Dark Dweller got it, he could become the new leader of that Dark Dweller's generation. The Een spirit ghost flame could control the Een spirit and the wandering ghosts. It was ranked number 6 among the heaven flames, and was the most suitable flame to the Dark Clan. According to Bo Ruo, the creature that the three Yama Kings Abi, Haetion, and Hades had protected was the soul of a sage of the Dark Clan. He had the Een spirit ghost flame, but he didn't have a body. At this moment, he still had many weaknesses. If he could absorb some heaven flames and get stronger, he could use the scorching power of the heaven flame to condense a new body. At that time, he would be extremely intimidating. Chapter 691, The Statues of the Demogorgon. Chapter 691, The Statues of the Demogorgon. The Een spirit ghost flame was special, as only soul-formed beings could absorb it. This cold flame had the energy power that could control the spirits or wandering ghosts of the underworld. At the same time, it contained the martial path of the underworld sage. Apparently, a creature of the underworld had occupied this flame. However, he didn't have a body anymore. That was how his soul could merge with the Een spirit ghost flame. He needed to create a new body to promote his supernatural powers. To create a body, it normally required the strong flesh and blood to be refined by the scorching heaven flame. If he could have another heaven flame, his soul would be mightier and the chance of having a body could be bigger. The heaven flames could devour each other. This was why the world-extinguishing thunder flame wanted to swallow the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame, the ice-cold flame, and the earth flame. If it could merge with the 2 other heaven flames, it would be more powerful than itself. That Darklands creature wanted Yan's heaven flames, and Yan was moved on hearing about the Een spirit ghost flame. The more heaven flames he had, the stronger the heaven flame altar in his brain would become. At that time, he could urge more intimidating power of those flames. If he could occupy the Een spirit ghost flame and merge it with the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame, the corpse-vanishing flame, the ice-cold flame, and the earth flame in the sacrificial altar, this tier of the altar would be sharply increased to another level. Yan also wanted the flame of that creature. It exists in the soul form only. It shouldn't be hard to deal with him, right? He kept silent for a while before his eyes got brightened. It's not hard to deal with him. Gudasi beamed a forced smile. His scarred face became more ferocious with that smile. Although he only has the soul, he has the strange weapons of the Dark Clan. He has a layer of tens of thousands of Een spirits and wandering ghosts around him. I think even Master Bao Ao couldn't be sure if he could defeat him or not. The corner of Yan's mouth twitched. As Bao Ao and Jieji had taken one step into the King God Realm, they were the formidable experts of the peak of True God Realm. If the demon chi in the demon area had been thick enough, they would have reached the King God Realm earlier with their innate talents. In this land, except for the King God Realm experts, not many people could really threaten Bao Ao and Jieji. Even Chi Tian Oldilong Zhu wasn't their opponent. If Bao Ao and Jieji weren't that creature's match, even if Yan, after having reached the True God Realm with mysterious power Upanishads, he could never defeat that soul of the Dark Clan. Then, Yan couldn't help but smile miserably. He shook his head begrudgingly, as he was filled with pressure. "Why do they want to stop you from opening the first demon area?" asked Yan. "Wait until you meet our master. He will tell you." Bo Ruo put on a glum face as if she really hated him. She didn't want to explain further. Yan rubbed his nose. As he thought it wasn't interesting, he didn't want to chase further. Bao Ao and Jieji didn't explain in details to Bo Ruo and Gudasi about the relationship between them and Yan. In their eyes, it was hard to reason why their masters had turned their backs to the other alien tribes for a human brat. If Bao Ao and Jieji didn't protect them, Shurian City would have been demolished. It was normal that the human clan would have been eradicated. This was their original plan. However, after Bao Ao found Shurian, everything had turned upside down. Their plan wasn't going as they had expected. Bo Ruo and Gudasi didn't know what their masters had thought. They didn't support this idea, so they deemed Shurian as the ringleader of all the bad things. Corpses of the demon clan's members scattered everywhere in the second demon area, including their fellows of the Horned Dragon tribe and the Black Scale tribe. They had blamed their fellows' deaths on Yan. "Let's go," Bo Ruo harumphed, then walked to a hefty stone in the abyss. That stone was really massive. It was around 100 meters tall, ink black, and as rigid as steel. More than 700 members of the demon clan, ridding their beasts, gathered from the other areas in the abyss. They had many wounds and were looking at Yan with hatred in their eyes. Gudasi's mountain-like muscular body was covered with wounds. He didn't care about that and came to that stone. He extended his arm, touching that stone. A wave of brutal energy was poured into that massive stone. It then moved, cracking and revealing a pitch-black entrance. Bao Ao is in there. Yan used his soul consciousness to sense for a while. He was surprised that this passage was empty, as he couldn't detect any energy beam of living fluctuation. He couldn't help but ask. "No!" Bo Ruo screamed impatiently. She took the lead and entered the wide passage that could allow 100 people walk shoulder by shoulder. Bo Ruo and Gudasi took their members and the beasts and walked through the passage easily. Yan wasn't enraged. He calmly walked behind Bo Ruo and Guda see into the entrance. The wall of this entrance was also black, as if it was made of black, rigid metal. Some precious gems were inlaid on the wall, illuminating the passage. Waiting until 100 demons and beasts got into the entrance, the stone behind them slowly moved, sealing the entrance. Bo-Rual and Guda walked in the front while Shi followed them. The group of people entered deeper into the entrance. Everyone wore a dark face, and no one uttered a word. The ambience of this entrance was stiff. In this silent place, many members of the demon clan were wearing a cold face, looking at Shi with their bloodthirsty eyes, as if they were trying to press down their resentment. Demon clan didn't like humans. Shi was a human being, a special human that their masters favored. In those clansmen's eyes, Shi had brought death to their fellows. After all, they would never dare to blame Bao, Ao, and Jieji. This passage was dry, but it had the smell of rotten things. There was no decoration or anything magical. This place brought only a cold and hard feeling, which irritated people's hearts and minds. They had been walking for several hours. However, Bo-Rual and Guda hadn't said a word. Shi also kept his mouth shut. His soul consciousness scanned the place and got to know that this passage was tens of thousands of miles long, as if it would never end. At the same time, it was a spacious place which was a megastructure underground. After another 4 hours, when Shi was so bored he got irritated, Bo-Rual and Guda suddenly put on a serious countenance, their face respectful and fearful. Shi focused on them, observing these two. The ink-black wall in front of Bo-Rual and Guda suddenly had some magical demon patterns, which looked like the lines on a human palm. They were complicated and mysterious at the same time. Bo-Rual and Guda stood at that place, biting their fingers to drip their blood on those lines. The demon patterns glowed abruptly like a massive spiderweb. Those peculiar patterns glowed with silver, green, blue, and orange lights. In this ill-lit passage, they looked both evil and mysterious. A light spot suddenly flashed in the center of the spiderweb. A light then expanded, sending strange energy fluctuations, lingering and twisting each line. A massive black door emerged in the light. It was 10 meters tall and a dozen of meters wide. Demon chi diffused torrentially from the door. Bo-Rual and Guda threw a look over their shoulder, looking at Shi as they entered the door without a word. Shi smiled clumsily. He got through the door, not waiting for the others to call him. An ancient, spacious grand palace appeared in his sight. This palace was 1,000 meters tall, with an open center in an area of 10 miles squared. The center of this palace had many giant black pillars decorated with drawings of demonic beasts. Demon scriptures were carved on the walls outside the palace. Each paragraph was inexplicably complicated, as though it was carrying a mysterious power. A deep pond sat in the center of the palace, where a black flame was burning, releasing a thick demon chi. Standing in the center of the black flame in the pond were 7 ferocious-looked Demogorgon statues. Each of them was 100-meter tall, as lively as a real person, with ruthless energy waves. Shi stood by that pond as he lifted his head to watch the grand statues. He felt he was so small. Bo-Rual and Guda took the clansmen of the demon clan kneeled down by the pond, using the worshipping etiquette of the demon clan with solemn faces. The beasts who came with them seemed to be affected too. They laid down on the ground, gazing at the beast drawings on many pillars in the hall, as if they could receive some energy from them. Vastly through 10,000 years, the Demogorgons doesn't extinguish. Vastly through 10,000 years, the Demogorgons doesn't extinguish. Bo-Rual and Guda kneeled together with their fellows, looking at the 7 statues of the ferocious Demogorgon, hailing them with a strange language. At the moment the voices arose, their mind, spirit, and chi had fused with their energy, turning into many beams, rolling into the 7 statues. It was unknown what kind of material they had used to produce those 7 Demogorgon statues. However, a kind of magical energy was moving continually inside the statues, and it seemed to never fade. Bo-Rual, Gudasi, and the hotshots of the demon clan had used their minds, spirit, chi, and their willpower to create a connection with some power in the 7 Demogorgon statues. They seemed to use that power to test their latest progress and gain more flashes of comprehension. The 7 statues of Demogorgon were like the special existence of the soul sacrificial altar of the Corpse Clan, which stored the seal of Upanishads of the Demon Clan and never lost them. Chapter 692, Derive the Inheritance. Chapter 692, Derive the Inheritance. The power Upanishad in those Demogorgon statues was the essence of the Demon Clan's best techniques, just like the martial arts, martial spirit, and other power Upanishad of Human Clan. However, human warriors usually used books and scriptures to learn the inheritance, while the Demon Clan used those statues to gain the pure energy that they were cultivating. These 7 Demogorgon statues seemed to carry kinds of energy and ancient seals of Upanishad, or some new powers that they had just created lately in the second demon area. New members of the Demon Clan would come here to take the powers. Experts of the clan would visit this place to record the new power Upanishad they had discovered and developed, that the others could come and take it as their inheritance. These 7 Demogorgon statues carried the culture, Upanishad, essence, and the inheritance of the Demon Clan. This place was the cradle of the second demon area, the most precious thing they had. As Bo-Rual, Gudasi, and the other experts of the Demon Clan had new cognition of their powers after the battle, they came here to use the 7 Demogorgon statues to verify and gain the cultivating techniques that were more suitable to them. The 7 Demogorgon statues were inexplicably mysterious. They were the great combination of power Upanishads. They could store the knowledge and the way to use energy. All members of the Demon Clan were humming, connecting themselves with the statues to find the suitable powers for them to learn and break through. Yin gawked as he was astounded because of the Demon Clan's magic. The way they used the statues to impart their inheritance and culture seemed to be more powerful than using books. Books would be damaged with time. Most of the time, the reason why some martial techniques were lost was because the owners were killed and they didn't leave any books to record their power Upanishad. In such a case, a power Upanishad would disappear forever. The Demon Clan didn't do the same. They used the carvings on those statues to store the power Upanishads they had gained from the ancient times up to now. Whenever an expert learned a new technique, he would carve it on the statues. Other members could inherit his new technique from the statues or could use it to break through later. From this point of view, the Demon Clan was a generous clan. They weren't like the Human Clan, who always considered the powers they got a big treasure, which they would never share with the others. Yin suddenly got it. It was no longer unknown why the Demon Clan was so strong. They had recorded the knowledge and wisdom of the experts in the demon area on those statues, which would help the next generation save time and effort in learning new techniques. That's why people said that Demon Clan had no weak members and that everybody was a solider. It was related closely to the Demogorgon statues. Each new member of the Demon Clan could come to this place and receive the inheritance under their senior's guidance. It would be much easier for them to cultivate their powers later. It wasn't like the Human Clan that only outstanding people could become the disciples of famous experts and enter the martial path. This was also the reason why only a small group among the crowd of tens of thousands of people could become warriors. Human Clan, because of their selfishness, wouldn't use this method to preserve the power Upanishads and leave to the next generations, making it an open source for the youth to choose their road of cultivation. Bo-Rual, Gudasi, and the other members of the Demon Clan were still humming, connecting with the 7 Demogorgon statues to feel the mysteries of the power, to learn them, and use them for their next battles. Yin stood there motionlessly. He didn't look harmonious with the rest of the Demon Clan, who were kneeling on the ground. Anyway, no one cared about him, as they were busy connecting with the Demogorgon statues. They weren't worried that Yin would disturb them or break the statues. Shortly, the inner world 5 devils in his blood vein ring seemed to sense something. They struggled getting out of the ring. After the 5 devils had absorbed 36 ghostly spirits in the ring, they had grown up vigorously, with mighty, evil soul fluctuations. As soon as the 5 devils got out, they didn't wait for Yin to say anything, flying directly towards the 7 Demogorgon statues, disappearing shortly. Yin was dumbstruck. Bo Rual and the experts of the demon clan seemed to not recognize this sudden occurrence. They were still meditating to learn something. However, Yin was so frightened. His soul consciousness flickered, and he found that he still had the connection with the 5 devils. The 5 devils had entered the statues, and they seemed to take in the powers there happily. This finding astounded Yin a lot. The 5 devils were taking the power Upanishad that the demon clan had been imparting for tens of thousands of years in the statues. What kind of F***king situation is it? The 5 devils' absorption speed was rapid. Shortly, they left one statue to go to another. The connection between Yin and the 5 devils became clearer. He found a large amount of knowledge of new realms, demon techniques, and methods he didn't know. When the 5 devils were taking in the power of the statues, it wasn't that they were erasing the powers and knowledge stored in there, as they had just restored the streaks of cognition in their own souls. So, they didn't cause any anomaly to the statues that Bo Rual and the others could recognize. The number of techniques and power Upanishads wasn't changed. Only Yin knew that the 5 devils had changed slowly. Their aura became more eccentric, as if they were gaining intellect. Shortly, the 5 devils had turned into 5 gray shadows, flying to his sea of consciousness instead of the blood vein ring, before Bo Rual's group could recognize them. His sea of consciousness was changed again. After the 5 devils had entered, they proactively found a place, gathering in a circle and releasing flows of magical techniques of the demon clan. The 5 devils were now based a little bit farther from the tier of the heaven flame and the seals of Upanishads. They seemed to condense a part of the mysterious tier. Yin was more startled. Currently, he had a 3-tiered altar in his head with the sea of consciousness as the bottom, the heaven flames and power Upanishads as the 2nd tier, and his God's soul topping them all. At this moment, the 5 devils had expanded a section in the 2nd tier, building a sacrificial altar similar to the heaven flames and power Upanishads. Yin didn't know what would be stirred up due to this change. He didn't know how to stop them. He could only gawk at the 5 devils after they had absorbed the mysteries of demon techniques, rolling in his sea of consciousness. Right after that, flows of black flame on the pond nearby started to roll over Yin, as if they were pulled by some mysterious power. Those black flames weren't a real fire. They were the demon chi that was condensed to carry the massive demon energy. Flows of flames covered him as if he were burned by a black fire. Only he knew that the 5 devils had dragged the demon energy in this black fire to configure a new altar. Muscles and blood in his body surged altogether. Drops of immortal blood that he had treasured were pulled out, gathering in his sea of consciousness. The mix of his immortal blood chi, demon chi, and the strange aura of the demon techniques had become the foundation of the new altar. Yin felt hurt seeing the 5 devils using his immortal blood. However, he had no way to stop them. In his mind, Yin wanted to see what the 5 devils wanted to do. He vaguely felt that the 5 devils wouldn't harm him and instead would give him big benefits. Gradually, a shining blood section appeared. It was like a viscous blood sea, with a miraculous winding air floating above the sea. Demon chi then poured into the blood sea, turning it into a black and red sea. The 5 devils arrayed in a pentagonal formation. They stood imposingly like the 5 Demogorgon statues at the 5 corners, using his immortal blood, essence chi, demon chi, and the other techniques to condense a section similar to the altar of the heaven flames and the seals of Upanishad. A new section of the sacrificial altar, What are you doing? Bo-Ruo suddenly screamed in fright. She awakened first, and she saw the black flame in the pond covering Yen entirely. Suddenly, Si and the other members of the demon clan stood up. Their faces were ferocious, as if they all wanted to kill Yen. This place was the holy land of the demon clan. The Hall of Demogorgon was the holy place, where all demons could take the mysterious powers of the clan. If Bao Ao and Jie hadn't advised them, even if they had to die, they would have never brought Yen here. He had come here obediently, and now he had caused something strange that made the thick demon qi cover his body. Bo-Ruo's group couldn't stand it. They hated that they couldn't slash Yen 10,000 times to kill him. Nobody had witnessed the 5 devils taking the mysterious inheritance in the statues, so they didn't know that Yen wasn't willing to do that. They assumed that Yen wanted to mess this place up. Yen couldn't answer her, as the 5 devils were torturing him in his head, consuming his soul consciousness and essence qi. At this moment, he couldn't get distracted. He had to observe the sea of consciousness, as he was afraid that something bad would happen. He didn't notice what was happening around him. This human has triggered the demon flame. He must have done something wrong. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. In just a blink, all members of the demon clan in the Hall of Demogorgon thundered. The Hall of Demogorgon was the holy place no one could trespass. The respect they had for this place was much more than what they had for Bao Ao and Jie. Trespassing the Hall of Demogorgon meant someone wanted to uproot the demon clan in the second demon area. That person would never be forgiven. Bo-Ruo and Si changed their face amidst the furious screams. At this moment, they got a headache as they didn't know how to calm down the situation. Before Bao Ao left them, he had asked them seriously to bring Yen to the Demogorgon Hall if they found him, and they had to protect Yen, keeping him safe and sound. However, Yen seemed to trigger everyone's anger in this Hall of Demogorgon. Those clansmen were enraged, thinking that he had violated the hall. They must use his blood to wash this place. What should we do now? Si frowned, asking Bo-Ruo in a low tone, his face begrudging. Master has advised us to keep him safe, but our demon clan has rules. Anyone who trespasses the Hall of Demogorgon would be executed. There's no exception even to our clansmen, let alone a human being. Bo-Ruo also had a headache. We can't contact our master now. It's a headache. Eric's so annoying. Chapter 693, The Mark. Chapter 693, The Mark. In the Demogorgon Hall, Yen was tense, watching the change of his sea of consciousness. A new section of the altar was formed gradually. The black flame was still engulfing him, making a large amount of demon qi run disorderly in his body. Most of it started to get into his sea of consciousness, while the remaining part ran through his vessels to reach his internal organs and limbs. The 5 devils in the pentagonal formation were bobbing in his sea of consciousness, gathering the tremendous energy to finish the final step. The screams of the demon clan's members thundered and reverberated in the Hall of Demogorgon. Many clansmen were enraged as they all wanted to kill Yen. Bo-Ruo and Si couldn't control the current situation. How. Strong black flames like pieces of leaf engulfed Yen. At this moment, a wave of pure demon energy diffused from him, lingering inside the hall. Many members of the demon clan saw Yen's body taking in the black flames from the pond, giving him a demon, eccentric aura. The black ribbon covering his head fell as an ancient mark glowed. A flow of torrential, immense soul energy surged from the mark, just like the heavenly might. Many members of the demon clan felt their souls tremble continually, such that they couldn't even stand still. They became grimaced. Bo-Ruo and Si were stunned. They gawked at the mark on his head and couldn't hide the fear on their faces. The energy from the mark was clear. It was obviously the magical inheritance of the demon clan. As it was still sealed, the soul energy accumulated in that seal was earth-shaking. The mark on Shi Yan's forehead just flashed, then restored its normal state. However, the clansmen here had all felt a deep tremor in their souls. It was like an ancient demogorgon was imposingly taking a walk around the hall, making them feel small and incapable of resisting. The thought of killing Shi Yan and Bo Ruo and Gu Dexi's mind suddenly weakened. They stood there dumbstruck as they recalled the mark they had just seen. Famous ancient families of the demon clan all had the mighty marks, which stored the history, culture, and inheritance of the family. It was the special power Upanishad, but it wasn't like the Demogorgon statues. This kind of mark was carved on the body of the demon clan's clansmen. Just like the martial spirit of human warriors, it had tremendous powers and would never disappear. As Bo Ruo and Gu Dexi belonged to the ancient Bao family, they had some knowledge of ancient marks. However, they had watched for a while, but still couldn't figure out which family the mark on Shi Yan's head belonged to. However, they could verify one thing: Shi Yan wasn't human. Only people with the demon clan's bloodline could receive the mark, which was also the crest of the family. Persons who carried the mark couldn't be human. Their hatred towards Shi Yan faded after they had recognized Shi Yan was from the same clan. Clansmen who were the most hostile also calmed down, looking at him with surprise. At this moment, they finally recognized that Shi Yan was still absorbing the demon power of the Black Flame, and he seemed to be doing something. Demon soul, sacrificial altar. Bo Ruo observed for a while and then shouted with astonishment. Gu Dexi was frightened. She gazed at Shi Yan and asked Bo Ruo, "Are you sure?" The demon clan was like the other races. When they reached the true God realm, they could condense the sacrificial altar in their sea of consciousness. The demon clan's sacrificial altar had 3 tiers. The bottom was the sea of consciousness, the top was the demon soul, and the middle tier was the techniques and powers they had learned. This was the main cultivating path of many races. What Shi Yan was doing was to condense the demon soul sacrificial altar in the second tier of his altar. Bo Ruo was at the second sky of true God realm. After watching for a while, she could confirm this information, which astounded her greatly. Usually, when a warrior broke through the true God realm, he could create the soul sacrificial altar in his head, but it wouldn't change shortly. It was obvious that Shi Yan had reached the true God realm, and he had the soul sacrificial altar in his head. However, at this moment, it wasn't normal that he was condensing a tier once again. Bo Ruo and Gu Dexi couldn't understand why he could change the structure of the soul altar for the second time. They couldn't enter Shi Yan's sea of consciousness. Otherwise, if they saw the heaven flame altar on Shi Yan's sea of consciousness beside the seals of Upanishad, they would be startled as if they had seen ghosts. When human warriors used one kind of power Upanishad to break through, this power would become the foundation of his altar's second tier when he reached the true God realm. Shi Yan's second tier had 3 seals of Upanishad, including the star, the death and life, and space, which was unusual. The heaven flame altar was an unreasonable area. This was so different from the cultivating path of normal people. Right when Bo Ruo and Gu Dexi were still dumbstruck, Shi Yan inhaled a breath of dark demon chi. He opened his eyes and then grinned. "It feels good." A new section of the altar was formed with his blood, essence chi, demon chi, mind, and spirit to blend with the inheritance of the demon clan that the 5 devils had just absorbed. The 5 devils sat neatly on the 5 corners of the altar. They were motionless, connecting with his soul. Countless currents were moving in the center of the altar, generating a chaotic movement. It was the development of the demon techniques and mysteries that could connect with Shi Yan. When his thought flickering, his god's soul ran into the altar. He then found many strange and rare demon cultivating and martial techniques. There were more than 1,000 techniques with different ways of using energy. However, they were just the basic ones. At the same time, he could find some complete and powerful cultivating techniques. That altar seemed to become a store that recorded the techniques that had been stored over tens of thousands of years in the 7 Demogorgon statues of the second demon area. They were so complicated that he felt his head was enlarging. This place was like a giant bookstore. Those techniques in Power Upanishad were similar to the books of techniques that guided people on their cultivation path. Most of the techniques were categorized, specialized for different races. A method wasn't suitable for everybody, especially the demon clan, which had many branches with different, unique physiques. That's why those methods were classified. Shi Yin felt that he had entered the vast ocean of knowledge, where the techniques and method were the seawater that he could read and cultivate. But he soon found that knowledge wasn't useful for him. All techniques and Power Upanishad specified which branch of the demon clan could cultivate them. The Black Scale tribe and the Horned Dragon tribe had different cultivating techniques. They were even contrasting to each other. The first thing he needed to know before starting cultivating a demon technique was to figure out which branch of the demon clan he belonged to. Without this information, although he had so many cultivating techniques and methods, and some of them were so mighty, he couldn't practice any of them. That sea of knowledge was the foundation of the altar. Without them, his altar could never be formed. Shi Yin was still musing, and he didn't notice Bo Ruo and Gu Desi's changes. Only when Bo Ruo made a dry cough did he then wake up. The 7 Demogorgon statues are the roots of our second demon area. They keep the vast sea of knowledge. As you can build the altar, it means you've got the inheritance from the statues, right? Bo Ruo observed him and then asked. Shi Yin nodded. It's true. Although it wasn't the method you mentioned, I did have the inheritance from the statues. However, it seems I can't cultivate it. The inheritance of the statues in the second demon area isn't the top-grade one. It doesn't have the seal of Upanishads of the King God realm. Bo Ruo gazed at him. Anyway, the first demon area is different. Our masters said that the Demogorgon statues in the first demon area store the mysteries of power that the King God realm experts could study further. It's also why the 2 masters have to go there. Only receiving the inheritance from the statues in the first demon area can help them break through and advance. Shi Yin was sensitive enough to see the change of Bo Ruo. This woman was talking nonstop. Her impatience seemed to have vanished. Why did you tell me that? Shi Yin was bewildered, frowning. I understand the 2 masters' concern. Perhaps you are the key to open the first demon area, said Bo Ruo. Gu Desi's eyes brightened as he was excited. The other members of the demon clan were also stirred up, their faces surprised. The first demon area was the ancestral land of the demon clan. Demon Chi there was as thick as water. It also had the top-grade Demogorgon statues, with more precious knowledge of the demon clan stored through generations. Once they got there, they could thrive. In their hearts, the first demon area was the Holy Land, which they always yearned for a glimpse of. As they knew that Shi Yin would be the key to open the first demon area, people who wanted to kill him weren't hostile anymore. Why do the other clans not want you to open it? Asked Shi Yin. It requires an enormous amount of heaven and earth energy to open the first demon area. The moment the first demon area opens, it will draw the energy of heaven and earth in the Grace mainland proactively. Bo Ruo hesitated for a while and then said, it would be all right if it were in the antiquity. At that time, heaven and earth energy was thick like the cluster of clouds that would never disperse. So, the required energy to open the demon area wasn't a big deal in that era. Pausing for a while, Bo Ruo said, but it's different now. After tens of thousands of years, heaven and earth energy in this continent is thin and scattered. If we open the first demon area, it will take 1/3 of the energy. The other clans would never let this happen. Shi Yin was surprised. Chapter 694, Drawing of Lao Luo. Chapter 694, Drawing of Lao Luo. The heaven and earth energy was the cultivating foundation of the warriors. No matter it was spiritual chi, demon chi, dark chi, or mysterious yin chi, it was just a kind of heaven and earth energy. To the big clans, heaven and earth energy was essential for their survival and upgrades. They would never quit using it. After 10,000 years, the continent, which used to be filled with heaven and earth energy, now had just a thin layer left, which was also the reason why it was tough to see any king-god realm experts. Under the given circumstance of a shortage of heaven and earth's energy, of course, the other clans would never let Bao, Ao, and Jieji use 1/3 of it to open the first demon area. This explained why they wanted to uproot the demon clan. Using 1/3 of heaven and earth energy in the Grace mainland to open a demon area surprised Shiyin. Bo Ruo explained him the situation and the reason why the other 4 great clans wanted to join hands and eradicate the demon clan. Where are Bao, Ao, and Jieji? Where should we meet them? Shiyin pondered for a while and then asked. In here, Bo Ruo pointed at the ground under her feet. If Master Bao, Ao, and Jieji can escape, they will definitely get here. We should wait here. I hope they will be safe and sound. After she said that, many clansmen put on a heavy countenance. Worry sparkled in their eyes. This time, the Ghostmark clan, the Dark Spirit clan, the Dark clan, and the Corpse clan had attacked them. These 4 clans had many hotshots, not to mention the patriarch of the Ghostmark clan. Although they were confident about Bao, Ao, and Jieji's competence, under the furious attack of such mighty force, they were still worried a lot. They were especially worried about the threat that came from the reincarnated patriarch of the Ghostmark clan and the one who had the Een Spirit Ghost Flame of the Dark clan. Bo Ruo explained, then waved her hand to dismiss her fellows. The other members of the demon clan then started to talk and build a relationship with their demonic beasts. The relationship between the demon clan and the demonic beasts was always good. Some demons and their beasts would never separate, as they were the best partners of each other. Sometimes, their relationship was more than siblings. No matter how busy they were, they always spent time to use the soul to contact their beasts. This would increase their compatibility. Guda Si and the group of demons he led also found a corner and started to talk to their mounts using their souls. No one paid attention to Shiyin. For the time being, no one noticed Shiyin, who was sitting neatly in the spacious hall of Demogorgon. He became the idlest person at the moment. Shiyin wasn't angry, as he could see the demon's attitude towards him had changed. It was enough as they didn't scream and want to kill him. In the hall of Demogorgon, Shiyin put on an indifferent countenance and took a walk around the place. He observed the patterns and drawings on the pillars and on the walls, as he wanted to see if he could understand the mysteries of those drawings. This was a rare experience. To normal people, although their relationship with the demon clan wasn't bad, they weren't allowed to enter the hall of Demogorgon. Since this place was the place where they received the inheritance, they would never let any outsider trespass the hall. As he could visit the hall of Demogorgon today, it was his great honor. Each corner of the Demogorgon hall was filled with mysteries. Many young people of the demon clan could comprehend something while watching the patterns and drawings in this place. The hall of Demogorgon in the second demon area had been established a long time ago. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the demon clan exploited this area, the first thing they had done was to build the hall of Demogorgon. The hall of Demogorgon was the foundation of the demon clan. Wherever many members of the demon clan gathered, there existed the hall of Demogorgon. If the hall was demolished, it meant that the demon clan in that space had been eradicated. As the hall of Demogorgon had been built dozens of thousands of years ago, the beast drawings and the demon scriptures were carved by the experts in that era. Sometimes they would glow with a strange light, carrying some kind of marvelous intent domain. If it were a wise demon, he could gain the great benefit after comprehending it. Shiyin just walked back and forth. He took turns after turns to observe many demon scriptures and drawings. Slowly, he reached a wall with many magical patterns. Those lines sketched a rough image of a giant demon facing the sky and howling. Behind him was a massive dark sun, which could swallow all beams of light. Shiyin was startled. He vaguely had a familiar feeling that he had seen this giant demon before. War Devil. That was the War Devil. The demon on that drawing looked 70% similar to the War Devil. If the war devil was zoomed several times and its eyes showed the endless darkness, the war devil would look exactly like the demon in this drawing. This finding startled him. He felt inexplicably scared and surprised. War devil was a dark clone of Lao Luo, one of the bloodthirsty's cortege of 8. However, Lao Luo was the worst among the 8. Why'd he have his image carved here? According to Bo Ruoh, this hall of Demogorgon had been built by the experts of the demon clan dozens of thousands of years ago. So, Lao Luo's image had been here from that time. In other words, how old was the era when Lao Luo lived? Members of the demon clan who could have their images carved on the wall of the hall were all earth-shaking experts. Their images represented the glory and power they had. This meant Lao Luo should have been very intimidating. Shurian didn't change his face, studying the drawings of Lao Luo for a while. Suddenly, he coughed. Bo Ruoh was staying in with a young girl of the demon clan not far from him. Hearing his cough, she frowned. A streak of impatience flashed on her face. If she didn't have the features of the horned dragon tribe on her head, she wouldn't be different from a beautiful, wheat-skinned human girl. With a pair of phoenix eyes and a picturesque appearance, she was an outstanding beauty. The woman came, glaring at Shi Yin and then at the drawing of Lao Luo. "What's up? Who is the demon in this drawing?" Shi Yin pretended to know nothing. "Why is there a black sun behind him? He looks strange. I'm curious if he were a strong expert of the demon clan in the antiquity. I don't know who he is, but I know he must be one of the strongest hotshots of the demon clan in the antiquity. That's how he got his picture here." Bo Ruoh furrowed her eyebrows and then continued. "Only the members that made a great contribution to the clan with their mighty power could get the approval from the Hall of Demogorgon and become a drawing of the hall. How about the 7 statues of Demogorgon?" Shi Yin was astounded. He couldn't help but look over his shoulder. The Demogorgon statues are the foundation of the demon clan's inheritance. Each statue is one of the Demogorgon in antiquity time, said Bo Ruoh. What's the difference between the drawings on the wall and the statues? Could the one who get the picture here become a Demogorgon? Asked Shi Yin. You have so many questions. Bo Ruoh was a little bit impatient. She contemplated for a while, but still explained to him. Clansmen who have surpassed the king god realm could become the Demogorgon. After dozens of thousands of years, our entire demon clan has had only 7 Demogorgons. They're the 7 statues that you've seen here. Surpassed the king god realm. Shi Yin discolored. He looked at the 7 Demogorgon statues as a feeling of respect rose in his heart. This was the first time he had heard about someone who had surpassed the king god realm. Today, he had known that the king god realm wasn't the ultimate of the martial path. Beyond the king god realm, it was another world. So where are the 7 Demogorgons? Asked Shi Yin. They might have left. Bo Ruoh wasn't so certain. Perhaps they are dead. We need to get into the first demon area to know the answer. Why? The 7 Demogorgon statues just contain the power Upanishad. They can't interact. Bo Ruoh hesitated for a while and then continued. According to Master Bo Ruoh and Jieji, the 7 Demogorgon statues in the first demon area can interact with the others. As long as they aren't dead, the 7 Demogorgons could still send the power Upanishad and their comprehensions of the martial path they have had in the universe to the statues, which will benefit our future generations. Shi Yin was astounded. They still could receive the power Upanishad from the 7 Demogorgons in the foreign lands. If it were true, once Bao Ao and Jiji entered the first demon area and received the inheritance from the statues, their realm and power should skyrocket, right? You are also a member of the demon clan. If you can receive the inheritance from this area, of course, you can receive the inheritance in the first demon area. If we can open the first demon area and find the top grade 7 Demogorgon statues, you will gain bigger benefits. Bo Ruoh looked at Shi Yin nonchalantly. Why did they leave? Shi Yin contemplated for a while and then asked. Heaven and earth energy in this continent isn't enough for them to level up anymore. Bo Ruoh sighed. The energy of this continent is really scarce at this moment. It's been 10,000 years, and we haven't seen any King God Realm warriors yet. It's because of the change of the energy. I heard our masters say that each continent has its own cycle of energy. At first, its energy is full. After creatures start to appear and absorb the energy, gradually, after dozens of thousands of years, the energy of the continent will be drained up. At some point in time, it will be over. Yin was surprised. This continent seems to be reaching the end of its energy cycle. Perhaps the energy of this place would empty out after another 1,000 years. Borua shook her head begrudgingly. We don't have much time left. If we can't enter the true God realm sooner, we will have no way to escape. Later on, we will be dead because of running out of energy. Yin felt like a hammer had just pounded on his heart. Yin was now totally awakened, having a new cognition of heaven and earth. And he also had a deeper understanding of this continent. Chapter 695, Undying Demon Tribe. Chapter 695, Undying Demon Tribe. Yin kept quiet, but he had thousands of thoughts in his head. He would never have known about the existence that surpassed the King God realm if Borua didn't tell him. Also, now he knew that each continent had its own energy cycle, and the Grace mainland was at the end of its cycle. Soon, this place would run out of energy. He knew Borua couldn't deceive him. From many old books, he had found that there were invincible existences in immemorial epic, and each of them seemed to have endless powers. In that era, the 7 demogorgons that had surpassed the King God realm had left the continent to the outer space. Those were enough to prove how thick the heaven and earth energy was in those 2 eras. Also, they had had so many rare and precious natural products, which helped them reach that level. Currently, this continent was worn out by strong creatures in the immemorial epic and the experts of the antiquity. At present times, it was hard to reach the high realm. Time was running out. If the Grace mainland didn't have the natural energy anymore one day, warriors would have nothing to support their cultivation, which would hold them from reaching the higher realms. Without heaven and earth energy, spiritual herbs couldn't grow. Without heaven and earth energy, there would be no essence chi crystallization. Yin felt terrible thinking about these things. Heaven and earth energy was the root of all strong clans. The day this energy was drained was the doomsday of all races. When Bao Ao and Jieji opened the first demon area, it would increase the usage speed of heaven and earth energy. Losing 1/3 of the current amount, this energy on the Grace mainland would be used up rapidly. No wonder why the other clans didn't stay idle. Even if it were Yin, he would have to consider if he wanted to support Bao Ao and Jieji or not. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Strange noises came from a wall of the Hall of Demogorgon, as if someone was setting a fire behind it. Borua and Gut de Si jolted, walking to that corner with surprised and happy faces. The Hall of Demogorgon cracked open a slit. Bao Ao and Jieji walked through, bringing with them several thousands of warriors of the demon clan and their mounts. Bao Ao and Jieji looked a little bit distressed. They had blood on their bodies. They seemed to be exhausted with different level of damage. Their auras were also weaker than usual. Masters Borua and Gut de Si kneeled down on one knee, shouting in a low tone. Bao Ao waved his hand to lift them up. Suddenly, his eyes got brighter as he saw Yin. He nodded to the young man. "Kid, you're here." He looked tired, but he still walked directly towards Yin and didn't notice that Borua and Gut de Si hadn't stood up yet. His deep eyes gazed on Yin, his face astounded. The foul-mouthed Jieji seemed to have worse wounds than Bao Ao. He looked as if he had sunk in blood. Just like a beast, he screamed and roared, wanting to find the Ghost Mar clan and solve the grudge. While he was talking boisterously, he walked towards Yin. At first glance, he cried, "Ah, you got the demon's soul sacrificial altar." "Nonsense." Bao Ao cursed him. "This kid has the noblest blood of our demon clan. Isn't it natural that he got the inheritance from this hall?" Pausing for a while, Bao Ao continued with an odd expression. "But I don't know why you have 3 sections beneath your god soul. Besides the demon altar, what are the other 2? Strange. It's extraordinary. I can't understand this at all. Yin was startled inside as Bao Ao could see the mysteries beneath his god soul with just one glance. Wasn't he a demon who wasn't good at soul knowledge? How about you guys? The other clans hadn't hurt you badly, had they? Yin smiled. Don't talk about it. F*CK, the patriarch of the Ghostmark clan. That *Shoals revived. He has a cultivation base of King Godrealm. If his power had been recovered fully, we would have had no chance to return here. So annoying. They're so annoying. If I had known it earlier, I would have killed the Ghostmark clan first, Jeji thundered. And that *Star of the Dark clan could control tens of thousands of Een spirits and hollow souls. He's also morbid. It's lucky that we're strong. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to meet you again. Okay, stop babbling. It's good that we could come back here. We shouldn't waste time. Bao Ao intervened. He looked at Yin with a solemn countenance. Are you ready? Ready for what? Opening the first demon area, of course. Yin's face became serious. I heard Bo Ruah said that it needs 1/3 of the Grace Mainland's heaven and earth energy to open the first demon area. Is it true? Isn't it rubbish? Jieji intervened. If not, why the 4 clans would chase us crazily? It speeds up the rate of destruction the entire Grace Mainland, Yin contemplated. If the heaven and earth energy is running out, not to mention the 4 clans and the human clan, the demon clan will also find it hard to level up. Aren't you a little harebrained doing that? Do you worry for the next generations? Actually, Yin was worried about his people in the utmost 8 Purgatory City, Yang Tian Emperor, Jin, his elders, and the others whom he respected a lot. If the Grace Mainland didn't have heaven and earth energy anymore, they wouldn't be able to break through further, and their martial path would have been severed. Yin, I have a question for you. Bao Ao didn't change his visage, frowning. Even if we don't do anything, energy on the Grace Mainland will run out one day, right? Yin nodded. Yes, it will, but it's a long time later. Bao Ao beamed a forced smile. That little time doesn't work. Once the heaven and earth energy is emptied out as the martial art practitioners, we will face a lot of disasters. If it has to be that way, we'd better open the first demon area and find the 7 great Demogorgon statues. Then, we'll see if we can find any solution. At least, Jieji and I can take the chance and break through to the King God realm. At that time, we are eligible to leave this place. We will be responsible for the demon clan to find another foreign land, which is suitable for our clan to live and cultivate. Then, we will help human clan to leave too. Yin was musing. Bao Ao's words were reasonable. Anyhow, the Grace Mainland was about to reach the end of its energy cycle. If they opened the first demon area, they would just accelerate it by 1/3. But if it were like what they said, the Demogorgon statues in the first demon area could store some good methods or techniques. At least, Bao Ao and Jieji could have a chance to receive the high-quality inheritance and break through the King God realm. At that time, they could escape this continent and find a better place for the Demon Clan. All members of the Demon Clan inside the Hall of Demogorgon kept silent, looking at Yin. They all knew that Yin was the key factor for opening the first demon area. If he didn't want to cooperate with them, their hope would be extinguished. Most of the members of the Demon Clan had a clear understanding of the Grace Mainland situation. They knew that this place would be drained soon. By the time they got out of the second demon area, they planned to kill the other clans to reduce the consumption of heaven and earth energy in this continent. Heaven and earth energy was used by strong experts to whet their martial path and perform attacks or defenses. No matter it was to restore the essence chi or breaking through new realms, it was closely related to using the heaven and earth energy. In their eyes, if the other clans were all extinguished, leaving only the Demon Clan, the consumption rate would be slowed down and they could have more time to prepare. Of course, Bao Ao and Jieji had never given up on opening the first demon area. They had asked the Ghostmark clan to make the sacrificial altar to connect to the antiquity Demogorgon to find this key. But it was too bad that they failed. When they found Yin, They saw hope in him. Then, they made up their minds. No matter what, they had to protect Yin to open the first demon area later. Are you sure I can help you open it? Yin pondered for a while, and then gazed at the other two. Bao Ao and Jieji nodded. It would be impossible without me. The other two nodded again with solemn faces, not seeming to be joking. Yin smiled and then nodded. Then you have to agree on one thing. Say it. The two shouted hurriedly. If you guys can figure out the solution, my people should be benefited from it too. Yin spoke slowly. Yin had considered it clearly. At this point of time, whether Bao Ao or Jieji wanted to carry out their plan or not, this continent would be emptied out soon. If it had to be that way, it'd be better to work with Bao Ao and Jieji to find a new chance to survive. There were intimidating existences in the antiquity and the immemorial epoch in the foreign lands. Would it be better for them if they could meet those existences? If it didn't work here, should they go to another place and find a continent where the energy was still rich and abundant? Everything would be solved, right? As long as he could take his people. Yin thought that cooperating with Bao Ao and Jieji wasn't a bad decision. They're your family members. It's no problem if you want to take them. Bao Ao made a quick decision and agreed immediately. Moreover, you don't have many people, so it's all right. Jieji nodded continually. Yin smiled relaxedly. Okay, I agree to help you open the first demon area. He paused for a while and then asked, what should I do? Use the blood you extracted last time. The immortal demon blood. Bao Ao let out a low shout. Immortal demon blood? Yin was surprised. Yes, the immortal demon blood. The blood of the undying demon tribe. The undying demon tribe is the tribe that had the strongest fighting competence among the other tribes of the demon clan in ancient times. It's the only tribe that could fight face-to-face with the same realm god clan members. And the god clan is considered the perfect race. In the antiquity, a spirit realm god clan warrior could kill 3 warriors at the same level from the other clans except for your clan. And only the members of the undying demon tribe could fight the god clan's members one-on-one without falling into the disadvantaged situation. Yin was struck. Bao Ao pointed behind him. See, the 7 Demogorgon statues are all the experts of our demon clan who had surpassed the king god realm during tens of thousands of years. Our demon clan has many branches. As far as I've known, the demon clan had more than dozens of branches in the antiquity time. Your undying demon tribe is just one of them. However, there are 3 out of 7 experts who had surpassed the king god realm, and were from the undying demon tribe. Yin couldn't help but get frightened. Bao Ao's words had struck him vehemently. You have the immortal demon blood. It's the Demogorgon's blood. It's the same blood that those 3 experts had. And the Demogorgon's blood is the key to open the first demon area. Only the demon clan's branches that have the Demogorgon could possibly have the Demogorgon's blood, which is the blessing of our ancestors, said Bao Ao with a respectful face. Chapter 696, Open. Chapter 696, Open. The 7 statues were the replicas of the 7 Demogorgon during tens of thousands of years of the demon clan. Each Demogorgon was an existence that surpassed the king god realm. Direct descendants of the 7 antiquity Demogorgons would probably have the Demogorgon's blood, with many different marvelous effects. Usually, it had a massive energy with the mysteries of the martial path. The immortal demon blood was one of the Demogorgon's blood kind, which could heal the body and predict friends' or relatives' activities. Yin had never known that the immortal blood in his body was the blood of the Demogorgon of the demon clan. He finally got the information from Bao Ao. What happened to the undying demon tribe? Why did you assume that they were exterminated? Yin pondered for a while and then asked. The undying demon tribe was combative innately. They were the true fighters. However, this tribe didn't have a large population. It was usually like that. During fighting in the antiquity, they were always the pioneers to expel the god clan, while the other clans followed behind them. In battles with the god clan, if the undying demon tribe's members weren't the vanguard, the other clans could never have endured. Eventually, the god clan left, leaving the undying demon tribe with severe losses. That battle had cost them 4/5 of the population. Bao Ao continued his explanation. Not long after the God Clan left, the Nine Clans' Great War happened. As the undying demon tribe had the strongest fighting competence in the demon clan, they continued to shoulder the most important missions of the clan. In that war, they had almost no members remaining. In the end, when Human Clan rose, the undying demon tribe disappeared. Otherwise, Human Clan would never have a chance to rule the continent. Bao Ao growled. Where had the 7 antiquity Demogorgons gone? Some of them had left before the war with the God Clan, and some left after that to the foreign land, since the heaven and earth energy in the Grace mainland wasn't enough for warriors at their levels to continue their cultivation. Whenever we gain a Demogorgon, the other clans have to be afraid of us the most, replied Bao Ao. Shi Yin frowned, pointing at the drawing of Lao Luo. Do you know him? He was a precursor of our demon clan. According to the description from the Demogorgon statues, he was called Lao Luo. In the antiquity and after the war with the God Clan, he was one of the most prominent warriors of our clan. He had reached the King God realm at an amazing speed. Later, he didn't wait for too long. Or perhaps it had happened in that time, when heaven and earth energy wasn't enough to help the King God realm warriors in breaking through the next realm. He didn't continue to break through here to become the 8th Demogorgon. He left early. This precursor, called Lao Luo, was a miracle of our clan during that period. He had comprehended the power of darkness. He didn't have many rivals for his whole life. Shi Yin was struck, as he could confirm the demon on that drawing was Lao Luo. From the blood vein ring, he got a streak which said that Lao Luo was one of the 8 cortege of bloodthirsty, and he was the weakest. He must be the entourage of the blood vein ring's previous owner. Have you ever heard about anybody that Lao Luo had submitted to? Shi Yin suddenly asked. He was quite tense, as he thought that he was about to get the answer for the mysterious profile of the blood vein ring. For the previous owner of this ring, the ring that had given him so many miracles, he had sincere respect. It was because even if he had reached the true God realm, he hadn't gotten the approval from the ring spirit. This spirit didn't even care about him, as it thought his power was too weak to be worth being the ring's new master. What kind of joke is that? Ji intervened, shaking his head continually. In that period, Lao Luo was invincible. There was no hotshot of any clan who dared to provoke him. How could he be someone's entourage? By the time he left the Grace mainland, he was the most intimidating existence of that time. I can't think of anyone who could subdue him. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He had a new conclusion. The blood vein ring didn't belong in the Grace mainland. Lao Luo was apparently one of the 8 cortege of bloodthirsty. If he were so strong at that time as one of the most mighty existences of the Grace mainland, there would be no one eligible to subdue him and make him call that one master. Then only one possibility was left. It had happened after Lao Luo had left the Grace mainland. Someone in the endless starry sea of the universe had subdued him, and this person was the previous master of the blood vein ring. From this point, the blood vein ring apparently didn't belong to the Grace mainland. As this train of thought crossed Shi Yan's head, he had a better understanding of the universe. Now he knew that the universe had existences that went beyond his imagination. If we're prepared, we should do it now. I've been waiting for this moment for such a long, long time. Bao Ao rubbed his hands, talking excitedly. Shi Yin nodded, pressing down the thoughts of the blood vein ring and Lao Luo. He smiled faintly. How to open it? Bao Ao didn't answer him. Instead, he walked with Jie towards the pond in the center of the Hall of Demogorgon. When their reflections appeared in the pond, the black burning flame flew and got into the 7 Demogorgon statues. The sight at the lake bottom revealed little by little. It was an enormous demon drawing, which was inexplicable to the Acme, containing endless mysteries. The 7 Demogorgon statues had become 7 nodes of that mysterious drawing, as if they were some kind of a formation eye. Bao Ao and Jie stood right at the center of the 7 Demogorgon statues. Under their feet was a magic formation sketched by demonic patterns. Demon energy was seething, releasing the aura that could distort people's souls. Sure, Yin was stunned looking at it. "Come here." Bao Ao waved at him, signaling him to come. He laughed contentedly. "The entrance is here. However, once it opens, this place will be ruined. The Hall of Demogorgon won't exist anymore. The 7 Demogorgon statues will go with us. Anyway, it's not important. As long as we can find the top-grade Demogorgon statues in the first demon area, we will get a better inheritance. At that time, we can escape this place. We don't need to prepare anything." Shi Yin asked with uncertainty. "Don't worry. We've prepared everything before you came here." Bao Ao smiled. "We just need only one thing, your Demogorgon blood. With the Demogorgon blood as the key, we can activate the other things we've prepared. Hurry up. Don't delay here. We've been waiting for you for almost 1 year." Jie was hurried. "You brat, you told us it would take only half a month. Turns out you wasted 1 year. If we weren't so bored, we wouldn't play with the Ghostmark clan, leading to their rebellion." As they had been waiting for Shi Yin in boredom, they came to the Ghostmark clan to see if they could use their secret technique to contact the Demogorgon statues in the first demon area. However, when they arrived at the Shady Firmament Old Mound, they found something abnormal. Not only Cassidy was resurrected, but many clansmen of the Ghostmark clan had also become stronger. Members of the Ghostmark clan had used the written charm scripture to convert heaven and earth energy into mysterious Qi to supply to the shriveled clansmen, making them vigorous again. The heaven and earth energy was a limited source. The 2 leaders of the demon clan were afraid that if they let the Ghostmark clan convert natural energy massively like that, they wouldn't have enough energy to open the first demon area. So, they attacked the Ghostmark clan immediately to erase this threat. In the next moment, an immense will spread out from the written charm scripture. At that moment, they realized the scripture had changed and revived the patriarch of the Ghostmark clan. Although his power had been recovered just a little, they had to struggle hard. That fight ended with Bao Ao and Jieji's defeat. They returned immediately. Not long after that, the 4 clans had joined hands and started to attack them. As the patriarch of the Ghostmark clan knew it would take a lot of energy to open the first demon area, he had led the other 3 clans to attack the demon clan. They all knew what they should do to prevent the demon clan and save time for their clans. If Shi Yin had broken through the true god realm in half a month, the demon clan wouldn't have suffered such a significant loss. That was why Jie got mad at him. Shi Yin rubbed his nose as he felt a little bit embarrassed. As Jie urged him, he didn't delay and walked to them. Under his feet were the extremely complicated demonic patterns. They looked like an unceasing, exquisite sketch drawn by the Almighty. Although Shi Yin had knowledge of formations, even after scrutinizing the formation for a while, he couldn't understand any of its subtle features. The magic characteristics of this place had surpassed his knowledge. Where should I drop the blood? And how many drops does it require? Shi Yin put on a bitter face. I've just condensed the altar, which consumed a lot of my immortal demon soul. You've given me a high price. 3 drops is enough. Bao Ao glared at him and chuckled. Of course, we know the immortal demon blood's precious. We won't trap you. Ah, yeah. I forgot to tell you that if you can complete replacing your blood, you can increase your body's competence tremendously. At the same time, you can receive the ancient power of the Demogorgon's seal. And besides this stuff, you can restore the real body of the undying demon tribe, the immortal body. Shi Yin was struck, feeling dizzy. Replace blood? How? You have the immortal demon blood in your body, which carries the infinite, refined energy. Use it to replace your own blood. Only the clansmen with the Demogorgon blood can do that. You're that sort of clansman, you lucky be Astra-starred, Bao Ao smilingly said. Shi Yin got stirred up, but then he went begrudgingly. Was it a piece of cake to condense the immortal demon blood? Each drop was extremely precious. Although he had the mysterious martial spirit to condense it, he had created just a little number of drops until now. Building the sole sacrificial altar had taken half of the drops he had. At this moment, he had to spend 3 more, leaving only 10 drops stored in his body then. Using the immortal demon blood to replace all the blood running in his vessels was a construction that would be many times tougher than building the utmost 8 purgatory city. He felt his scalp tingling thinking about it. However, the benefit he could have was quite desirable. Yin couldn't help but dream about it. Maybe if I can kill enough for the mysterious martial spirit to refine the energy, I can do that, right? Yin thought. Chapter 697. Desolate Deathly Stillness. Chapter 697. Desolate Deathly Stillness. 3 drops of immortal demon blood fell from Yan's fingertip onto the subtle demon drawings underneath his feet. A dazzling red halo expanded from the patterns under their feet. That massive formation sparkled while flows of black flame, which were as viscous as a flaming liquid, pouring on the demon patterns. At that moment, the patterns were filled with energy, which activated some mysterious formations. The strange formation arrayed with demon patterns and drawings seemed to become the giant, gloomy mouth of a beast, releasing a powerful suction force. Shortly, all the demon chi in the Hall of Demogorgon was drawn. The suction force from the patterns raked through the place, covering everywhere. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The massive pillars in the hall trembled as a giant passage that was drawing energy appeared above their heads. An immense torrential energy wave shot out from the energy passage towards the Grace mainland. Just like a powerful pump, it started to suck the heaven and earth energy of the Grace mainland. Instantaneously, all the experts in the Grace mainland could sense the change of heaven and earth energy. They discolored in fright as fear rose in their hearts. Leaders of the other 4 clans in the other corners of the second demon area soared up to the sky, flying towards an abyss in the horizon where a massive energy passage had just appeared. Their faces grimaced. They understood that the operation to open the first demon area of the demon clan had begun. No one hesitated. Leaders in their hotshots of the 4 clans dashed towards the general direction of the Demogorgon Hall. They had to stop the others at any cost. Yin looked at the lively patterns under his feet, which were like a surging sea. It was seething while the patterns were like sponges taking in energy. It has started. Bao Ao was stirred up. He kneeled down above the patterns, looking at the 7 Demogorgon statues respectfully while humming in demon language. The 7 Demogorgon statues diffused turbulent waves of energy with the abundant heaven and earth energy. When that energy reached the acme, a faint light that appeared under their feet. The faint light enlarged gradually until a glorious 5-colored light passage emerged. A colorful light was moving dazzlingly in the passage that hindered people from seeing what was happening inside. The 7 Demogorgon statues trembled, falling precisely into that light passage before the Hall of Demogorgon collapsed. They disappeared instantly. "Quick!" Jieji shouted. "All clansmen line up and get in orderly. Do not panic." Hearing his shout, members of the demon clan urged their beasts, disappearing into the light passage one by one. "We should move." Bao Ao glared at Yin, shouting amidst the mess of falling rocks. "The hall will be destroyed soon. Then we'll blast. It should also be the time the 4 tribes get here. We have to get in before the explosion happens. Or else, we'll get hurt badly." Yin wasn't familiar with this place. Of course, he would follow the others' words. He ran after Jieji, entering the light passage. Members of the demon clan rode their beasts and retreated from this place under Bao Ao's direction. Bao Ao suddenly paled, shouting in fear. "Hurry up! Move quickly!" He could feel the formidable energy fluctuation of living beings outside the Hall of Demogorgon. This meant the experts of the 4 clans had arrived. At this moment, massive pillars that supported the Hall of Demogorgon collapsed. Pieces of rock scattered everywhere. Many big chunks of rock that were as big as a windmill brought with them a massive energy of impact. If they hit someone, they would smash him or her into a pulp of meat. Although the Demon Clan's members all had sturdy bodies, they would still not be able to endure such damage. Hence, Bao Ao was worried a lot. Under his shouts and screams, clansmen of the Demon Clan took their beasts and stormed into the passage. When the last demon and his beast disappeared, Bao Ao shouted and turned into a black beam, disappearing into that light passage. In that fraction of time, the hall of Demogorgon blasted. Pieces of rock scattered everywhere. Demon chi condensed and exploded, generating tremendous tremors. Corpse Chief, Canty, the written charm scripture, and a distorted dim halo appeared above the energy passage in the hall of Demogorgon. No one stood behind them, or no one could catch up with their speed, to be exact. Two people and the two magical objects felt the blast under their feet, right, when they appeared above the Demogorgon hall. The four were a little bit hesitant. They didn't care about the strong explosion, plunging into the ruins of the hall. As the two pagans, a scripture, and a dim halo descended on the Demogorgon hall, they seemed to trigger some furious barrier. The explosion under their feet became fiercer, and the shock waves dizzied these people. Canny and Corpse Chief got hurt differently from that blast. They had to consume a big part of the energy to maintain their immortal bodies. The written charm scripture seemed to be affected by the explosion, as it was bouncing and trembling disorderly. However, the dim halo wasn't affected. It plunged through the ruined hall, flying towards the light passage. As Canty and Corpse Chief saw the dim halo descending, they immediately followed it with their best speed. The written charm scripture trembled, swaying in the air to avoid the furious explosion center. It was the last one descending. As it recognized the formation was open completely, it had no method to stop it anymore. The scripture had no choice but to follow Canty's team to get into the light passage. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Not long after the four entered the passage, the hall of Demogorgon collapsed completely. Big blocks of rock covered the place, leaving only a slit from where heaven and earth energy was seeping through to the passage. Comoros and the three Yama Kings arrived later. Seeing the ruins of the hall of Demogorgon under the 1,000 meters tall pile of debris, they didn't know how to get into the place. How about you guys? You know how to get into the earth well. Shouldn't you be able to dig a passage? Comoros looked at Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea with hope. As long as you can make a passage, we can all get there. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea tried for a while and then shook their heads. Corpse Mount then said, "The 5 elements are disordered now. We can't get in. If we want to go there, we have to remove the 10,000 meters of rock." After he said that, the others turned grim, but they couldn't utter a word. "We should wait and see." Haitian contemplated for a while, then continued. "Our leaders got there earlier. I think if anything happens, they can solve it. And if our leaders can't solve the matter, even if we get there, we still won't be able to do anything." Hearing him, the others could only nod begrudgingly. They stopped all operations, waiting in silence above the hall of Demogorgon. The gloomy sky hung above the dark ground. Deathly, desolate, deep chasms scattered here and there. It was the world Sure Yin saw at first glance. There was neither demon chi nor any heaven and earth energy in this place. This world only had a rough, uneven ground, with scattered dried bones everywhere. Those bones belonged to the members of the Demon Clan and giant beasts. Sure Yin could see so many dried bones in this world, which seemed about to be gone with the wind at any minute. Sure Yin, Bao Ao, Jeji, and the hotshots of the Demon Clan were all stunned on seeing the background of the first demon area. They were petrified, not knowing what to say. Looking at the horizon, they could see some mountain ranges jutted up to the sky, hiding in the dark, while the endless darkness occupied the further areas. There was no life. This place was even more desolate and barren than the second demon area. It wasn't as beautiful as they had imagined, and they couldn't see the Demogorgon statues. The 7 Demogorgon statues from the second demon area were placed in front of them in the order they had been in the hall of Demogorgon. It seemed their functions hadn't been changed, and the demon clan's inheritance was still there. Is it the holy land you've yearned for? The first demon area? Shurian contemplated for a while, and then asked Bao Ao gingerly. We've spent 1/3 of the Grace Mainland's heaven and earth energy to open the first demon area for this. Bao Ao was startled, but he couldn't answer. People would always imagine the best things. Bao Ao and Jeji were the members of the younger generation of Demon Clan, who had never experienced the Antiquity War. So, the things they knew about the first demon area had stopped at 10,000 years ago. Dozens of thousands of years ago, the first demon area had been filled with demon chi. It had so many hotshots of the Demon Clan and the top Demogorgon statues, where they could receive the strongest inheritance. They had the ancient experts to teach them the power Upanishad and give them the treasures of the Demon Clan. Those memories were their assumptions and the motivation that had urged them to open the first demon area. Today, this place was barren and desolate. Looking at the dried bones on the ground and the scarce energy, all members of the Demon Clan gawked as they felt they were deceived. We haven't explored the place yet. This place should have something we haven't known. I'm sure. Bao Ao seemed to try to persuade himself to not believe in what they had seen here. He shouted, "Follow me. We should check this place out." Many clansmen of the Demon Clan felt dispirited. They stooped as despair filled their hearts, riding their beasts and following their masters. Jieji wasn't foul-mouthed anymore, as he knew that if he showed his dispirited mood at this moment, it would affect all of his men. He talked to his people in a calm and relaxed voice, saying that it wasn't as bad as it seemed. Sure, Yin kept silent the whole time. He knew talking was no use in this case. At least, they had to know why the first demon area had turned into this current appearance. Once they reached the thing that looked like the big mountain, everybody screamed in fright. Chapter 698. Hope of Dawn in the Middle of the Ruins. Chapter 698. Hope of Dawn in the Middle of the Ruins. It was not a mountain range. They were the ruins of 7 collapsed Demogorgon statues. Each statue was as imposing as a high mountain. Although they had collapsed, they were almost 1,000 meters tall. Situated between the Demogorgon statues was a group of temples. Those temples were ruined and desolate, no longer having the ambience they used to have. Skeletons of demons and beasts scattered here and there in the temples. As Shurian, Bao Ao, and Jieji reached this place, they were silent while looking at the ruins, as if they didn't know what to say to feel better in the situation. There was no beam of energy surging on the massive 7 Demogorgon statues. There was nothing mysterious now. Apparently, these statues no longer functioned. According to Bao Ao, the top 7 Demogorgon statues in this place could absorb the power Upanishad and the knowledge of the 7 antiquity Demogorgons from the foreign land, which was a miracle. Bao Ao's group was persistent to come here with the hope that they could receive the guidance of the antiquity Demogorgons, or they could receive their inheritance at least. With this inheritance, they could break through to the King God realm, which could help them find the way to escape, perhaps. It was too bad that the 7 Demogorgon statues had all been damaged. They lied in the ruins of the temples without any waves of energy around them. Bao Ao kept quiet for a long time, and then asked his men, "Get in the temples. Check everything there. If you find anything abnormal, report it to me immediately." Jieji gave his men the same order. For the time being, members of the Demon Clan rode their beasts, jumping into the temples and starting their quest with anxiety. Everyone was worried and suspicious, but no one dared to utter a word. They didn't dare, but Sure Yin did. After hesitating for a while, he frowned and then spoke up. "This place seems to have had a purge." Bao Ao and Jieji discolored abruptly. Light shot out from his eyes while fear rose in their hearts. How could they not notice that? Dried bones were scattered everywhere in the vast first demon area. There was no life to be found, and those were bones of the Demon Clan's members and their beasts, not of any other clans. If a war had happened here, this place should have had bones of other clans as well. That's why Sure Yin said, "Purge," which also implied that the ones who carried the operation had the ability to clean all the demon clan's clansmen and beasts in the first demon area. Moreover, they had retreated intact with triumph. This conclusion had struck Bao Ao and Jie Ji severely, dragging their hearts into a deep abyss. They didn't want to believe it was true. Whatever era it was, the demon clan was always strong. Although they had had to hide in the demon areas during the rise of human clan that year, they had never received such a significant loss. They couldn't imagine who had such supernatural powers to carry out a purge on the first demon area, their holy land. It seemed all the ancient hotshots of the clan were eradicated. This related to the dignity of the demon clan. If it were true, it would be a terrible humiliation to their entire race, as it dirted their glory from the past. That was why Bao Ao and Jie Ji couldn't say anything. They didn't want to believe in what their eyes saw. The two then released a powerful soul magnetic field, covering the entire temples to search for energy fluctuation of living beings or something abnormal. Too bad. No matter how hard they tried, the result was the same. They didn't get anything. Shortly, their men came back, shaking their heads in distress, indicating that they found nothing. This group of large temples had no barriers or formations with a streak of energy left. This meant that they would never find what had happened here. Each demon returned from a vain search was glum. They could see the truth, and a deep despair rose in their hearts. Who was so heartless to kill all members of the demon clan in the first demon area? No one remained. They had even destroyed the 7 Demogorgon statues, cutting their path of further development. All members had a big suspicion in their hearts, but they were helpless, unable to untie this knot. What should we do? Yin was worried, asking the other two. If it's the result, I think we all have the answer. Perhaps we should leave this place and return to the Grace mainland to continue cultivating. It's the right thing to do. It's tough. Bao Ao forced a smile, shaking his head. Heaven and earth energy of the Grace mainland is maybe enough to facilitate only 1 or 2 king God realm warriors. Perhaps you don't know it yet. When a warrior is breaking through the king God realm, he has to collect thick heaven and earth energy sufficiently. If the energy isn't enough, even if he has reached the realm, he will definitely fail. At this moment, the heaven and earth energy there has been consumed by 1/3. To restore the patriarch of the Ghostmar clan, it requires half of the remaining energy. We don't have many opportunities. Yin was struck. Their situation was that alarming. I'm telling you, Xian Ming, the lord of the monster clan in the perpetual night forest, could reach level 10 already. He's patient and not taking the heaven and earth energy to break through because he's worrying that once he does that, he will speed up the draining speed of the energy in the Grace mainland. At that time, his monster clan will have to bear disasters. That monster has the god's domain already. He has almost comprehended the mysteries of the king god realm. If he wants, he can break through easily, said Bao Ao, looking deep into Yan's eyes. Yan's countenance became grimaced. Xian Ming, the patriarch of the Ghostmar clan, and that guy from the Dark clan, they all need a tremendous amount of heaven and earth energy to support them. At this moment, energy in the Grace mainland's only enough for one of the 3. No matter who breaks through or recovers, we won't have even the soup to eat. Not to mention breaking through the king god realm. I'm afraid we can't even continue cultivating. Bao Ao shook his head and sighed. He felt begrudging and distressed at the same time. He didn't know which path they should take for now. Yin didn't say a word. He stood there emotionlessly as he was trying to squeeze his brain for a solution. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, this situation wouldn't be overturned. Suddenly, he remembered the blood vein ring. From the information he got about Lao Luo, the blood vein ring wasn't something that belonged to the Grace mainland. Its previous owner had subdued Lao Luo, the one who used to be invincible in the Grace mainland in the foreign land. So, he must be an absolute existence in the universe. Although Yin didn't know why the blood vein ring had fallen to this land, he could confirm that it would never want to see him die that way slowly. Without the heaven and earth energy, it would be hard for him to advance. The amount of energy required to reach the king god realm was intimidatingly formidable. He pondered for a while and then sent his thought to the blood-vein ring, explaining his difficult situation and wishing for instructions. The immense, rainbow-like light overflowed from the blood-vein ring, as if the ring spirit was considering something. That colorful light extended from Yin, covering the temples and the 7 collapsed Demogorgon statues. Bao Ao and Jieji were startled, looking at him bewilderedly. Yin wasn't bothered. He gathered his mind, essence, chi, and soul, waiting silently inside the blood vein ring. Swoosh! A flow of sharp and enormous energy gushed out from the blood vein ring. The remaining immortal demon blood drops in Yan's body instantly shot out from his body, lining up in front of him. Drops of ruby immortal demon blood revolved in the air, carrying the tremendous blood chi. Under the guidance of some power, they divided into 7 parts, flying to the core of the 7 Demogorgon statues. At the same time, the negative energy stored in each of his acupuncture points was drawn out, turning into beams of gray energy that shot towards the 7 Demogorgon statues. It seemed they were condensing the vessels for the 7 Demogorgon statues. It was a miraculous scene. Yan's eyes brightened. He could vaguely feel a gossamer-like aura from the 7 Demogorgon statues. Bao Ao and Jie shivered in fright, their faces disbelieving, looking at Yin with astonishment. All members of the demon clan were stunned. They were gazing at Yin as though they were watching ghosts. They all could see that the ring on his hand was transforming the 7 Demogorgon statues. PFFF. Yin spurted blood from his mouth. He turned pale immediately. This was the sign of significant blood loss. At the same time, his negative energy had been drawn completely. Countless beams of negative energy had been sent to the 7 Demogorgon statues. Suddenly, this supply was cut off. They could feel a energy fluctuation as thin as the spider thread on the 7 Demogorgon statues. 7 flows of weak energy shot out from the core of the 7 Demogorgon statues, gathering at one spot. A small door was generated in the sky above the temples. Bao Ao and Jie were dumbstruck, gawking at the 7 Demogorgon statues. They were astounded on seeing that the 7 Demogorgon statues seemed to be healed due to the strange energy from Yin. It seemed, if Yin had enough energy, these statues could be restored wholly. Unfortunately, Yan's energy wasn't enough, so it couldn't reach such a level. However, they were still thrilled because of the small door above the temples, although they didn't know where it would take them. Rainbow-like light on the blood vein ring ceased and disappeared. The ring spirit seemed to be exhausted. It became quiet, as if it would take a relatively long time to restore. However, it was enough for Yin. He knew that the blood vein ring could receive his thought and had shown him the way to survive. He didn't know where that door led to, but he knew that there was a solution behind that door. And whether it was the solution for his matter or for all the clans in the Grace mainland, only God knew. Bao Ao, as you dare to open the first demon area on your own, your clan will be destroyed. Right at this moment, a feeble but melodious voice came from the written charm scripture. The scripture swayed and showed itself. A gloomy shadow also appeared behind it, followed by Canny and Corpse Chief. They stood at the 4 corners of the temples. Chapter 699, Meteorolite C. Chapter 699, Meteorolite C. Canny of the Dark Devil clan, Corpse Chief of the Corpse clan, the Patriarch of the Ghostmar clan, and the creature of the Dark clan with the Spirit Ghost Flame were the strongest 4 existences of the Grace mainland. Right now, they all were present in this desolate area. They had chased after the demon clan to this place despite the formidable explosion. Each of them had suffered different levels of damage. This time, they came here to ask the demon clan to pay a big price. As Bao Ao and Jie saw these 4, they were astounded. They didn't expect that those people were so stubborn. They knew they had no chance to overturn the situation once the first demon area was opened. But they still got here, which was beyond the demon clan's estimation. Why do you need to do that? Bao Ao frowned, but he seemed not worried at all. Strong warriors of our demon clan are all here. Jieji and I can stop Canny and Corpse Chief. Zenith, you haven't restored your power yet. You can't recover the part you consumed. It's just a dream if you guys want to kill our demon clan. Don't make both sides bear damages. Nobody can gain anything in the end then. Bao Ao's words weren't meant to threaten them. Jieji's and Bao Ao's power was intimidating, which wasn't less than Canny's and Corpse Chief's. They could even gain the upper hand. That creature of the Dark Clan hadn't had a body yet. It just depended on so many Een spirits and wandering ghosts, so it wasn't enough to kill Bao Ao and Jieji. Bao Ao and Jieji were afraid of Zenith of the Ghost Mark clan the most. Anyway, Zenith hadn't had recovered fully yet. Facing many hotshots and beasts of the demon clan, he couldn't gain the upper hand. As the heaven and earth energy on the Grace mainland was about to run out, if Zenith continued to consume his energy, his recovery would be much more difficult. If he didn't have the competence of the King God realm, using his body's power to escape this continent would result in his death. Thus, if they wanted to fight until both sides got damaged severely, it wouldn't benefit anyone. Canny and Corpse Chief quieted down. However, they were still hostile towards Bao Ao and Jieji. Their eyes didn't show the emotions that humans should have, only the cold, murderous intention. A faint laughter came from the Een written charm scripture. Bao Ao, is it the holy land in your hearts which could solve the matters of your sorrows and your clan's future? This is just a desolate area without a beam of energy. The 7 Demogorgon statues are all damaged. Do you really think that it's still your hope? Bao Ao pointed at the door the blood vein ring had generated from Shi Yan's immortal demon blood while smiling. We still have hope. Shi Yan stood there, hesitating as he was pondering if he wanted to get in there or not. He didn't know where that door would lead them to, but it was the solution the blood vein ring had given him. This exit was created by the energy of the 7 Demogorgon statues, stimulated by his immortal demon blood. Shi Yan wasn't so sure whether it was an effective solution or not. Canny and Corpse Chief looked at the door, their eyes brighter. Where does it lead to? Zenith had seen the door from the Een written charm scripture. Hearing Bao Ao mention the door, he seized the chance and asked. Ghosts know. Bao Ao beamed a forced smile. But I think it should be a solution. What do you think about getting in there and exploring instead of spending time quarreling here? Canny and Corpse Chief kept silent. That gloomy halo didn't say anything, either. Zenith also kept his mouth shut, as if he were considering Bao Ao's suggestion. While standing in front of that door, Shi Yan had constantly checked the energy fluctuation from the 7 Demogorgon statues. Gradually, he found that the magical beam of energy maintaining that small door was getting weaker from over time. He sensed for a while, and his face paled. He said quickly, "This door can't be maintained for a long time. It will disappear due to lack of energy." Pausing for a while, Shi Yan suddenly shouted, "I don't care if you want to get in there or not. I gotta go now." Then, his body flashed like a dark light, disappearing into that small door. At the moment he disappeared, a shaking energy wave transmitted to the door, and the halo the 7 Demogorgon statues were projecting got weakened by a little bit. Everybody observed carefully. Seeing that change, they were startled as they suddenly got it. After one person walked through the door, the energy that maintained the door would weaken by a little bit. In other words, the energy supplied to this door wasn't enough to let many people get through the door. After each entry, the energy would reduce. Once this energy was drained, the door would disappear. No one knew what stood behind that door. However, since this place was the first demon area, and that door was created by the last beam of energy from the top 7 Demogorgon statues, of course, it wasn't just a normal door. As the Grace mainland has come to the end of its energy cycle, all clans understood this situation and were trying to find a way out for their clans, to seek a chance to survive. Perhaps behind the door was a solution, or maybe it was perilous. But at least they knew they had a possibility. Bao Ao and Jieji were a bit hesitant. They exchanged looks, then dashed towards the door. They disappeared into the door after Yen. The energy supporting that door got weakened the second time. If it continued this way, the door would disappear not long afterward. Bo-Ruo and Gu-De-Si exchanged looks, then harshly stormed forward, turning into two beams of light and disappearing. Corpse Chief and Kanta kept silent for seconds and then shot out. Right at the moment they started to move, the written charm scripture and the dim halo also flew towards that door. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. For light silhouettes disappeared. Crack, crack, crack. Shattering sounds echoed from the 7 Demogorgon statues as they started to crack into smaller pieces, rumblingly. At this moment, as their energy had been used up, that door was dispelled. Many members of the demon clan were dumbstruck on their mounts. Many of Jieji's subordinates stormed to the door, but they couldn't find anything. They were all grim, as regret rose in their hearts. It was a vast space with many meteorites hovering in the dark, starry sky. Those massive meteorites suspended in the void motionlessly. Each meteorite was as big as an entire island in the Grace mainland. They were bare and smooth, without a single grass. Those meteorites had many shapes. Some were connected with each other, but most of them were separated, hovering still in the void. They couldn't see the end of this space, in which uncountable meteorites floated still. Yen stood on one of the meteorites, which wasn't small or big. His face was grimaced and darkened, as he was urging powers to cover his body. A fire flower sparkled out of Yen's body. The scorching flame slowly arose, keeping his body comfortable. The meteorite under his feet was dark brown and rigid. There was no heaven and earth aura or air. This place was several times colder than the cold bitter land. When Yen appeared here, his body was stiffened, as if even his blood was frozen. His energy oozed, struggling slowly inside his body. Breathing was just a routine of warriors at his realm. It wasn't an essential condition to survive. The energy in their bodies was the root to protect their perpetual lives. Shortage of air wasn't important, and low gravity wasn't a matter. The most horrible thing was that this place didn't have any heaven and earth energy. This place was cold with radiation and unknown dangers. There were dozens of giant meteorites above his head, under his feet, in front of him, and behind him. Meteorites were everywhere. The nearest meteorite was around 1,000 miles away from him. In this dark space, energy tornadoes seemed to hide everywhere. Such kind of energy could even shake his soul. This place looked like a meteorite sea. Countless meteorites were scattered disorderly and chaotically, seeming to hide tremendous dangers. In front of Yen's eyes, he often saw explosions in the farthest place naked eyes could see. The shock waves of those explosions transmitted from unknown distance and created formidable impacts that were like ferocious aura attacking people, cracking their hearts. Under his feet was a formation built of hundreds of giant bones. That formation was obviously broken, as Yen could see many broken bones. There was no energy moving anymore. Those bones, which still had energy, shimmered faintly. Not long afterward, Bao-Ao, Jieji, Bo-Ruo, Gu-De-Si, and Canny appeared one after another. Until Corpse Chief, the last one who emerged from the bone formation, arrived, the bones that still had energy shattered immediately. They exploded, leaving only dust. Under the energy impact, all bones turned into dust. In this weightless environment, bone dust was like sand grains scattering into the immense darkness. Bao-Ao and Jieji appeared one by one. They immediately urged their power to protect their bodies from the bitter cold and created the power armor to avoid the unknown radiation. Canty and Corpse Chief weren't an exception. Zenith, who was hiding in the written charm scripture, seemed to mobilize his energy too. An immense gray mist engulfed the written charm scripture, just like a cloak covering the scripture. However, the gloomy halo wasn't affected. No energy wave rippled from it. After 8 people from the first demon area arrived, they hadn't said anything yet as they were quietly observing the situation, dumbstruck. There was no heaven and earth energy to be supplied. Dangers were waiting everywhere, and they needed to use energy to protect their bodies continually in this cold, dark, vast area, where energy tornadoes were hiding everywhere. This place was much more dangerous than the first demon area. Everything in their sight was perilously dangerous. "I think we've escaped the Grace mainland," Yen said after being frightened for a while. "This is the foreign land you've mentioned. However, our fortune seems not good, as we couldn't find the place with abundant heaven and earth energy. Perhaps this is where we bury our bodies." Everybody fell into silence. Chapter 700, Volunteer. Chapter 700, Volunteer. This place should be the foreign land, but it neither had the sun, moon, stars, nor usable heaven and earth energy. This environment was too extreme. It wasn't easy to survive in such a meteorite sea, let alone cultivating or breaking to the higher realms. It was just a dream here. The hope in their hearts collapsed directly as soon as they arrived. They had a feeling that they could never see the dawn again. For the time being, everybody kept silent. After a while, Kenny of the Dark Spirit clan suddenly shouted with his gloomy face, "Bao Ao, is this the place of hope you said? You've brought me to a dead road." Corpse Chief, Zenith inside the Een written charm scripture, and the creature with the Een spirit ghost flame, got angry. Energy rippled from them, as if they wanted to take back justice. Bao Ao and Jieji couldn't snap back. Looking at the meteorite sea in front of them, which was even more desolate than the first demon area, they smiled miserably, as they had no solution. "If we start a fight in this place, no one could get any benefits." Yin glared at the Een written charm scripture, talking faintly. "Without the energy to supply, when we fight, we can't refill our power. I think we will die earlier." Even if the true God Realm warriors used the top-grade essence crystals in the Grace mainland to refill their power, it was like putting salt into the ocean. Although Yin had many top-grade essence crystals in his storage ring, if they battled, those crystals couldn't supply the energy used by even one strike. If they ran out of energy, it was impossible to survive in this perilous area. His words worked. The 4 people calmed down their intention of attacking them. "Can we go back?" Zenith's feeble voice came from Een written charm scripture. "The Grace mainland's our homeland. Although its energy was about to reach the end, at least we still have some. It's much better than this place. If we can return, I won't care about what your demon clan's done anymore." Bao Ao and Jieji beamed a forced smile while shaking their heads, as they had no way to come back. Yin snorted. "The bone formation has exploded into dust. How can we get back? Don't talk nonsense. Kid, it's all because of you. You're Yin, right? You weren't nice at all on the Grace mainland. You kill my fellows. If you provoke me, even if I have to waste my energy, I will still kill you." Zenith shouted from the Een written charm scripture. Waves of soul fluctuation surged vehemently from the Een written charm scripture like a soul tornado, engulfing Yin. Yin didn't change his face, but he was shivering inside. He could feel the sacrificial altar in his head seeming to be urged, as if it wanted to get out of his head. Zenith had reached the King God realm, but his energy had been lost significantly. That was why he couldn't take the upper hand in the battle with Bao Ao and Jieji. Bao Ao and Jieji were both at the 3rd sky of True God realm, with 1 step in the King God realm. Before Zenith could recover his competence, he still would have to struggle hard. However, it wasn't a big deal to fight with Yin. "Zenith, you could try. I'm not sure who will die first." Jieji grinned fiendishly, his face crazy. This man was an inborn savage. He would never stand any threat. Bao Ao kept silent, but fighting was seething in his dark pupils. He looked like he would burst out insanely if someone provoked him. The demon clan was combative. It was the wildest and most ferocious clan among the big clans. Sometimes, even if they knew it would be harmful, they would drag the opponents to death together. As Zenith saw Bao Ao and Jiet Ji protect Shiyin, he was enraged. However, he didn't dare to call for a battle at this moment, so he kept his mouth shut. What to do then? Corps Chief was calm. He spoke up when he saw the others were quiet now. Who knows how to get out of this place? Staying here isn't a good solution. We have no idea about this place, and we're consuming our energy every second. We can't endure for a long time. We need to find the exit quickly. Bao Ao shrugged, swinging his arms begrudgingly. I have no idea. This place is a meteorite sea. Seems like there's something outside the meteorite sea, preventing the stars from entering this place. If we can cross this meteorite sea, perhaps we can find the way out. Pondering for a while, Shiyin suddenly said, However, I'm afraid of dangers hiding behind those meteorites. I don't know what would happen if we do that. Nonsense. Zenith couldn't help but scold. Who doesn't recognize the dangers in between the meteorites? Your words are useless. If you have the guts and you aren't afraid of death, you can try first. Let's see if you can cross it. Shiyin got angry as he harumphed. If you have a good solution, I want to hear if you don't mind. Zenith didn't say anything. We can only cross the meteorite sea. We have no choice, and we can't stay here for a long time. If we've consumed much of our energy, it would be harder to cross the sea, the dim halo suddenly said, after having been silent since the beginning. I can go there first. If it's too dangerous, I can always come back. He paused for a while, and then continued. You, the human kid, you come with me. I don't have a body. I'm afraid I won't be able to sense dangers. If you go with me, we can see the dangers between the meteorites clearer. Kenny, Corps Chief, and Zenith got cheered up and nodded continually. In spirit, your suggestion is not bad. We agree, said Zenith. He didn't know what the name of the other was, but since he had the Een Spirit Ghost Flame, he always called him Een Spirit. The other had no objection, as he accepted this addressing. Kenny and Corps Chief nodded to show their agreement. No, Jiet Ji suddenly laughed evilly. Good calculation, Een Spirit. You think we don't know you want Shiyin's heaven flames? Aren't you still waiting for such a good chance to snatch Shiyin's heaven flame to increase your power? Bao Ao beamed a faint smile. His attitude was clear. He didn't agree. This way would benefit us all. Zenith couldn't help but talk from the Een written charm scripture. Bao Ao, Jeji, if you don't agree, don't blame us for having no mercy. This way doesn't work, that way doesn't work, and you have no solution. Hurry up, or don't blame us later on. Een Spirit has volunteered, so of course you guys have to find someone to cooperate with him. We won't let you take advantage of us, Kenny shouted. If Shiyin can't go, you Demon Clan should send another one to try the dangers in between those meteorites. Send someone to replace him. We won't have any objection then. After Kenny said that, they immediately divided into two sides. Shiyin and the Demon Clan was one team, and the other four formed the other team. According to him, Een Spirit from their team had volunteered to go, so the Demon Clan should send someone to survey this area too. If Shiyin didn't want to go, one from Bao Ao, Jieji, Boroa, or Guda C had to go with him. This was to be fair, they said. Bao Ao and Jieji wanted to stay something, but Shiyin spoke up. I have no problem with that. He turned around, looking at the two leaders of Demon Clan, and chuckled. Don't worry. I think I can survive those energy tornadoes. What we worry isn't only the tornadoes. We are worried about someone else. Jieji put on his savage face, looking at Een Spirit. Some beings are more dangerous than the energy tornadoes. You shouldn't take responsibility recklessly. These folks can trap you badly, you know. Normally, soul-class living forms could be immune to almost all kinds of dangers. Although Een Spirit looked generous as he volunteered to take risks, he surely had some dark schemes. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to drag Shiyin with him. It's all right. I think people should be calm and honest in the given situation. Shiyin grinned and didn't wait for Bao Ao and Jieji to talk more. He said abruptly, I'm going now. I'll wait for you in there. You have to go, okay? Then, before Bao Ao and Jieji could stop him, he turned into a beam of light, shooting into the dark, cold void in front of them like a meteor. As soon as he got into the void, he disappeared immediately, and his living energy fluctuation seemed to vanish into thin air too. The hotshots, standing on a meteorite, couldn't sense him anymore. Everybody was startled, as fear arose in their hearts. They were scared of the areas between those meteorites even more. Even though Ian's spirit had said that he wanted to pioneer that area, seeing the anomaly of space, he regretted his decision immediately. He lingered, not wanting to go anymore. Bao Ao and Jie put on a cold visage. Evil light sparkled in their eyes, looking at that dim halo. Canty, Corpse Chief, and the Ian-written charm scripture also looked at him, as if they were urging him to move. Ian's spirit had to go. He swayed at his spot for a while before gingerly flying towards the direction Yen left. At this moment, everybody could see bunches of Ian's spirits and wandering ghosts appearing from that dim halo. They were showing their fangs and claws, which could tingle people's scalp. After surveying the place, you should hurry to come back. We will discuss and find the solution. Zenith pretended to be nice, giving advice. Then, he continued to talk calmly. Be careful. This foreign land's dangerous. Don't fall into any traps. Ian's spirit cursed under his breath. Anyway, he had no choice but to follow Yen. Bao Ao's team exchanged looks. They quieted down, gazing at the cold, dark area in front of their eyes, releasing the soul consciousness to sense their journey in vain. Everybody felt more insecure. As anxiety rose in their hearts, their eyes got distressed, thinking that they were too careless in entering the foreign land this time. Chapter 701, Heaven Flames Fierce Battle. Chapter 701, Heaven Flames Fierce Battle. In the cold darkness where Yen couldn't see his own fingers, he floated lonely while his nerves were tense. He didn't dare to relax for even a fraction of a second. Flows of his soul consciousness were like the pure cotton threads releasing from his sea of consciousness. They were like invisible beams, scattering around to perceive the situation just like his senses. This place was cold and quiet. He found no energy waves of living beings. Even though he hadn't approached the energy storm ahead of him, he was still cautious. Energy surged through his entire body, creating layers of thick energy armor, enveloping him completely. The energy waves transmitted in front of him were extremely furious. They were like countless exploding, twisted energy halo. Dangers were everywhere, without a specific rule. There was no way to leave this place safely. The meteorite he had arrived on first was out of his sight at this moment. Using naked eyes, he couldn't find any of its traces. Without gravity, his speed wasn't held back. It was much faster than when he was in the Grace mainland. His body moved agilely like the willow catkin. He felt like some powers were supporting him at this moment. A wisp of eerie green light appeared behind him, and energy fluctuations of living beings became clearer. It was the creature of the Dark Clan, the one that had absorbed the Ian's spirit ghost flame. He finally came. The other didn't hurry to approach Yen, as he was bobbing and swaying 1,000 meters behind Yen. It seemed the dim halo wanted to wait and see Yen storming into the energy storm first, and then decide what he should do next. Yen sneered in his head. He didn't care about the other, releasing a flow of soul consciousness to watch for any activities of Ian's spirit, as if it were his eyes. If the other acted strangely, he would attack immediately. As the situation of this place was unclear, protecting himself from being ambushed was the top priority. Yen understood this rule well. Although he didn't accelerate to the fastest speed, he soon approached an energy storm. Right at this moment, he halted. As if he had a tacit understanding, Ian's spirit still didn't catch up with him, maintaining a distance of 1,000 meters away from him, as if he had a precise ruler with him. While Yen was discreetly observing his back, he was condensing his soul consciousness. 10 flows of soul consciousness twisted with each other to form a big bunch, maintaining the deep connection with his god soul. It then slowly entered the energy storm area. Bang! Fierce tremors were transmitted to him through his soul consciousness. The beam of soul consciousness he had released was pulled and torn, making his god's soul tremble for a while, as his sea of consciousness surged abruptly. Yin urged more soul consciousness from his sea of consciousness, pouring into the biggest beam to save it from being pulled into the energy storm. His god soul felt a pain as if he had many needles pricking him at the same time. His energy became a little bit disordered. From 1,000 meters behind him, the Een spirit emitted a deep green halo. He trembled, which showed that he had its soul energy fluctuating. Yin was sensitive enough to detect that. He shuddered inside, and didn't think much as he hastened to pull his flow of soul consciousness back. He wanted to change the power to deal with the attack from behind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dark green shadows were standing out in the dark. They were the Een spirits from the bottom of the sea in the seven-layered underworld, which were fostered by the dark sea and the dark chi. They were evil and bloodthirsty, storming towards him with their blade-like, sharp fighting will. Yin turned his body abruptly. A flow of soul consciousness, he hadn't retreated, yet started to deal with the attack of the Een spirits. A faint halo sparkled on the storage ring as the soul gathering pearl appeared quietly in the dark. This bead was dark green, which helped it mingle well with the darkness, and it was hard to detect its location. As those Een spirits had just been released, they hadn't reached the fastest speed yet. The soul-gathering pearl could catch them, dragging them towards it with some invisible forces. The Een spirits cried and roared. However, their sounds didn't echo in this space. An immense blue flame emerged from the dim halo, releasing magical soul fluctuations that flew towards the Een spirits. The immense blue flame had the ability to control Een spirits and wandering ghosts. It was the Een spirit ghost flame, one of the heaven flames. His power poured into the Een spirits, giving them the tremendous energy to get rid of the soul-gathering pearl's entanglement. They could cut off the bind immediately. The stagnant speed of the Een spirits suddenly accelerated. They cried and screamed furiously, attacking Yin. Their blade-like sharp will had intruded Yin's sea of consciousness first. His seething sea of consciousness seemed to be fragmented by this kind of will. For the time being, Yin's power Upanishads seemed to be broken apart, and it was hard to gather them again. The energy fluctuation of a nine serenity's soul-devouring flame on the heaven flame's altar section became clearer. The white jade flames suddenly engulfed the entire sea of consciousness, sweeping away the Een spirit's will. Yin was struck. As the soul bind was lifted up, he got the control of his sea of consciousness again. Too bad it was too late. Flows of Een spirits dashed towards Yin like big columns at fast speed, furiously banging into his chest. This heavy attack had blown him backward. Yin discolored as he suddenly realized that he was wrong. That dim halo didn't want to bombard him, but to push him into the energy storm behind. It was obvious that the dim halo could sense the dangers inside that area. He also knew that Yin had some support as he dared to volunteer. He didn't want to fight with Yin out there, but actually use the perilous conditions inside the energy storm to wear out Yin. Although Yin knew his intention, he couldn't control his body during the fight, flinging backward and falling directly into one of the energy storms. Countless strange and distorted energies that he couldn't see enveloped him like a meat grinder. Under such fierce energies, layers of energy armors on Yin's body sparked, as if someone was using many knives to slash him. Pain engulfed him, while he could only defend with his best under such furious attacks. His strong flow of soul consciousness that hadn't retreated yet from this energy storm returned to Yin's body under the control of his god soul, disappearing into his sea of consciousness. He didn't dare to urge his soul consciousness one more time, so he had to mobilize the other powers in his body to protect his body and keep his mind safe and sound to not make any mistakes. If his divine abilities were confined, his body's movement would be struggling. At that moment, even lifting his arms or legs would consume a lot more energy than usual. It was lucky that he had the tremendous powers in his body. Swaying in the powerful energy storm, he adjusted his body, giving up the idea of moving forward. He checked his powers and found that the amount of energy consumed was still acceptable. He couldn't see the dim halo or sense its exact location. He didn't know whether the other wanted to attack him or not. Sure, Yin didn't hasten. He pulled himself together and then sensed things inside the energy storm. Eventually, he found that even though the chaotic, twisted energy in this area was harsh, it wasn't as hazardous as he had thought. He still could stand it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The fire sparked in front of him, while a dim halo appeared in the energy storm. The twisted, disordered energy here seemed to not affect him. Countless Een spirits and ghosts constituting his dim halo didn't get agitated, as if they weren't affected a bit. Mwaha, I'm immune. Kid, getting into this storm, let's see what countermeasures you have. The dim halo sent its soul fluctuation. This guy seemed to be very confident. Well, I'm not affected, but you are enduring the attacks from the energy storm every second. In this place, you will be drained. Be obedient and hand out the heaven flames for me to eat, and I'll let you go. How does it sound? All right, Shurian grinned in his mind, sending his soul fluctuation. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame appeared from the altar in his sea of consciousness. The white jade flame was like the death which was summoning souls, releasing an energy that could burn all kinds of souls. Dozens of Een spirits were moving toward Yin quietly. However, when they saw the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame, they desperately wanted to avoid it, as if they had seen a ferocious ghost. A fire's circle expanded from the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame at the speed that was faster than the retreat speed of the Een spirits. When the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame touched them, the Een spirits cracked, turning into light spots of pure energy, scattering in the energy storm and disappearing shortly. It's the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame. The dim halo was excited, and its soul fluctuation shot out everywhere. It's the best for me. The immense blue flame gradually emerged from the dim halo. A faint soul stayed in the center of the flame, which had a beam of the Een spirit ghost flame's feeble soul on its forehead. This was the mark representing that he had absorbed the heaven flame. The flame that stormed out from the dim halo was urged by the faint soul inside the Een spirit ghost flame. It was a member of the Dark Clan, who could fuse completely with heaven flame to promote the flame power to the acme. Compared to the coexisting situation of Yin and his heaven flames, this guy was more dangerous. The god soul of that Dark Clan's member also had 3 tiers, including the Sea of Consciousness, the particular dark river of the Dark Clan, and the god soul topping them all. This Dark Clan's member was apparently a high realm warrior. As he had the soul sacrificial altar, he had reached the true god realm, or even higher. The god soul sat neatly above the sacrificial altar, releasing a strong, surging soul energy. Blue flames meandered like spiritual snakes, covering many Een spirits and wandering ghosts. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame transmitted a soul-destructive soul energy, while the white jade flames enveloped Yin. However, there were so many Een spirits and ghosts on the blue flames that the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame couldn't burn them all shortly. Yin was in danger. Chapter 702, God Body. Chapter 702, God Body. Many Een spirits and ghosts were constituting the spiritual snakes, which carried the pure heaven flame power of the Een spirit ghost flame. Those snakes flew swiftly and reached to Yin in just a blink. In just a short amount of time, the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flames, white jade flame, had burned down many Een spirits and wandering ghosts. However, there were too many of them, so the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame couldn't burn them all instantly. The creature of the Dark Clan with its Een spirit ghost flame was also hurried, flying behind the spiritual snakes and dashing toward Yin. At this critical moment, Yin was held deep in the energy storm, where a significant consumption of energy was required to protect his body. He was struggling hard, revealing weaknesses here and there. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The spiritual snakes had crossed the defense of the white jade flames. Shortly, they covered him with many layers. Flows of Een spirit ghost flame with the Een spirits attached to his body. The immense blue flame tried to control his soul, which would prevent him from using his defending techniques. Boom! Fierce tremor transmitted from Shi Yan's god's soul, which swayed on the altar, as if some invisible forces were trying to drag it out of the altar and his body. The creature of the Dark Clan was strangely happy. It continually sent him its soul fluctuations. Kid, you're seeking death yourself. Don't blame me for making both your soul and body perish. Get out! Shi Yan tried to press down the powerful vibration of his god's soul. His thought flickered to connect to the heaven flame's soul sacrificial altar. The ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the corpse vanishing flame flew out from the altar after they had received his order. The three heaven flames created a fire sea, covering Shi Yan entirely. An icy cold aura froze the blue flame on his body instantly. Right after that, the earth flame and the corpse vanishing flame started to attack the spiritual snakes furiously. These two flames were using their intimidating energy to hit the snakes, making sparks scatter everywhere. In the beginning, the corpse vanishing flame hadn't wanted to cooperate with Shi Yan. After it had been relocated to the sacrificial altar and received good benefits from him, the flame then became milder and accepted him. At this moment, just like the ice-cold flame and the earth flame, it had considered the heaven flame altar in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness its home, where it could cultivate and thrive. At this moment, as someone wanted to destroy his root, the flame, of course, wouldn't tolerate it. It used all of its powers to counter the enemy, without concealing anything. Among the heaven flames, the corpse vanishing flame was a peculiar one, as it had an enormous death aura. Anyway, it had the same function as the power of death and life that Shi Yan had comprehended. The lethality of the flame's aura was formidable for the snakes created by the Een spirits and wandering ghosts. Under the corpse vanishing flame's energy attack, the Een spirits and ghosts became hazy, as if their minds were occupied by some unknown, evil forces. They all were controlled, and made a halt in the void dully, as if they had been attacked by the body-fixing technique. They no longer released the soul energy attacks. The earth flame burned all the frozen souls. Under its scorching temperature, those Een spirits and ghosts didn't resist. They were melted while screaming, but no sounds were heard. All Een spirits and ghosts were afraid of the burning heat like the earth flame's power, which was their nemesis. Shortly, the Een spirit's force was damaged badly, and their soul energy weakened drastically. Although all of them were heaven flames, the blue Een spirit ghost flame was afraid of high temperature. It was struggling under the burning power of the earth flame, thus couldn't increase the power to control those souls. Shortly, Shi Yan's pressure was lifted, and his trembling god soul was calmed down for a moment. You have more than one heaven flames, the Dark Clan's creature shouted. It was both excited and nervous. Good. Excellent. I'm going to strike jackpot this time. After taking in those heaven flames, I can condense a body to swagger, even in the foreign land. The three-tiered sacrificial altar of the Dark Clans suddenly shook. Energy leaves fell from the altar, creating a leaf sea that snatched over Shi Yan. Each leaf had the power seal of the Dark Clan. Shi Yan could see the lines on the surface of those leaves. The powers that the sage of the Dark Clan had comprehended were urged, making his three-tiered sacrificial altar supernaturally dangerous. When the leaf sea covered Shi Yan, the power Upanishads in his altar became so chaotic that he couldn't mobilize the power to even defend. All forces in his body started to disorder. Inside the energy storm, Shi Yan had to gather his energy in every second to create the defense to keep himself safe from the attack of the energy storm. At this moment, As the powers of his body were all chaotic, he didn't have any effective method to resist the invasion of the energy storm. The energy armors around his body scattered. His body was exposed in the center of the energy storm. The tremendous devouring force surged furiously, entering his body and destroying his blood and flesh. Shi Yan's petrification martial spirit had been activated for a long time. At that moment, his flesh and blood turned golden. Bones of his entire body echoed cracking sounds while energy seethed furiously in every muscle fiber of his. Under the skin-tearing power of the energy storm, Shi Yan felt pain as if countless worms were nibbling his body. Pain engulfed both his body and mind. However, even if he didn't have the energy protection, the bursting energy in his body could be considered supernatural. So, even though he felt an intense pain, his body stayed unharmed, maintaining a stone-rigid fleshy defense. People always tended to underestimate his soul and robust body. This body had experienced thousands of times of quenching with the petrification martial spirit and the immortal martial spirit. After taking in the golden marrow, he was much more durable than the other warriors in the same realm. He was much beyond people's imagination. Although he didn't have the energy armors anymore, he was still safe, and his body seemed to be enduring another time of forging and polishing in the terrifying cutting power of the energy storm as numerous light spots sparked from him. It was like his body was under the process of being forged by so many hammers, which made it stronger and more vigorous. Shi Yan had a large amount of energy stored in his bones, internal organs, and tendons. After this struggling battle, many containers were broken, making energy overflow into his blood and flesh. His body became almost unbreakable. Gradually, Shi Yan's body seemed to adapt to the energy storm, as he didn't need to increase the energy to protect his body. He suspended in the storm while many beams of broken light were moving around him. He now looked like an illuminating object emitting a dazzling light. God body, how could it be? The creature of the Dark Clan had its soul tremble, as if someone had punched it. He felt a little bit distressed. To warriors who reached the King God realm, at the moment they broke through, they would take in a formidable amount of heaven and earth energy to refine their bodies one more time. After that process, they would have a god body that could move freely in the outer space and be immune to most of the chaotic powers of the place. The reason why Zenith of the Ghostmar clan and this creature of the Dark Clan didn't dare to escape the Grace mainland was that they hadn't obtained the god body, so they had to be afraid of the energy in outer space. Only condensing the body successfully would help them escape the Grace mainland safely. In Spirit wanted to take the heaven flame to use its power to quench his body. After that, he could enter the galaxy easily. Seeing Shi Yan expose his body without any energy to protect it, yet not being afraid of the energy storm, the Dark Clan's creature gawked, screaming instinctively. Normally, even the true God Realm warriors would have their bodies worn out in the energy storm of outer space, being scattered in this foreign land. He thought that if he could smash the protection around Shi Yan's body, Shi Yan would be crushed shortly. At that moment, his god soul and sacrificial altar would be exposed, which would make it easy to kill him. He clearly had a wrong assumption about Shi Yan's tenacious body. In the energy storm, Shi Yan adapted quickly. Without using any bit of his energy, his body sparked in the area, as he was safe and sound in the energy storm. As he didn't need to pay attention to protecting his body, Shi Yan was freed all of a sudden. He grinned, sending his soul fluctuation. Thank you. Without you, I would never know my body had been that tenacious. I'm free now, so we can play well, buddy. Shi Yan touched his chest. Starlight bloomed like a shower of meteorites from the sky. It condensed into many beams, darting towards the three-tiered altar of the Dark Clan's creature. At the same time, Shi Yan released the Death Intent Domain, condensing the Death and Life Seal and the Intent Domain that could destroy all creatures, covering the three-tiered altar. The creature on the altar felt annoyed, as if he had swallowed many flies. He got the feeling of spending too much for gaining nothing. Under Shuriyan's wave of attacks, he had to use the power Upanishads that he hadn't comprehended thoroughly yet. He used the soul energy to condense many dark god spears, underworld hand seals, the surging dark sea, etc. His soul energy was drained quickly, making his three-tiered altar shrink. This was the sign of significant loss of his soul energy. Different from Shuriyan, this creature didn't have a body, so it didn't have any energy from the body to use. While countering its opponent, it had to use the soul energy which had been accumulated over so many years. He initially wanted to use the flame to refine his body, but he couldn't use it today. Also, it revealed his biggest weakness, not having a body. Come here, come here, come here, please. Shuriyan let out a crazy laughter as he was urging all powers in his body. He hovered firmly in the energy storm, releasing the power of stars, death and life to neutralize the energy that the other had condensed using his soul. Well, you want my heaven flames, right? I'm here, waiting for you. Shuriyan's soul energy became stronger. You want my heaven flames? I also want yours. Well, I want to see who will absorb whom. Chapter 703, Devouring Original Essence. Chapter 703, Devouring Original Essence. The creature of the Dark Clan was struggling hard under Shuriyan's counterattack. It wanted to dodge, but the other power Upanishads had distracted it. As a result, it couldn't react timely. The Nine Serenities' soul-devouring flame, the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the corpse-vanishing flame had burned up so many flames of the Een spirit ghost flame, along with the Een spirits and the ghosts it had released. This prevented Een's spirit from using the power of the heaven flame. He could only consume his soul energy to face Shuriyan's fierce wave of attacks. Space-cutting blades, Shuriyan shouted, urging space power. He touched his forehead, and the power of space in the altar was shot out, combining with the power of his body. Space Upanishad seemed to control his essence chi, giving it a marvelous resonance with the Space Upanishad. A giant blade appeared above the soul altar of that Dark Clan's creature. Crack! The space-cutting blade slashed down, dividing the altar into two parts. It also had the soul of the Dark Clan's creature. He tried his best to gather his soul and recover the sacrificial altar with all his efforts. But the soul-gathering pearl seized the chance and dashed forward, trying to snatch its soul. Unfortunately, it was unknown why the soul-gathering pearl couldn't affect the god soul of that creature. It just couldn't devour the god soul. Shuriyan didn't know that the soul-gathering pearl was the beast crystal of the soul-devouring beast, which was just a level 9 beast. At most, it could only swallow the souls of creatures at the same level. In other words, the bead could only take the souls of creatures at true god realm. If it were beyond this level, the soul-gathering pearl couldn't do anything. That creature's soul seemed to have reached the king god realm. Thus, only the soul-gathering pearl of a level 10 soul-devouring beast could capture it. Shuriyan wasn't hurried, even though he saw that the bead was ineffective. He increased space power to create a bigger space-cutting blade. Then, he slashed the creature's soul many times to prevent him from gathering his soul again. Shortly, a surging, furious wave overflowed from his glabella. A special mark glowed on his forehead, releasing a strange energy fluctuation. That fluctuation released waves of a lively mark, which disappeared from his forehead and reappeared on the altar of the inner world 5 devils and his immortal demon blood. Boom! Shuriyan's sea of consciousness was shaken rumblingly. At that moment, his consciousness was blurry. His soul's sacrificial altar flew out from his sea of consciousness, halting in front of him. He was startled. This terrifying event frightened him as he noticed a mark inside the altar, which was releasing strong vibrations, as if it were trying to create something. It seemed to be an extremely intimidating power, Upanishad. The mark on his forehead had disappeared and reappeared on the altar, changing it continually. The foundation of this altar, which had been generated from his soul consciousness and the energy the inner world 5 devils had absorbed from the ruins of the 7 Demogorgon statues, was being reconstructed magically. In just a blink, the connection between Shi Yin and the 5 devils was cut off. The 5 devils seemed to be smashed down and congregated into the mark. This mark was having a terrific transformation. It twisted, creating a black hole that was diffusing a destructive, extremely evil aura. Swoosh! The soul-gathering pearl flew out, falling into that black hole. Inside the black hole, Shi Yin could see the eccentric energy moving, which terrified him, making him uneasy while watching this transformation. Vaguely, he found that he had some connection with the black hole, as he could use the God Soul to control it. However, when he tried to do that, he figured out that he couldn't. Shortly, the soul-gathering pearl was smashed. The beast crystal of the bizarre, soul-devouring beast turned into numerous light spots, disappearing into the black hole. The black hole twisted, releasing an evil and strange, massive suction force. At that moment, all energies in the center of the energy store were affected. Countless Een spirits and wandering ghosts were drawn from the dim halo, disappearing into the black hole. Even the altar that the Dark Clan's creature had spent so many years to build was affected. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get rid of the suction force, being drawn into the black hole. After several breaths, the Dark Clan's creature and the soul sacrificial were sucked up, including numerous Een spirits and ghosts. Nothing remained. As the intense blue flame was bound tightly by the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame, the earth flame, the ice-cold flame, it couldn't move, floating in front of Shi Yin. The Dark Clan's creature had tried everything it could use to take Shi Yin's heaven flames. However, ended up being dragged into the black hole, which had melted the inner world 5 devils and the soul-gathering pearl. This black hole was created by the power from the mark. Shi Yin was petrified. He didn't know what was happening. He only knew that his enemy had disappeared completely. Shi Yin was dumbstruck, looking at the black hole there. He vaguely sensed that the black hole also had many massive revolving vortexes, just like in his acupuncture points, to refine some energy. Shi Yin knew that the energy the black hole was refining came from the creature of the Dark Clan. The black hole hovered in front of him and then disappeared, reappearing in his sea of consciousness, staying where the soul sacrificial altar used to be. A magical power Upanishad was slowly generated from that black hole. Shi Yin used his god soul to sense, then changed his visage. That power Upanishad was called Devouring Original Essence. It could devour all kinds of energies. It was also the evilest, cruelest seal of Upanishad, whose nature was to destroy, demolish, and break any balance. This power Upanishad was the nature of the black hole, the core of the black hole, which was generated by the combination of the inner world 5 devils, the soul-gathering pearl, and the mark on his forehead. It was linked to Shi Yin's soul directly. Shi Yin was struck hard. He tried to calm down to perceive the essence of that power Upanishad. He sent his soul to the black hole, watching countless revolving vortexes as he was witnessing the derivative of the most eccentric, evilest power in the universe. Shi Yin's mind and god soul were clear as he was taking in the knowledge and comprehensions of this new power. He wanted to get a good grasp of its essence and how energy was mobilized while using this power. Losing its master, the Een spirit ghost flame calmed down and didn't have any reaction. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame, the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the corpse-vanishing flame became the most talented and persuasive speakers as they were releasing their soul fluctuation to communicate with the Een spirit ghost flame. The immense blue flame didn't send out any energy fluctuation, as if it were listening to the other flames. After a while, the Een spirit ghost flame seemed to be convinced. It turned into the original form, getting into Shi Yin's head through his eyes, together with the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame, the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, and the corpse-vanishing flame. The Een spirit ghost flame then stayed together with the other 4 heaven flames on the heaven flame altar. It shone calmly, slowly fusing with the heaven flame altar. It then rooted, considering the heaven flame its new base to thrive. The Een spirit ghost flame really liked its new situation. When it was forced to fuse with that creature of the Dark Clan, its liberty was snatched. The flame had to stay in the other's soul under the other's control. This wasn't fair at all. The flame's will, power, and soul were taken, so it had no means to resist or rebel. Whenever that creature of the Dark Clan fought with the others, he always used the flame's power first. The flame was enslaved, letting its master take in all it had. Of course, the flame didn't like it. It used to plan for an escape. However, once it was fused, the flame's soul and consciousness were confined. After several attempts, it got hurt badly and hadn't restored fully yet. The offer it had at this moment was totally different. Staying in Shi Yan's soul sacrificial altar meant it was equal to Shi Yan. Also, it could take Shi Yan's blood, soul energy, and soul consciousness to nurture itself. And it could thrive to evolve later on. Only when Shi Yan was in danger would he use the flame's power. Anyway, Shi Yan wouldn't use all of its power to resist the enemies. It would only happen in some particular cases. Only when Shi Yan needed it the most would he use the flame's power. This was a win-win solution, which benefited both sides. It wasn't like the previous time when it was in a passive situation, constantly consuming energy alone. Of course, the current situation was what the flame wanted. Thus, under the enticement of the other 4 heaven flames, the unowned Een spirit ghost flame had proactively fused with Shi Yan's heaven flame altar, which would be its new home. The flame felt contented and secure. Shi Yan was surprised that the 4 heaven flames had tried to draw more support for him. He didn't need to persuade the new flame, and everything went smoothly. The Een spirit ghost flame had become a new power in his heaven flame altar. Shi Yan was delighted with this result, thinking that it was worth his good treats for the 4 heaven flames. It was easier if the 4 heaven flames helped him to convince their kind. The heaven flames calmed down, but their altar had expanded. Energy moving inside, it was obviously more vigorous, which benefited him a lot. His god soul seemed to sublimate, becoming denser and cleaner with a new power. However, the black hole was still refining energy next to the heaven flame altar. Countless vortexes were still revolving crazily with the mysteries of the devouring original essence. This made him both scared and happy. Gradually, a magical wave of energy started to diffuse from the center of the vortexes in the black hole. Those waves had accelerated the devouring speed of the black hole, then overflowed to Shi Yan's sea of consciousness, the altar of heaven flames, and the altar of seals of Upanishad. His sea of consciousness expanded continually. Flows of soul consciousness under that energy's urge had generated more pure flows, which increased the area of the sea of consciousness. Shi Yan now had more soul consciousness to use. The 5 heaven flames were dancing with the support of that energy, as if they were boosted. Each of them looked delighted and excited. The altar of the seal of Upanishad, created when Shi Yan had broken through the true God realm, also gained benefits. The 3 powers were purified, making Shi Yan understand them to a whole new level. Chapter 704, The Road of the Vanguard. Chapter 704, The Road of the Vanguard. Shi Yan had a marvelous change in his head. Seeing the new subtle power Upanishad, Shi Yan became more excited. Shi Yan found that newly formed black hole was similar to his mysterious martial spirit, as it could devour energy, filter it, and provide him many benefits. This eccentric and evil ability could make him unlimitedly strong and increase his cultivation speed tremendously. Shi Yan suddenly felt that the fundamental power Upanishad, as well as the core of the blood vein ring and the mark on his forehead, were a mystery. The sea of consciousness, the seals of Upanishad altar, and the heaven altar had been benefited from the energy of the black hole, which helped them thrive and change. Yin had concentrated on the black hole to perceive the essence of the devouring original essence, to comprehend the evilest power in this entire universe. He could vaguely feel that it was the biggest opportunity that perhaps could change his entire life. On the meteorite, Bao Ao, Jieji, Canny, Corpse Chief, and Zenith were waiting in silence. Those people were the peak existences in the Grace mainland. However, after they got to this foreign land, they found dangers hiding everywhere. Even if they didn't move, it would still cost their energy. They all had a feeling of having a big failure, as they thought that they had made a wrong move getting here this time. They shouldn't have been that reckless. How long it has been? Jieji was bored as he thundered. Stupid Yin. Why did he need to be that stimulated? That Dark Lands guy isn't a good guy. He wanted to aim at him. Harumph. Yin shouldn't brag about himself. That Dark Lands guy is about to kill him. Bao Ao had a headache. It's been so long. If that guy were quick enough, he would have succeeded already. Anyway, I always feel that Yin must have some support if he's that confident. Perhaps he could win. Who knows? Both of them understood that Yin and that Dark Clans creature should have had a battle already. They both had heaven flames, the magical flames of the Grace mainland. Due to the special feature of those heaven flames, it was destiny for Yin and that Dark Clans guy to combat to gain greater power. However, Yin was on the disadvantaged side. At least, for what they could observe, Yin wasn't as strong as the other. He would be knocked down soon. Bao Ao and Jieji could see that before the Dark Lands creature had his body destroyed, he should have had a really high realm. Otherwise, with only the Een spirits and the wandering ghosts, he would never have such confidence. Canty, Corpse Chief, and Zenith in the Een written charm scripture didn't make any strange moves, as if they had predicted Yan's pathetic results. In their thoughts, the one who could return from the energy storm must be the Een spirit. As he only had the soul form, he could be immune to most of the energy attacks in this space. Moreover, his realm was higher. In the energy storm, killing Yin was as easy as flipping his hand. They didn't say anything because they were afraid that Bao Ao and Jieji could get crazy and attack them. That was why they didn't want to provoke the others and cause a dispute at this moment. This group of people was waiting in silence for an obvious result with different thoughts. Time continued to fly. The energy they had was draining fast. After each second, their energy was drained a little bit. There was no sun, moon, or stars in this place, which made it hard to tell the time. They could only be waiting begrudgingly. Long afterward, a beam of light flashed in the icy cold darkness in front of them, which carried a faint streak of Een spirit's energy. Candy cracked an eccentric smile as he said indifferently, "Een spirit's back. I hope he found something and could give us good news." Corpse Chief and Zenith felt comfortable as they had seen the result eventually. In their eyes, if Yin hadn't started at first, they wouldn't have come here. Such a big mistake. In this harsh situation, these people didn't have any good impression of Yin. They were so hostile that they wanted to see Yin die as soon as possible. Bao Ao and Jie changed their countenance. They also sensed the Een spirit's energy from that beam of light. Gradually, that light became clearer. After a flash, they saw a muscular body. Canty and Corpse Chief gawked, not believing in their own eyes, their faces astounded. Zenith in the Een written charm scripture was terrified, sending his cold voice. F*CK it. This is F*King Bad. Bao Ao and Jieji were struck. They couldn't press down their cheerily crazy laughter. Even Bo Ruaw and Guda C of the Demon Clan had put on an arrogant visage as they suddenly felt a cheerful feeling. That person had a body, so he must be Yin. Not only that, he had the Een spirit's aura on his body. He did it on purpose. Yin descended on the meteorite, standing next to Bao Ao and Jieji. He threw a glance at Kanta and Corpse Chief, then shifted his eyes to the Een written charm scripture. Suddenly, he said, "You guys seem to be quite surprised." Canny and Corpse Chief grimaced. The Een-written charm scripture shuddered as they heard Zenith's voice again. "Where's Een's spirit?" Shrugging his shoulder, Shurian put on a dull countenance, shaking his head. "Ghost knows. I didn't see him in the energy storm. Maybe the energy of outer space has crushed him into ashes?" "Ha! The energy storm has a special energy. Different kinds of energy often explode chaotically. Well, since he doesn't have a body, he could be harmed." Kenny, Corpse Chief, and Zenith kept silent. They understood that Shurian was babbling to deceive them. He had the Een spirit's aura on his body, so it was impossible that he hadn't met the other. What Shurian meant was obviously the announcement of his triumph. He won. The Een spirit's aura on his body was the explicit evidence. The fact that he could come back alive had proven it. He released the Een spirit's aura just to make it clear to Kenny, Corpse Chief, and Zenith. They could see clearly that he had taken something from the other. "Kid, you're awesome." Jieji patted his shoulder excitedly, laughing out loud. "So excellent. Haha, with our demon clan having a genius like you, I can already see the prosperous future of our clan already." Shurian smiled brightly, then nodded and replied seriously. "I think so." Well, he wasn't humble at all. Kenny, Corpse Chief, and Zenith were so indignant they wanted to vomit blood. They felt annoyed, as they knew they were tricked. However, at this moment, they didn't say anything bad or shout to ask for a battle with Shurian. The fact that Shurian could kill Een's spirit and take his heaven flame was enough to prove the powers he had. They shouldn't underestimate him. Kenny, Corpse Chief, and Zenith weren't sure that they could defeat that mysterious creature of the Dark Clan in the energy storm, let alone kill him. Shurian's had proven that his competence was no less than theirs. As Een's spirit was gone, they only had 3 on their side, while the Demon Clan had Shurian, Bao Ao, Jieji, and 2 warriors at the second sky of True God Realm. This force was apparently enough to fight face to face with them. The situation was changing in silence, making the 3 anxious. They felt it was getting worse after every second. "How is the situation over there?" Kenny stayed quiet for a while and then asked Shurian. "The energy storm's really strong and perilous. Once you get in there, it will bind and twist your body. I think you guys can cross it, but you have to consume more energy anyway." Shurian smiled, but he didn't continue to tease them. "I think we have no choice. We have to get there. Waiting here isn't different from waiting for death." Pausing for a while, he looked at Bao Ao and Jieji. "Shall we go now?" Bao Ao and Jieji, of course, trusted him. They nodded immediately after he asked. "All right, then we go first." About them, just let them choose, Shurian smiled, jumping off the meteorite where he had just landed not long ago. Bao Ao, Jieji, Boruo, and Gudasi didn't hesitate a bit, following him and heading towards the center of an energy storm. "What do you think?" Zenith asked Kenny and Corpse Chief. The other 2 hesitated for a while. They all knew that they had no solution as they gazed at the energy storm not far from them. "Be careful. We shouldn't provoke that kid. I can see he isn't afraid at all. When we get into the energy storm, don't quarrel with him. Don't give him an opportunity to ambush us." Zenith pondered for a while before giving a reluctant suggestion. Actually, he felt fear fill up his heart. He couldn't deny that he had underestimated Shurian's competence. As he finally got it now, he had to adjust his direction one more time. Kenny and Corpse Chief weren't stupid, and they both agreed. The 3 of them then prepared for a while and followed Bao Ao's group, jumping into the icy cold darkness. When the 3 of them crossed the safe area to reach the energy storm, they could see Shurian with so many light spots twirling around him. He was safe and hadn't slowed down his speed at all. Quite the contrary, Bao Ao, Jieji, Boruo, and Gudasi, the 4 top experts of the Demon Clan, were struggling in the energy storm. At first glance, the other 3 felt their soul struck miserably as they felt that they had made wrong assumptions about the young man. If he could be safe and sound in the space energy storm, how strong was his body's durability? What level had he reached? How come the Grace mainland had such a freak like him? It was obvious that he had just reached the first sky of true God realm. How could he refine a body that was immune to the energy of outer space, which equaled the toughness of the God body? The three of them were anxious all of a sudden, as they could see the way ahead was filled with dangers, especially as they were accompanied by a freak like Yen. Their original plan was over. They had to hasten to think about new solutions as fast as possible. Chapter 705, Mining Area in the Foreign Land. Chapter 705, Mining Area in the Foreign Land. This group of people slowly advanced in the energy storm. Different from Yen, who was moving at ease, Bao Ao, Jieji, Canny, and Corpse Chief were struggling in the center of the energy storm. They had to use more energy to deal with its tremendous attacks. Yen was calm, staying behind Bao Ao's team. He often checked out Canny, Corpse Chief, and Zenith in the written charm scripture. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Canny and Zenith were a little bit tense. In the energy storm, they all needed to consume a huge amount of energy to protect their bodies. However, Yen wasn't affected at all. If they had to battle here, they would receive a significant loss. They were afraid that Yen had borne a grudge against them and could ambush them at any minute. They were uneasy the whole way, maintaining a safe distance from Yen. After a while, as they could see that Yen didn't care about them, they finally could relax their tense nerves. Inside the energy storm, everybody had to spend a significant amount of energy. Eventually, they had crossed the area, landing on another meteorite. This meteorite was almost identical to the one they had stayed earlier. It was cold and dark. They saw no living energy, and they had to consume their energy to resist this harsh ambience every second. After Yen steadied his body, he frowned while sensing. Then he said, "Nothing's here. We should continue." Then, he took the lead and jumped into the cold darkness again. Bao Ao's team didn't say anything, following him into the dark. Canny, Corpse Chief, and Zenith knew this trip wouldn't turn out into a good one. They would have no way back, so they could only move forward. They needed to see if they could find anything in the next meteorite. They followed Yen, consuming their energy to advance further in the dark. After crossing more than 10 meteorites, even their cultivation base at their high realm couldn't endure anymore. All of them had spent at least half of their energy. Bo Rual and Gu to See appeared unable to endure anymore, their faces paling. Although they didn't say anything, it looked like they couldn't endure for much longer. Bao Ao and Jieji were grim. Looking at the endless meteorite sea in front of them, they only felt bitter. Canny, Corpse Chief, and Zenith didn't say anything either, while they checked their bodies begrudgingly. At this moment, despair gradually expanded in their hearts, as they thought that they would never cross this meteorite sea to find a way out. Keep moving. Staying here also consumes our energy. Although we don't know what's waiting for us ahead, we have no choice. Yen mused for a while and then sighed, storming forward. They knew they had no other way around. They could only continue that way. They all jumped into the energy storm, heading towards the biggest meteorite they saw. Crossing the energy storm, as soon as Yen landed on the meteorite, his eyes brightened. He shouted, "I can sense someone had been here before." Bao Ao and Jieji were behind him. They were struck on hearing his words. Not long after that, Bo Rual, Gu to See, Canny, Zenith, and Corpse Chief appeared. They were stirred up, looking at the meteorite with a flame of hope in their hearts. The meteorite they were standing on was a little bit bigger than the immortal island in the endless sea. There were so many burrows digging into the core of the meteorite. Big rocks were scattered at the entrance of those big burrows. It was obvious that someone had exploited this area. Everybody got cheered up, releasing their soul consciousness towards those caves to see if they could find anything alive. However, they were disappointed on seeing no energy fluctuation of living things. Although someone was here before, they had left already. As Yen's team didn't know their exact location, it was harder to find a better solution. "I'm going to the cave and check it out," Yen pondered, then decided to pioneer. He flew to a cave in front of them. He entered deeper into the meteorite, seeing so many complicated turns and channels. At the end of the road, he found many concave spots on the wall of the tunnel. It seemed someone had taken the crystals or something from those concave spots away. It should be some kind of mineral. He observed for a while and came up with that conclusion, then returned. He entered another cave and found the same traces of exhausted exploitation. Sure, Yin didn't linger there. He returned from the caves, standing next to Bao Ao, as he said, "This meteorite should have some strange mineral. It was a mineral mine. However, they had exploited it all. That's why we found no one here." As Bao Ao heard his conclusion, he felt better. He smiled and consoled himself. If we find streaks of living things here, it means we're going in the right way. If they can visit here and leave safely, we can, too. As long as we can find the traces of people operating in the area, we can confirm that this place isn't a dead place that has no hope. Everybody agreed with him. They felt better, as they felt like they could see hope here. Move. We need to continue. Perhaps we will find the mines that aren't emptied out yet. Perhaps we can find someone there, Yin suggested. Canny, Zenith, and Corpse Chief didn't reject his opinion. They nodded silently, honestly approving of his suggestion for the first time ever. Everybody continued to move forward. They then crossed other 7 meteorites, of which 3 had the traces of exploitation. Everybody was cheered up, even though their energy was about to drain completely. They continued moving forward. Later on, they reached a giant meteorite. As soon as they landed, everybody got happy. They immediately sensed the streak of living beings. They hurried to move to the area where they detected the living aura. Then they saw many massive caves connected to the core of the meteorite. The living fluctuation they had since came out from those caves. They could detect the others, and the others seemed to find them too. Not long after that, an ear-splitting explosion arose. Beasts that looked like they were made of piles of rock appeared from the caves. This kind of a beast was around 10 meters long, with a lozenge shape and a sharp, pointy head. They also had terrifying knife-like teeth. They had never seen these kinds of beasts in the Grace mainland. A dim light flickered in the beast's eyes, while they diffusing a massive aura and glaring at Yan's group. A shout arose from the caves. Not long afterward, 7 people emerged from the cave. They were the members of the Dark Spirit clan, Human clan, and Ghostmark clan. Those people had an outstanding diamond-shaped mark on their forehead. They seemed to belong to the same force. The leader was a member of the Dark Spirit clan, whose energy movement was formidable. The energy intensity of his body was much more intimidating than any expert Yan had met. That man wore a dark gold robe, hiding his hands in the loose sleeves. He was an old man with white hair draped over his shoulder. His cold eyes gazed at Yan's team right when they got out of the cave. Under his gaze, everybody was extremely uneasy, as if a giant, ferocious beast of the antiquity was looking at them. This feeling was so annoying. King Godrealm, Bao Ao muttered, his face changing dramatically. Yin shuddered. Divine light sparkled in his eyes as he immediately gathered energy, quietly staying alarmed. "Where are you from?" The Dark Spirit clan's leader coldly looked at the other and said in a low tone. However, he was imposing like a god watching his creatures, nonchalant but harsh. "We are from the Grace mainland. We've just arrived at the meteorite sea, but now we're lost." Bao Ao took one step forward and replied to the old man carefully. "Where's this place? I wonder if you could show us the way to survive here?" "The way to survive?" That man chuckled. He contemplated for a while and then nodded, his eyes musing. "There's a way to survive. However, you have to be obedient. Otherwise, it's your dead way. Understand?" Yan's team discolored. They discreetly observed the other 6 people. They were all scared. The other 6 included members of the Dark Spirit clan, Human clan, and Ghostmark clan. They were the warriors at the peak of true God realm, and all of them had a dangerous aura. Only the leader had the King God realm. Anyway, that old man alone could kill all the members of Yan's team, let alone the other 6. In this battle, they had no hope to win. Master Anmu, that scripture isn't bad, haha. A young man of the Ghostmark clan chuckled. Magical tattoo appeared on his face as he admired the written charm scripture. He muttered, Master, you've agreed to give me something. The Dark Spirit clan's leader was called Anmu. He just grinned, raising his hand and snatching at the void. A tremendous flow of energy that could make a mountain collapse gushed out furiously from his palm. The written charm scripture was grabbed, falling into Anmu's hand. Get out. Don't make me do that. Anmu held the written charm scripture, talking faintly as if he had no emotions. A thin, pale figure emerged from the written charm scripture. He was as feeble as a willow catkin in the wind. The old man shivered, his eyes frightened. That was Zenith's body being exposed for the first time. It seemed he couldn't adapt to the outer world, as he was moving his limbs oddly. King God Realm, not bad. You're a hotshot. Unfortunately, your energy has been drained too much, and you haven't attained the God body yet. Not much of a threat. Anmu contemplated for a while, as if he were considering whether to kill Zenith or not. Anyway, he didn't do anything. After Zenith got out of the scripture, he threw it to the young man of the Dark Spirit clan. Take it. This toy isn't good enough, but it's still good for you. The young man was cheered up on taking the scripture. He sensed it for a while, and then joy filled his eyes. Ah, it has a low-level inheritance, which I've never seen before. Not bad indeed. Haha, I finally got something in this trip. Zenith turned ashen. His lips convulsed, but he didn't resist. He understood that once he resisted, he would be killed directly. Both the realm and powers of the others were stronger than his. Even if he could restore his power, he would have never had a chance to win, let alone his current status. He could only accept his fate. Chapter 706, Forced to Exploit the Oars. Chapter 706, Forced to Exploit the Oars. Shurian's team grimaced, but they didn't dare to act rashly. They were discreetly careful, and their hearts seemed to be hung loose. They had to take notice of the 7 people in front of them. Even Jieji, who was always crazy and bold, was calm at this moment. He didn't dare to talk anything offensive. Everybody could see the gap between their powers. Only their King God Realm leader was enough to kill Shurian's team. They had no way to resist in this case. Shurian mused. He felt a big pressure as he suddenly recognized that it wasn't easy to live in the outer space. Moving back and forth in outer space without being affected by the energy storm proved that the others weren't weak at all. Zenith had the highest realm among them, but he didn't dare to resist when the other snatched his written charm scripture. Apparently, he understood their current situation well. While they kept silent, the 7 people on the other side were also quiet, as though they were considering what to do with them. Anmu, the leader, frowned. His gloomy eyes raked through Shurian's team. After a long time, he said, Deka, give each of them a piece of low-quality divine crystal. Let them restore their state, then make them exploit the oars for us. The Dark Spirit clan's young man, who took the written charm scripture, grinned and answered, Master Anmu, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on them. Anmu nodded, talking to Bao Ao and Shurian. Help us exploit this mine. I will consider giving you a way to survive. Yeah, we will see your performance. You guys should seize the chance to live for yourself. Then, Anmu turned around and walked to the cave. The 5 peculiar beasts roared and then followed him like sharp drills. Right after that, cracking and grinding noises came from the caves. It seemed they were breaking and grinding big stones. The 5 experts of the Dark Spirit clan, Human clan, and the Ghostmark clan scanned Shurian's team with a cold face. Then, they followed Anmu and got back deep inside the meteorite. The Dark Spirit clan's young man, called Deka, grinned after the others had left. 8 thumb-sized black crystals emerged from the ring on his finger. They looked like black glass, with enormous energy moving inside. From his hand, the 8 crystals flew out, falling towards each member of Shurian's group respectively. Shurian frowned, snatching the black crystal. He released his soul consciousness to sense for a while and got stunned immediately. A marvelous kind of energy was moving in the core of this thumb-sized crystal. This energy wasn't similar to the essence crystal in the Grace mainland, as it could be converted to any energy that was suitable for the users. This feature was strange indeed. He observed discreetly and found that Bao Ao, Jeji, Corpse Chief, and Zenith were both happy and scared at the same time, their eyes complicated. They had crossed a long way, passing many meteorites. The energy in their bodies was about to drain, especially Bo Rual and Gu Si. At this moment, they were like the dying oil lamp without any supply. As they were given a crystal containing such massive and marvelous energy, they were overjoyed. Besides feeling happy, they were also getting more anxious and afraid of this group of strangers. It was just a low-quality divine crystal that was as big as a thumb, but the energy it stored was so intimidating. This showed that not only the others were strong, but they were also filthy rich. It wasn't easy to shake them. You guys should use the divine crystals to restore your energy first. Then, you will follow me to take the ores. Don't resist or annoy us. Or else. Mwahaha. Dekka's threat was obvious. Then he squinted and sat down cross-legged, took out a fist-sized divine crystal, and started to absorb the energy from the stone. Shurian, Bao Ao, and Jieji exchanged looks. As they found that they had no choice, they sat down and started to absorb the energy from their small crystals. It was just a thumb-sized divine crystal, but the energy it stored was massive. Shurian slightly urged it, and a torrential flow of energy rolled towards him, flooding his essence, Qi ancient tree, in his tummy. Shurian's soul consciousness checked the tree and saw the branches, which had been withered, become jade white again, shining with abundant energy. After around 1 hour, Shurian had restored all the energy he had consumed. His mind, soul, and Qi peaked again. Among this group, Shurian's realm was the lowest, so the energy he had in the essence Qi ancient tree was the least. That's why he was the first one who finished recovering. Looking at the low-quality divine crystal with some remaining energy in his palm, Shurian felt odd. He recognized that there were endless mysteries in outer space. Different from him, Bao Ao and Gu Si couldn't recover that quickly, especially Zenith of the Ghost Mar clan. To him, this low-quality thumb-sized divine crystal was just like a grain of salt in the sea. The energy of his divine crystal had turned into the mysterious Yin Qi in his body, but it could only make him feel better. He still needed a lot to condense the god body. This low-quality divine crystal was enough to restore the consumed energy of Gu Si and Bo Rual. To Shurian, a warrior at a lower realm, it was a little bit abundant, but to Bao Ao and Canny, whose realms were higher, it wasn't enough, and it couldn't restore them to the peak. Shurian quietly observed for a while. He understood what the others had planned. As Gu Si, Bo Rual, and Shurian were at lower realms than the third sky of True God Realm. Even if they could restore their full energy, they couldn't cause any threat to Emma's team. But Bao Ao, Jieji, Canny, and Corpse Chief were at the peak of True God Realm. If they could recover fully, it would be a problem. Zenith used to have the cultivation base of King God Realm. If they let him recover to his peak, he would give a big headache to Anmu. That was why they had given them the low-quality divine crystals to hold Zenith and Bao Ao down. They didn't want to see this group restore to the peak, which would bring them unnecessary problems. Shurian waited for a while. Gu Si and Bo Rual had restored their energy, so their faces looked better. The crystals on their palms had no energy remaining. Not long after that, Bao Ao and the others had used up their divine crystals. They stood up, but they seemed not fully satisfied. Zenith was the last one who finished. His visage was still grim. He stood up, looking at the young man of his kind with a mournful face. "We are from the same Ghost Mar clan. Why do you need to make it hard for me?" Dekka laughed evilly, his eyes musing. "At first glance, I knew you were from the low-level continent. You're so boring talking about racism. We don't talk about races here. Every race is the same. We only consider the realm and powers. We don't care about races." Shurian's eyes brightened. From Deka, he knew the way he had done in the Grace mainland for every clan to live together in harmony was correct. Don't try to befriend me. Don't babble either. Work more. You should seize the chance to survive for yourself. Deka waved his hand, not giving Zenith time to talk more. He continued tenderly. Master Anmu isn't an easy person to talk with. He let you live, so don't mess things up. If you enrage him, mwahaha, I think you will suffer something more grating than death. We, the Troop 17, are kind enough. If you meet the other troops, perhaps you will be killed shortly. Then Deka pointed at a cave under his feet and talked faintly. Come with me. I will teach you how. He took the lead and jumped into the cave. Shurian's team exchanged looks. They shook their heads begrudgingly and followed the young man. Shortly, they arrived at the core of the meteorite. They saw one of the beasts of that bizarre kind, which was crushing the rigid stone crazily, digging deeper into the meteorite. That beast had a sharp, pointy head that seemed to be able to break everything, as it had an innate power to crush stones. The way the beast bumped into the stone wall was like someone hitting a block of tofu. It pierced through the wall easily. Shurian's team became grim. When they had just arrived at the previous meteorite, they had tried to dig the stone there. They were surprised to see that Bao, Ao, and Jie, Ji couldn't even break the stone that easily. It was only a beast, but it could swagger here and there. The force behind those beasts should be really tremendous. According to Deka, the 7 of them were Troop 17. So, they had at least 17 troops that came here to exploit ores. Each troop had many members. If the leaders were all at Anmu's realm, everyone could imagine how intimidating a force that was. Everybody felt their hearts getting heavier. Those beasts continually broke the stone, digging deeper into the thick stone. It stopped from time to gather energy, then continued the work. This stone wall seemed to never end. It had many 5-colored spots on the wall, which looked really beautiful. Under the beast's crazy activity, those 5-colored spots cracked. Fingernail-sized pieces of this 5-colored material scattered everywhere. Look carefully. Use your energy to cover them. Don't let those small pieces be exposed for too long. Only using power could save them from disappearing. Deka suddenly shouted. His 10 fingers folded and then unfolded. Wisps of light flew out, covering each 5-colored stone. Shurian observed and found that those 5-colored stones would have light oozing like running sand from its surface. After those light spots fell on the ground, it disappeared instantly. It seemed like those small pieces couldn't be exposed for a long time. Otherwise, some special effects in the stones would be drained bit by bit. Follow me and use the energy to cover the 5-colored perish essence. Then slowly put them into your storage ring, Deka shouted, his eyes as swift as electricity. He turned, glaring at them coldly. If you can collect enough 5-colored perish essence, Master Anmu can let you live. He perhaps will give you more divine crystals to recover. Otherwise, you know what would happen. As Kanti and Zenith heard him, they changed their countenance, quickly following his operation to collect the 5-colored stones first. Chapter 707, The 3 Major God Realms. Chapter 707, The 3 Major God Realms. Shurian's team stayed inside the meteorite, exploiting ores and consuming energy every day. They didn't notice how much time had passed. Whenever the energy in their bodies was drained, Deka would give them a piece of low-quality divine crystal so they could restore their powers. Then, they had to go back to work. Deka only gave them the thumb-sized divine crystals. He had never given them anything bigger, which kept Bao Ao and the other High Realm warriors from restoring their full powers. Shurian, Bo Rual, and Gudasi had a relatively low realm, so they could use these low-quality divine crystals to restore their full energy. However, these 3 didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, they would have killed Deka instantly. What if they could kill Deka? Their troop still had Anmu, the King God Realm expert. Besides, they had another 5 experts at the peak of True God Realm. This meteorite, C, was also the other's territory. If they dared to kill him, would they have a way to live any longer? Everybody understood and accepted their fate. They had to collect the 5-colored ores in the mine and hand them to receive the divine crystals. Decca controlled all the harvest. During this period, they didn't see Anmu and the other 5. They didn't know how many days had passed by or whether it was night or day. Every day, they recovered their energy and then got back to collect the ores. Among them, Bao, Ao, Kani, and Zenith didn't gain any benefit from this day and night labor work. In fact, they even received a minor harm. Quite the contrary, Borual and Gudasi at the second sky of True God Realm could refill their consumed energy with only one piece of low-quality divine crystal. Gradually, their power seemed to increase. After each time of recovering their energy, they had a little bit of increase. During this strenuous labor, Borual and Gudasi were always calm and even secretly happy. There was another person that had such progress, Shurien. He was at the first sky of True God Realm, the lowest realm here, and the time for which he had reached this realm wasn't too long. At this time, his realm wasn't stable yet. If he took risks to increase the realm, it would be hazardous. They had been working in the dark mine for a long time. His essence chi had been drained and then refilled for so many times. Sure, Ian didn't think about it much, since it helped him steady his realm. The altar in his head seemed to be trained too. It became more secure. The power in his body had gained something good during this running out and recovering process, as his power was increasing daily. Gradually, Shurien found that he had secured his realm already. While his energy had been increasing every day, he found the altar in his head had marvelous changes accordingly. This kind of change was hard to describe. He vaguely thought that his realm was also enhanced, as if the subtle mysteries of the devouring original essence had benefited his altar. Every time he exploited the ores, he needed to gather his energy, using the power Upanishad to cover the 5-colored stones. This tedious labor work seemed like a new quenching activity to him. As he had just reached the True God Realm, he wasn't too familiar with using his power Upanishads. Usually, he needed a period of time to adapt to the new realm and become fluent in using his energy. This day and night of exploiting ores had given him a cool-down time. Every time he needed to condense energy, he used the power Upanishad he had comprehended. This process gave him a chance to review and strengthen his understanding of powers and the martial techniques. He understood that even though mining ores was a begrudgingly tedious task, and he was forced to do that, it was also a rare chance to steady his new realm, making him more fluent in using his power Upanishads. That was why he could stay calm the most in this group. After that, he didn't hate this mining work. Gradually, he had taken it as one of his leisure activities, turning it into a good foundation for his new breakthrough. The change in his mindset had given him greater benefits. With a positive mind, while he didn't notice, his realm and powers had increased strongly. Day by day, his visage got bright and glowing, totally different from Bao, Ao, and Zenith. He was enjoying this process. After an unknown period, Amu brought the other 5 and appeared in this cave. Decca laughed, handing a ring to Amu. The old man checked it. He seemed to have a smile in his eyes as he nodded contentedly. Not bad. You guys work better than the others. Decca squinted, his face happy. Can't let you take all the good things, said Amu. These 8 should be separated. We need to push up the progress of the other areas. He looked at the other 5. You shall choose your men. Soon, those 5 people had picked one of Bao Ao's group. The warrior of the Dark Spirit clan chose Zenith, while the warrior of the Ghostmar clan picked Bao Ao and Bo Ruah. An old human took Kanti and Corpse Chief. Another Dark Spirit clan's warrior picked Jieji and Gudasi, and Shurien was assigned to a beautiful human woman. That pretty woman had a messy, chestnut-brown hair and a pair of bright eyes. She was wearing a tight, green-colored robe, which had many delicate patterns on the hem. This woman had a healthy wheat skin tone. Her body looked amazingly flexible. It seemed the woman wasn't satisfied with this arrangement. She stared at Shurien for a while and then frowned. Why give me a first guy of True God Realm kid? How effective is he? This woman seemed to have a high position, Even Amma the leader had to be polite to her. Fergie, you will be more tired if you work more. You're almost done. If you slow down, I will have another arrangement. Of course, I won't let you suffer. Forget it. Fergie snorted and then waved her hand. She threw a glance at Yin, then talked to him faintly. This kid looks good, better than the others. I'll take him. Emma nodded, talking to them. All right, you guys follow them. After we're done, I will check your contributions and give you something. Follow me. The woman called Fergie nodded to Yin with an indifferent countenance. She walked out of the cave first. As Yin knew he couldn't resist, he pondered and then said to Bao Ao and Jieji, take care. Take care, Bao Ao and Jieji replied with a reluctant face. They were the heroes, the overlords of a vast area in the Grace mainland, where they could swagger without being afraid of anyone. However, after reaching outer space, they had fallen in such a situation. Of course, they couldn't feel comfortable. Yin didn't feel pleasant either. After bidding farewell to the other two, he followed the human woman named Fergie to another cave and continued his mining career. Fergie, his new boss, was more generous than Decca. Although she also gave him the bad-quality divine crystals, she gave him 3 pieces each time. Then, she busied herself with exploiting ores and didn't care about him much. This woman was at the peak of true God realm. The energy moving inside her body was special. It could be as soft as cotton or as rigid as stone with just one flicker of her thought. And she had many rare techniques. While her energy was changing, it generated a strange magnetic field. Just like 2 poles, it had a powerful suction force. It was like a pure, subtle power of heaven and earth. She was collecting the 5-colored parish essence faster than Decca of the Ghostmark clan. While the energy of 2-pole magnetic field of her body was changing, it drew pieces of 5-colored stones into her ring. She alone was faster than the combination of Decca, Zenith, Bao Ao, and Jieji. It was no wonder why she had progressed faster than them. Yin found that he could only help her a bit here, and his help was trivial to this woman. Every time the woman collected ores, all pieces of 5-colored parish essence would fly to her after the beast had broken the hard rock. Sometimes 1 or 2 pieces got out of her magnetic field, which was Yin's chance to release his energy to cover them, putting them into his ring. He was just doing some odd jobs, which were much easier than when he was with Decca. He could be safe and free in this cave while working with that woman. No one had said a word. Today, it seemed the woman had consumed much of her energy. She suddenly stopped and took out a big divine crystal, stroking it with her jade-like hand to take the energy from the stone. She seemed bored to death, too. Eventually, she remembered she still had a company here. The woman threw a glance to Yin and asked with a faint voice, I heard that you guys came from a low-level continent. Yin was surprised. He contemplated for a while and then said, I don't know what you mean by low-level continent. A continent that doesn't have warriors at original God realm is a low-level one. Do you have experts at original God realm in your continent? The woman answered herself mockingly. I think no. Otherwise, you must have known the classification of continents. Original God realm? Yin was stunned and then smiled miserably. What realm is that? What is the strongest realm in your continent? The woman seemed to get bored stiff, asking casually. King God realm, Yin answered honestly. I knew it. Fergie nodded and answered slowly. The spirit realm, true God realm, and King God realm are the 3 minor God realms. After the King God realm is the original God realm. Above that is the ethereal God realm, and finally the incipient God realm. Each realm's also divided into 3 skies. The original God realm, ethereal God realm, and incipient God realm are the 3 major God realms. Yin's eyes brightened as his heart was struck. It turned out that the God realm was classified into 3 minor God realms and 3 major God realms. The spirit realm, true God realm, and King God realm were just 3 minor realms in the eyes of the outer spaces experts. The original God realm, ethereal God realm, and incipient God realm were the bigger realms to them. At this moment, Yin finally had a precise knowledge of the realms above the king god realm. He knew the names of those new realms. Chapter 708, Separate. Chapter 708, Separate. Yin listened attentively to Fergie's explanation of the new realms. He frowned in thought, as excitement appeared obviously on his face. The god realms had 3 minor realms and 3 major realms. As he was at the true god realm, in the Grace mainland, he was already the best of the best experts. Listening to Fergie's explanation, he got to know about a whole new world, a world that was way beyond his imagination. Yin felt as if he was a frog sitting under his coconut shell. The foreign lands, much complicated than what you thought. Experts here are like trees in a thick forest. Surviving in a high-level continent is much more strenuous than living in your low-level continent. Fergie seemed to turn her boasting channel on, but she wasn't hurried, looking at him with a cold face. If you want to survive in the foreign land, you always have to think about advancing. You can't be relaxed. Fergie paused for a while and then asked him, "How old are you?" Yin was bewildered for a while and then answered her honestly. "I think I'm around 30 years old." Even himself couldn't certify his age. He had been running back and forth through the Grace mainland, and he hadn't stopped for a long time in any land. He had been fighting continuously, trying his best to have a better realm. He did forget how fast time passed. Fergie's eyes became strange. She scrutinized him as her eyes shot out a flow of dim light. "Around 30? Are you sure?" Yin nodded. Fergie was startled. After a while, she furrowed her brows and then said, "Good innate endowment." She then contemplated for a while. Yin waited in silence, unhurriedly. Fergie didn't continue. She seemed to muse on something. After a long time, energy waves rippled from her, and it seemed to get stronger from time to time. The big divine crystal in her hand wasn't shiny anymore, as the energy inside had been absorbed completely. Yin stood up, but she didn't dust her clothes. "Get back to work." Yin hurried to get up, gathering his energy and waiting attentively. That beast continued to dig the meteorite, scattering the 5-colored perish essence pieces. Fergie took most of them, and Yin just needed to collect the one she missed. It was much easier than when he worked with Decca. It was another unfathomable period of exploitation. During this process, he had used the low-quality divine crystals to restore his energy. Yin could feel his essence, chi, ancient tree, getting more vibrant, while his realm became steadier, and he could use his powers more fluently day by day. Today, while Fergie was using her strange power to collect the 5-colored perish essence, a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead glowed all of a sudden. Fergie's countenance changed a little bit, and her moving fingers trembled. Dozens of 5-colored perish essence pieces shot out, but she missed them. Yin always paid attention, and he didn't dare to relax just a second. He immediately urged his energy and covered all the 5-colored crystals, putting them into his storage ring. Fergie stopped, pointing at the beast. The beast stopped digging, standing still in the piles of rocks. Fergie looked grim. She squinted in front of Yin as if she was talking with someone using the mark on her head. Gradually, her face became more grimaced. A gleam of anxiety and worry appeared in her eyes. Yin didn't talk. He stopped his work, watching the woman as he knew something unexpected had happened. Another force has come to this meteorite. They are much stronger than us. Fergie stayed quiet for a while and then opened her eyes wider. The mark on her forehead didn't glow anymore, indicating that her conversation had ended. Emu went to negotiate with him. If he fails, perhaps we will have a fight. Yin was surprised. He felt anxious immediately. Stronger than you guys? Fergie beamed a forced smile. 2 King God Realm warriors and 6 peak of true God Realm warriors. Seems like they're prepared to devour us. I hope he can negotiate with them. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble. Yin quieted down, discreetly putting up his guard, as he was calculating the worst situation. Should we get up there? If we stay underground, once they block us, we can't run away. As those people were standing on the meteorite, once the war started, it would happen above their heads. According to Fergie, they would be subdued for sure. If they stayed inside the meteorite, they would have no way to run. That was why Yin felt so anxious. Fergie shook her head. We can't get up there now. If negotiation doesn't work, we shouldn't show up. If we get up there, the danger will be bigger. We'd better run from here. She ordered the beast directly. That beast grunted, then started to dig towards another direction hurriedly. Just like a pangolin, it dug another cave deeper into the rock wall. The rock will be really tough if that section has perish essence crystals. Otherwise, it's soft enough to dig it fast. Fergie frowned while explaining. Enmu's a simple-minded person. His temper isn't good either. If he fails to negotiate, and we have to fight, he will risk his life for sure. Enmu is at the King God realm. Even if we get defeated, he can protect himself and run away. And we will be. So, we should stay here and watch. Yin was surprised. It seemed Fergie wanted to disband. She didn't want to fight, and she wanted to run away to save her life before the fight happened. Under Yin's look, Fergie still acted naturally. I don't want to die. If you don't want to live, you can go there. She paused for a while, and then continued. When the battle happens, you guys, the low strangers, will die first. Those who go with you will be killed shortly if they show themselves. If you get there, you will be killed like them. Emma won't care about your life of death. Yin discolored. He ceased his thoughts and quieted down. He wanted to get there and watch. However, Fergie's words had made him think about it again. The other team had 2 King God Realm warriors. So, it was no use if Yin got there. He would be killed shortly. Boom, boom. Explosions reverberated rumblingly. Shortly, a tremendous tremor transmitted from above their heads. That tremor carried a furious energy shockwave and mysterious power, intruding into the ground. Yin felt his hair rise, and he shivered under that strange energy effect. His flesh seemed to be bursting too. Amidst the rumbling noises, the mark on Fergie's forehead glowed again. It seemed Enmu was talking to her. Fergie stopped the conversation. She shouted with a grim face. We should move now. Then, she didn't care if Yin had any other idea. She ran into the passage the beast had dug as fast as if she were flying. Yin was astounded for 3 seconds, then immediately followed Fergie by jumping into the passage. While running after her, he set up many barriers and restrictions in an attempt to hinder the opponents. Fergie's eyes were mocking. It's no use. At your realm, your barriers can't stand even one of their strikes. Yin didn't answer. He was still trying to set up more barriers. Crystals he brought from the Grace mainland flew out and were inlaid in the wall, creating faint energy, defending barriers. The battle has begun. Enmu can hold the others for a while. If we leave here, we won't get ambushed. Fergie didn't care about him, just talking. Of course, Enmu will hate me. He will report me for sure when he gets back. Anyway, it's okay. Being reported is better than being dead. The beast in front of them was like a fast pangolin digging the rock. Yin followed close behind Fergie amidst the shower of rock chips. They didn't care about the battle above their heads, just advancing deeper into the ground. After a while, the beast roared and pushed further. It then jumped into the immense darkness. Yin and Fergie followed the beast, falling into the icy cold darkness. Fergie jumped on the beast and knitted her brows, turning and looking at him. Yin got her look, so he immediately flew over and landed on the beast, sitting behind her. Fergie patted the beast. It then sped up like a black thunderbolt, dashing towards a meteorite in front of them. Shortly, they fell into an energy storm. Fergie's body glowed gloriously in the furious gust of the energy storm. This halo came from her garments, creating a thick layer that covered her entirely. This protection kept her safe from the impact of the energy storms. As Yin was exposed, his massive blood chi in was triggered, which activated his petrification martial spirit. His body became rigid in just a blink. Each muscle of his became strangely firm with a mysterious energy that could neutralize the energy of the storm. Fergie could sense something. She turned her head, looking at him. Her eyes got brightened. As they were in the middle of an energy storm, She had to use her magical clothes to resist. But Yin, who was bearing his body, could withstand the storm easily. His intimidatingly tenacious body was much stronger than most of the true God Realm warrior she had met. She was astounded, looking at Yin. At this moment, he had gained a higher value in her eyes. In her eyes, this kid, who came from a low-level continent, had something strange. As he was too young to reach the true God Realm, his innate endowment was excellent, and his tenacious body showed that he had been trained arduously for a significantly long time. Everybody knew that physical training was more strenuous than increasing the realm and power. Each warrior who had a significantly strong body all had a tough will, as they were the most persistent and terrifying persons. Fergie's eyes brightened. She considered for a while and then nodded discreetly as she had a good calculation. Chapter 709, The Sixth Herbal Star. Chapter 709, The Sixth Herbal Star. The beast moved forward in the dark space quickly, gliding over massive meteorites and heading towards the edge of the meteorite sea. Fergie didn't say anything, staying silent all the way. Sometimes, she took out the divine crystals to restore her energy. She wasn't worried about Anmu's team fighting with the others at all. Yin was worried about Bao Ao and Jieji. He didn't know whether these two could survive this disaster or not. Before he left, he had thought about fighting alongside them. However, Fergie's words had awakened him, making him give up this thought. Even Anmu and Fergie couldn't withstand the others. Yin understood that even if he stayed, he couldn't help much. Perhaps he would have died instead. Although he had a good impression of Bao Ao and Jieji, it wasn't enough for him to risk his life. Yin decided to save himself. If they could meet later, and if they needed his help, he wouldn't hesitate to give them a hand. At this moment, Yin didn't have that ability. He couldn't save the other two. In this cold and dark space, Yin didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that they had crossed several hundred meteorites, advancing through a long distance. Eventually, the beast crossed the bizarre meteorite sea, entering an endless starry sky. This mysterious starry sky was stunning. Countless stars were twinkling charmingly. Flows of star energy crossed a far distance to gather on Yin's body, as his star martial spirit was refilled. This was the marvelous feature of his star martial spirit. Even if he didn't have any other energy sources to use, as long as there were stars in the sky, he could still use the star martial spirit to supplement the consumed energy. The beast continued to fly in this vast, starry sky. Meteors shot, passing by the beast they were riding. Those meteors were illuminating gloriously, much better than the most beautiful firework that enthralled people's souls. In this endless starry sky, they could often be impacted by the perilous energy storms. Some were much dangerous than the meteorite sea. Yin urged his soul consciousness to sense. His mind was struck, his face full of fear. The energy that rippled from those energy storms was earth-destroying. Yin was sure that if he got rolled into such furious storms, his body would be ground and his soul altar would be shattered. Fortunately, Fergie seemed to be familiar with this starry area. On this journey, they had tried their best to avoid the tremendous energy storms. They had taken a long way around the storms and never dared to intrude. Yin followed her and gained benefits from it. He relaxed, as he wasn't torn apart to death by the heaven and earth energy like some rash intruder. The beast followed Fergie's order, changing its direction constantly. After spending a long time in this starry area, it flew directly toward a beautiful five-colored star. After getting through a thick layer of cotton clouds, they landed on that colorful star. Sitting neatly on the beast, Yin gawked with bright eyes. 5-element power on this star was extremely dense. The energy it carried was too massive. It was more than 10 times thicker than the spiritual chi in the Grace mainland. The star had so many herbal fields divided into blocks. Those herbs planted there dizzied Yin. He didn't know them, but he could see that each plant had an obvious energy rippling around it. In the center of this star, The herbal fields were situated in a piece of land in the middle of a sea. Yin could see many people working in those colorful, thick fields. They were taking care of the plants, fertilizing them with strange substances to supplement the five elements power of the soil. This land had a relatively large conical construction floating in the air, which was a kind of architecture he had never seen before. The beast headed towards that structure. 1 hour later, Fergie and her beast stopped in the highest area of that building. It was a triangular stone platform that was around 10 mu large, made of green stone with an exquisite, natural stone texture. After Fergie stopped there, she didn't explain anything, just faintly talking to Yin. "Follow me." Yin frowned, releasing his soul consciousness to survey the surroundings. He found more than 1,000 warriors at various levels staying around. Some of them were at the disaster realm or the sky realm. However, Yin could spot some intimidating auras, which were even more tremendous than Fergie's energy fluctuations. "Where are we?" He walked behind Fergie, pretending to ask naturally. "There are so many herbal fields here. Also, the spiritual cheese so abundant. It's a wonderful place. This place is the herbal star of our force. It's the 6th herbal star, specialized in planting spiritual herbs and grass. Spiritual chi in this planet's abundant, which is the best for growing herbs." Fergie explained casually. "The master of the 6th herbal star is my precursor, a level 2 divine great alchemist. This place belongs to her. To our force, this 6th herbal star is very important. King God Realm warriors stay here year-round to guard and maintain the order in this place." Yin's eyes brightened. He was moved. Fergie's force should be tremendously strong, as they possessed some herbal stars in the foreign land. A herbal star was a planet which was many times bigger than the Grace mainland, with more spiritual chi. Also, they had divine great alchemists. This was unimaginable in the Grace mainland. Pausing for a while, Yin felt something strange. Fergie's attitude was too friendly, which made him feel strange. Yin thought that this woman had some scheme against him. "Why did you bring me here?" Yin contemplated and then asked. "You'll know later." Fergie put on an indifferent face. She didn't explain further and just kept walking. A warrior with the same diamond-shaped mark on the head appeared on their way, as if he had received Fergie's message beforehand. His energy fluctuations weren't weaker than Anmu, a King God Realm warrior. That man had flaming red hair and was wearing armor with flame drawings. He gave people a feeling of a brutal character. He threw a glance at Fergie and then nodded. "I heard that you left alone, right? If Anmu comes back alive and reports your runaway stuff, it will be big trouble, you know?" It seemed Fergie and this man were on one side. "Then trouble it is. At least I could survive. You know Anmu's characteristics. If he isn't near death, he won't give up. I don't want to be buried with him." Fergie harumphed and then said with a serious countenance, "Is Granny refining medicines?" "No. She's worried about you too. She was just now saying that you were a little bit late this time." That man knitted his brows, taking a quick look at Yin. "Because of him?" Fergie nodded. "It's good that she isn't refining medicines. I brought this kid to help her little baby." That man laughed evilly, eyeing Yin as he grinned. "If so, Granny will be happy. Your little trouble won't be a trouble anymore." Fergie also smiled. Yin's visage changed dramatically as he immediately got that Fergie had set him up for something, and it was definitely not a good thing. "Kid, follow me. It's your good fortune that you can get to the 6th herbal star. It's not bad, haha." That man cracked a smile, which nauseated people. "Granny's little baby has killed 7 true God Realm slaves. If this kid has exuberant blood chi, perhaps he could endure longer." "Haha." Fergie walked first. She didn't even take a glance over her shoulder. Yin darkened his face while his icy cold eyes were scanning her ample rear end. He didn't say anything, just following the woman. Soon, he saw Fergie talking in a low tone to an old woman who had a snake-headed cane. That hag had a wrinkled face outlining a pair of eyes like a venomous snake. Brutal gleams sparkled from her eyes as she was studying Yin, as if she were looking at a sacrificial sheep. Under her look, Shi Yin felt irritated, his face getting more grimaced. This kid is only at the first sky of true God realm. Does he really have abundant blood chi, like you've said? That grandma's voice was hoarse and low. She spoke skeptically. Well, if it isn't, you're going to have big trouble. Granny, give it a shot. Fergie kneeled down and smiled. How could I dare to deceive you? The old woman nodded, raising her voice. Bring that kid to me. The king god realm that had accompanied them laughed and then disappeared shortly. Not long after that, he returned, bringing a middle-aged man who was stinky and bony. His eyes were dim and desperate, which made him look no different from a crying ghost. That middle-aged man couldn't stand firm. As soon as he saw the old woman and Fergie, he became hostile, pitching his voice and screaming. Fergie, even if I turn into a ghost, I won't forgive you. You be *tch. You will never have a decent death. Fergie didn't change her visage or even arch her brows. The old woman appeared as if she hated that man a lot. She talked mournfully. You don't have a chance to become a ghost. The king god realm expert standing next to him grinned fiendishly. His 5 fingers were like 5 sharp knives that thrust into that man's head. Instantly, he squeezed the soul altar of the poor man. That man's god soul was ripped off under a ruthless, twisting force, and his soul scattered. A small amount of remaining essence chi on his body turned into an invisible current, pouring into Shi Yan's body. My baby, I'll give you another place. The hag squinted, putting on a mild countenance, waving at the body of that middle-aged man. A beam of light shot out from there, winding around her wrinkled arm. It was a small snake that was around 1/2 meter long. 5-colored halo expanded from it beautifully. The little snake then flickered its tongue happily in the air, as if it was trying to get the favor from that hag. Shi Yin paled. Chapter 710, Human Body Medicinal Cauldron. Chapter 710, Human Body Medicinal Cauldron. Fergie took out the ring on her finger, then smiled and handed it to the old woman. Here are 5-colored perish essence crystals I've collected. It's good for your little baby, Granny. I hope your baby can evolve faster. The old woman squinted, her mood seeming not too bad as she nodded. Good. Thank you. She took out all the 5-colored perish essence crystals and poured them into the eager, open mouth of the snake. As soon as the 5-colored perish essence crystals got into the snake belly, the moving halo on its body became dazzling. Apparently, it received a good deal of energy from the crystals. The old woman's smile became brighter. Her bright-lit eyes gazed at Shi Yin for a while and then said, Kid, behave. If my baby can ascend using your body, I will consider saving your life. Shi Yin's visage was grim. He frowned, but didn't say a word. He understood that this hag and Fergie were full of lies, and that he couldn't believe their words. If his body could help the snake evolve, the other would absolutely not let him go. She would take his body as the long-term supply station for that little snake. However, he had no solution at this moment. There were many king god realm experts in this place. That hag was not only a rank 2 divine grade alchemist, but also a king god realm warrior. If he fought with them now, he would receive nothing good but a faster death. Come, my little baby, I hope you like your new home. The old woman's eyes got colder all of a sudden. A sharp, gloomy look fell on Shi Yan's body with an obvious threat. That small snake flew happily from her hand, shooting towards Shi Yan's left palm. Its relatively long fangs bared as it bit open a small hole on his palm. The snake then shrank its body to intrude into Shi Yan's body through the hole it created on his left hand. Right after the snake got into Shi Yan's left arm, his face changed dramatically as a tearing pain expanded from his arm to his entire body. A large amount of essence chi and blood chi in his body rolled massively and uncontrollably towards his left arm. The snake started to absorb his energy little by little, giving him a head-splitting pain. Shortly, his spirit, soul, and chi became vulnerable. This snake was a parasite living on the human body. It could devour the essence of the human body and make it stronger. This snake was extremely evil and ghoulish. A marvelous energy fluctuation was constantly moving on the snake's body, which was scarily sharp, as if it had the considerable lethality that could eat humans alive. Shurian's body was really sturdy after so many years of being quenched. His bones and internal organs all had massive chi, while each of his muscles contained the mysterious energy. At the same time, his blood had miraculous effects, which could be compared to many outstanding medicines. After the small snake got into his body, it released a happy energy wave while making some hissing sounds. Its body slithered under the skin on Shurian's arm, then reappeared through the hole, which tingled people's scalp. Granny's eye brightened on seeing the little snake happy. She continually nodded and said, "Not bad. Fergie, you got me good stuff this time. I'll help you solve your trouble. Your seniors will never punish you." Fergie put on a smiling face, bowing to the old woman. "Thank you, Granny. Yeah, for the time being, you should stay here. Once I'm done with your things, it's not too late to leave." The hag waved her hand to order the king, God Realm Expert. "Hui Shuang, you take this kid to the potion chamber and give him rank 5 sacred grade pellets. Oh no, give him rank 7 solid pellet. His corporeal body's tenacious enough to endure the medicinal power of these kinds of meds." The king God Realm Expert called Hui Shuang cracked a grin, talking to Shurian, "Follow me." Shurian was begrudging. He knew that it wasn't the right time to rouse any dispute. Otherwise, his consequence would be pathetic. He didn't say anything, just threw Fergie a glare before leaving with Hui Shuang. Fergie was startled as a cold feeling crept over her body. She furrowed her eyebrows. After the men had left for a while, she spoke up. "Granny, this kid came from a low-level continent, but his innate endowment isn't bad. He has many mysteries, too. You should be careful. Don't give him a chance to rebel." The hag beamed a chilly smile while nodding. "Little Fergie, don't worry. No one can dream to get out from my place alive. That kid's a brutal character. I can see that. Anyway, since his realm's too low, he can't struggle at all." Fergie seemed to ease her mind after listening to the old woman. She didn't talk further. Shurian's cold and sinister gaze that fell on her when he left still irritated her. It was like a wolf hiding in the dark, gazing at her in silence. Shaking her head, Fergie tried to sweep away the tangling thoughts. She stretched her body, revealing her charming bearing. "I have stayed in the meteorite sea for too long. I didn't even have time to bathe. Ha, Granny, I'm going to take a rest now. I won't bother you anymore. Okay, you should go. Don't worry. We won't let you suffer while staying here." The hag squinted, throwing her a bottle casually. "Take this. It's good for your realm. You deserve it." Fergie's eyes lit up, thanking the old woman continually. She squeezed her fist around the pellet bottle, leaving with a smile on her face. Hui Shuang took Shurian to a strange conical building. A crystal-clear pond stood in front of that building, where many fishes were swimming back and forth. A large amount of white mist hovered above the pond. It was the 5-element steam, which diffused and flooded the herb field around the planet. The building behind the pond was made of dark brown rock. It had several stories. Barriers were arranged at each stair leading to the other floor. Hui Shuang arranged him to stay on the lowest floor. Shurian could see many square lots containing many bottles and jars, which had been labeled as the foundation pellets. Hui Shuang threw him a bottle malignantly and sneered. "This is rank 7 solid pellet. You have to take one after every 3 days. It will restore your blood chi. Otherwise, you will die soon." Shurian darkened his face. As he knew he had nothing to discuss with this man, he took the pellet and sat down, without saying anything. "You're not allowed to go further than 10 miles around here. Or else, I will capture you and give you some bitter flavor," Hui Shuang advised Shurian. "You're not allowed to touch anything here. Every day, you should urge the pellet's medicinal powers to supplement your blood chi. It will help you live a little longer." Afterward, Hui Shuang walked to the door. In just a flash, his figure faded like a mist. The place suddenly quieted down. No noise could be heard anymore besides the murmuring pond in front of the building with its thick steam. There was no shadow of humans on Shurian's floor, and he couldn't reach the upper floors because of the barriers and restrictions. Also, Shurian didn't dare to touch the pellets on the square boxes. He didn't know most of them, and he wasn't interested in them either. Shurian sat down in this room. He used his soul consciousness to check his situation. He could see clearly that the small snake was taking in his blood chi little by little from his left arm. After every 15 minutes, his blood chi was reduced. This hurt Shurian's heart a lot. His body convulsed from time to time as the pain flooded him. He had never thought about this situation. He didn't know Fergie's wicked intention, so she ended up setting him up in such dangerous circumstances. If he had known of her evil plan, he would have attacked her maliciously when they were still in the outer space. With his current realm, if he had ambushed her in the energy storm, he could have killed Fergie, escaping from her and entering a wider galaxy. However, it was too late. At this moment, he could only accept his destiny. When he could see his situation clearly, he would plan the next steps. Shurian tried to stop his essence chi and blood chi from flowing into his arm. However, when he did that, he found a fierce, surging soul fluctuation come from the snake, which gave his god soul an inexplicable pain from time to time, while his body suffered from several times stronger pain. That soul fluctuation carried the small snake's aura and a flow of that hag's soul consciousness, giving him a clear warning message. He immediately stopped his probe, as he knew that he would only bear a bad result when the other found his operation. If he couldn't prevent the loss of his blood chi, he could only think about how to enhance the blood chi and essence chi in his body. Or else, when the snake drained him, his tenacious body would be like a thin sheet of paper that would be ripped effortlessly. Shurian took out the so-called Rank 7 Sacred Level Solid Pellet. He pondered for a while. Eventually, he beamed a forced smile and took out a longan-sized pellet. Taking in the pleasant smell of the pellet, Shurian didn't feel any joy but only bitterness. He knew that the other had made him a potion cauldron to provide his blood chi as the nutrient for that snake to evolve. She was using his exhausted blood chi and body to exchange for the flourishing, quick development of the snake. The Rank 7 Sacred Level Solid Pellet was just another ingredient of this cauldron, which would keep him alive a little longer and give the snake more time to enjoy his energy. All of these were to urge the snake's ascension faster. And Shurian, he was just a pathetic supporting rock. Shaking his head, Shurian reluctantly swallowed the solid pellet. He then stood upright, using the essence chi to urge and take in the medicinal efficacy of the pellet. As soon as the pellet got into his body, an extremely extravagant medicinal efficacy started to slaughter his body like a furious flood, with the pellet as the eye of the storm. Numerous currents appeared like countless streams, connecting with his blood vessels. The furious medicinal efficacy attacked his body here and there, boiling in his vessels just like hundreds of wild horses escaping their leads, running madly inside his body. Shurian's vessels and tendons were swollen forcefully. Such kind of pain was indescribable, making his consciousness blurry. It was just a Rank 7 scare grade pellet, but the power it brought was like an erupting flood, which could be compared to the power of a warrior at the second or third sky of True God realm. This medicinal power was wildly destroying his vessels and acupuncture points. Shurian thought that he could die from this intensive pain. Shurian paled. He finally knew why Hui Shuang had such a mocking smile when he heard the old woman call the name of the Rank 7 Sacred Grade Solid Pellet. The medicinal power of this pellet was too harsh. It was much dangerous than the blend of Bao Ao and Jie liquors. This furious power didn't give him time to counter. Shurian felt his entire body swollen. Green vessels bulged on his body like small tadpoles crawling under his skin, giving him an incomparable, fearful look. Chapter 711, Quenching the Body to the Acme. Chapter 711, Quenching the Body to the Acme. The medicinal efficacy of the Rank 7 Sacred Grade Solid Pellet was as furious as an erupting volcano in Shurian's body. Countless streams of the medicinal power were wreaking havoc inside Shurian. During this process, the torrentially powerful medicinal efficacy was running disorderly in Shurian's entire body, quickly refilling the consumed energy. Sweat soaked him like summer rain, while vessels bulged under his skin. He roared from time to time, as he was using a large amount of essence qi to neutralize the pain, keeping his mind sound. The power of the pellet was like wild horses escaping their leads, making his vessels and tendons enlarge, as if they were about to break at any second. Yin clenched his teeth, groaning and roaring to resist the pain. After an unknown period, the power of the pellet started to cease. At this moment, half of his vessels and acupuncture points had been broken. Such a pain that was beyond the range humans could endure could put someone in a coma after a few seconds. However, Yin was abnormal indeed. Before he had arrived in the Grace mainland, he had always sought for the utmost simulation and challenge. His patience to pain had surpassed normal people. After he had started his martial cultivation, this ability of his had been doubled the second time. At the same time, Yin's immortal martial spirit had given him a solid support, which also made him more persistent. Yin didn't go unconscious. He still kept his calm and sound mind, scattering the medicinal efficacy into the flesh and blood of his whole body, giving his essence qi a big benefit. After a while, the rank 7 sacred grade solid pellet's medicinal efficacy was absorbed totally. His smashed tendons and vessels started to be healed quickly under the powerful, self-restoring ability of the immortal martial spirit. After an hour, all of his broken tendons and vessels had been connected. His spirit, soul, and qi were all full. At the same time, his blood qi became more abundant. Taking a deep breath, Yin sat neatly with a dark face. He understood that if he were just a normal warrior, under the excessively brutal power of the solid pellet, even if he could survive, it would be like getting skinned alive. Half of his vessels and tendons would be broken, which was something ordinary warrior couldn't endure. He suddenly knew why the man that Hui Shuang had taken to them before couldn't even stand firmly. The other's realm was higher than Yin. He should be at the second sky of true God realm. However, even though he was a strong warrior, under the mighty power of the solid pellet, his acupuncture points, vessels, tendons, and bones had cracked. Without the immortal martial spirit, his wounds would get worse gradually. That man had certainly been using the solid pellet. He had no choice. Without the solid pellet to restore his energy, he would die earlier. Although the solid pellet could supplement his blood qi and energy, his body couldn't endure such powerful medicinal efficacy. His vessels, tendons, and bones would be broken. This was a prolonged death. However, it was slower than the death of being drained by the snake. There were two options, and both of them were fatal ones. Without the solid pellet, the snake would exhaust him to death. Using the solid pellet without the powerful recovery power, it was a slow death when the vessels, tendons, and bones were all broken. Yin suddenly felt lucky that he had the immortal martial spirit. Under deadly circumstances where he must die, he could find the way to survive. The power of a solid pellet could refill his blood qi and make it abundant. At the same time, the blood qi absorbed by the snake wasn't as much as the amount the pellet had given him. Thus, the energy he took in was much more than the amount he had lost. He became the beneficial party now. A normal warrior at the true God realm without the immortal martial spirit could use a solid pellet after every 3 days. Moreover, they hardly restored their body's functions. It was like the power of the solid pellet was enough for the little snake to absorb for 3 days. After 3 days, the warrior had to supplement more using the pellet, or else the snake would take the energy from his own body. Yin knew that it took him only half a day to absorb an entire solid pellet. At the same time, he could recover his tendons, vessels, and bones. Yin grinned. He pondered for a while, then took out another solid pellet and swallowed it. Another inhuman pain flooded him once again. This solid pellet had a formidable medicinal efficacy, which was wildly destroying Yin's body. However, it also brought him a mighty blood qi. This excessive amount of blood qi dispersed in his tendons, vessels, bones, and inner organs. It was quenching his blood and flesh, making his body unbreakable. In this chamber, Yin was constantly using the solid pellets, pressing down his pain to supplement the lost amount of his blood qi and wet his body. The blood qi taken by the snake from him was far behind the amount he had been supplemented. Later on, he forgot the existence of the small snake in his arm, as he could feel that the power of the snake wasn't too mighty to hurt his foundation. Today, while Yin was converting the power of the solid pellet, he knitted his brows. A bottle of solid pellet had 16 pieces. As Yin was continually using the pellets, he had only 2 left. If he didn't have more solid pellets to use, as time went by, the snake would draw all the blood qi he had taken in. Frowning, Yin was squeezing his brain for a solution. He got it. He took in 2 pellets at the same time. He tried to press down the double pain to scatter the medicinal efficacy of the pellets. Right at the time the pellets were about to dissolve, Yin roared madly like an enraged dragon. His voice extended, reaching 1,000 miles away. Help! Anybody help! The medicinal power of the 2 pellets was wreaking havoc in his body. Strange noises arose from his vessels, tendons, and bones. Not long afterward, vessels and tendons of his entire body were broken. However, his bones weren't fractured, and he just had some cracks in the bones of his thighs and arms. This was the result of using the solid pellet to train his body throughout this period. After using more than 10 solid pellets, the strength and tenaciousness of his body had been upgraded the second time. Granny and Huishuang came as they heard his voice. They appeared by the pond with dark countenances. At first glance, they saw Yin struggling, balling his body in pain on the ground. These 2 exchanged looks, slamming their brows together. At this moment, the power of the 2 solid pellets in Yin's body had almost dissolved completely, and his tendons and vessels were almost shattered. Blood covered his whole body. Under the red blood, green vessels bulged under his skin, which gave him a fearful look. Brat, what the F***ck you are yelling for? Huishuang harumphed, walking towards him. You disturbed Granny while she was refining medicines. Do you want to die early? Yin's face distorted. His eyes swept through Huishuang, falling on the hag. He spoke up with pain. I've used up the solid pellets. If you want the snake to continue its ascension, please give me another bottle. The old woman's pupils shrank all of a sudden, as if she were witnessing something absolutely abnormal. Her figure flashed, and she reached Yin immediately. She extended her hand, touching Yin's arm. Granny released a beam of her energy to survey the changes inside Yin's body. She immediately found that his tendons and vessels were all fractured, which was the sign of the solid pellet's effect. As the alchemist who had refined this pellet, she surely knew the power of the rank 7 sacred grade solid pellet. She understood that an ordinary true God Realm warrior couldn't resist the mighty power of her pellet. However, Yin had consumed the whole bottle of solid pellet in such a short period, and he hadn't died yet. This surprised her a lot. She closed her eyes, sending her soul consciousness into the small snake as if she were checking something. Her eyes brightened as though she saw something so joyful. She couldn't hold her cheery laughter, then nodded and took out 3 bottles of solid pellet. The old woman gently threw them to Yin. She smiled until her eyes squinted. Take these 3 new bottles of solid pellets. They're all level rank 7 sacred grade solid pellets. Take your time and use them all. Ha, not bad, kid. You have potential. I like it. Huishuang gawked, looking at Granny disbelievingly. He muttered, Granny, can he endure it? A warrior at the 3rd sky of true God Realm could only resist the power of the 3 solid pellet bottles. Then, he would burst to death. Can he survive? Granny screwed up her eyes. She looked thrilled, waving her hands, but she didn't explain further. He can. Move. We shouldn't disturb him. Then, she took Huishuang and left. The old woman and Huishuang left Yin's place to go to a luxuriant green structure. She suddenly became serious, talking to the other. There are 5 god congealing pellets. That kid has such abundant blood qi. What? Hui Shuang was surprised, his face unbelieving. It's just been a short period. How could it produce 5 congealing pellets? I also found it unbelievable. The old woman smiled until she squinted. This says that our kid has luxuriant blood qi in his body. Yeah, Fergie has brought me a good kid this time. Not bad at all. It could produce 5 pellets in not more than 7 days. This progress is much faster than we've expected. This kid's a treasure. I have to protect him well to prevent him from dying early. Hui Shuang was also happy. 5 congealing pellets in 7 days. With this speed, we'll be rich soon. Our superiors will be happy too. Granny, you got a treasure this time. Congratulations. The old woman nodded with a cheerful face. I hope this kid could endure longer. Then, we could fulfill the given task. Ha! I was worried that we couldn't catch up with the progress. I didn't expect that little Fergie could find me such a treasure. Not bad. I'll deal with her problem immediately. Granny and Hui Shuang were happy, and so was Shi Yan. Looking at the 3 bottles of rank 7 sacred grade solid pellets, his face brightened. Since Hui Shuang and Granny had left early, they didn't know that Shi Yan had a new change right after they were gone. Shi Yan's shattered tendons and vessels were healed and connected once again. The medicinal power from the pellets was absorbed completely. A dark gold halo was moving miraculously on his body. Squeezing 3 new bottles of solid pellet in his palms, Shi Yan cracked a smile, muttering to himself, "Perhaps I can break through to the second sky of true God realm shortly. It seems I have to thank Fergie for giving me a fortune in miseries." Although he was showing his gratitude, his eyes were as cold as sharp blades, full of murderous intentions. Chapter 712. Miss by Row. Chapter 712. Miss by Row. Soon, Shi Yan had consumed the 2 rank 7 solid pellets. The essence qi ancient tree in his body was luxuriant, while the energy in his flesh and blood had reached the threshold from where he could break through again. Shi Yan had killed the expert of the Dark Clan in the energy storm. Then, he used his devouring power to absorb both the God Soul and Soul Altar of the other, which granted his own altar benefits, along with new perceptions of his powers in the new realm. While staying in the meteorite sea, he had always been using his powers, which enhanced his understanding and usage of the powers of stars, space, and death and life to a new level. As his essence chi tree was full and his realm had reached the threshold, Shi Yan knew that he could break through shortly to the second sky of true God realm. Now he had a bottle of the rank 7 solid pellets in his hands. All of a sudden, Shi Yan thought that his life wasn't as tough as he had thought. The energy the snake had absorbed was just a little bit compared to the amount he got supplemented. Thus, he didn't care about it anymore. Now, he needed to wait for the right time to use the energy of the essence qi ancient tree to wash his altar and sublimate his powers, entering the new realm. He had to wait until the experts in this 6th herbal star left for a while. At least, he had to make sure that the king God realm warrior wasn't present on the planet to seize the chance and break through. Afterward, he could run away. During this period, Shi Yan always paid attention to the changes of the herbal star. He had released his soul consciousness to sense everything. Shi Yan found that the old woman and Hui Shuang didn't always stay in the herbal star. They would disappear for several days from time to time. They seemed to go somewhere to transport the materials or to submit the pellets to their superiors. Shi Yan was waiting. He was waiting for a good opportunity. Time flew hurriedly. Shi Yan had consumed another bottle of solid pellets. The abundant power of the medicine had been scattered and stashed in his body, making his body immensely powerful. Unfortunately, the medicinal power couldn't help him condense the immortal demon blood. Otherwise, he would have tried his best to convert all the power of the pellets to condense the immortal demon blood, which would help him move towards the direction Bao, Ao, and Jieji had told him, replacing the blood of his entire body. According to those 2 demons, if he could replace his blood with the immortal demon blood, he could have a tremendous breakthrough, receiving the formidable fighting ability of the immortal demon from Antiquity era. At that time, his body would become invincible with bursting power. When Yin was about to finish the last bottle of solid pellet, he had taken in 3 pellets at the same time. When the tendons and vessels of his whole body shattered, Granny and Hui Shuang appeared. These two were frightened on seeing his performance, as he could consume 3 bottles of solid pellet in an amazingly short time. They all put on an astounded visage. Granny picked up the small snake and took out some green pellets from its mouth. After she was done with the snake, she put it back into Yan's body. Giving him 3 more bottles of pellets, she left together with Hui Shuang with an odd countenance. Waiting until these two left, Yin sent his soul consciousness into the snake's body. He found an amazing thing. That snake held a whole different world in its tummy. Many exquisite spiritual formations were carved inside the abdomen of the little snake. Besides, there were so many piles of herbs, other foundation materials, and the 5-colored perish essence crystals. This little snake was like a cauldron. Those spiritual grass, herbs, and 5-colored perish essence crystals were the essential materials to refine some kind of pellets. The tremendous amount of blood chi the small snake had absorbed was poured into the center of the formation to provide the necessary energy to form the pellets in the center of the formation. Yin suddenly got it. That hag had let this little snake stay in his body to make use of the abundant blood chi and energy in his body to refine some special pellets. During this time, the formation inside the snake had condensed many pellets, which satisfied Granny a lot. That was why she didn't care about the anomaly on Yan's body, but gave him more solid pellets. She thought it would make the small snake condense more pellets. Yan didn't know what kind of pellet the snake was making, or what its effects were. He didn't care about it much anyway. Yin was waiting for a chance in pain. He had to wait until all the strong King God Realm warriors on this 6th herbal star went away to carry out his breakthrough, which would help him escape this place. As Fergie was still here, Yin felt happy discreetly, as he was considering making her regret for what she had done. Once he reached the 2nd sky of True God Realm in the absence of the King God Realm expert. Today, as he finished absorbing the power of the last solid pellet, he wanted to take a rest. All of a sudden, he saw a bronze steamship descending from the sky. That steamship was around 300 meters long, with the same diamond mark on its massive body. Yin could see many people standing on the ship. The bronze steamship landed slowly. After it stood firm right next to the old woman and Hui Shuang, many people started to get off. They surrounded a white-haired old man, gathering with Granny's team. Yin didn't know what was happening. He felt tense since he had been waiting for a chance for so long. However, the King God Realm experts hadn't left yet, and he had found more experts coming. It made Yin upset. After the big bronze steamship landed, several hundred warriors of various realms followed a young girl and an old man, walking towards Granny and Hui Shuang. Fergie walked out of her room, standing respectfully together with the old woman and Hui Shuang to greet the people coming from the steamship. Not long afterward, a young lady and an old man reached Granny. That old man was also an alchemist at rank 3 divine grade, which was 1 grade higher than Granny. He was wearing gold clothes, which made his white head seem outstanding. His face was indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything else. Standing next to him was a young girl wearing a sky blue gown. She was so pretty that every young man of this herbal planet seemed to be enchanted by her beauty. They were all gazing at her, revealing the appearance of the beloved brother Pigsy. The young girl seemed to not be an ordinary woman, as she was walking in front of the rank 3 divine grade alchemist. When Granny, Hui Shuang, and Fergie saw her, they took 1 step forward, greeting her with great respect. "Greetings, Miss Byro." That young girl was calm, standing there charmingly. She nodded gently, talking faintly. "We just passed by this place, so we thought to pay you a visit. Nita, I heard that you guys are making quick progress." "Haha, I'm here to learn from your experience. It has just been 3 months. How could you produce 36 god congealing pellets?" The white-headed old man cracked a buck-toothed smile. "Our team's slow. I'm afraid our superiors will punish us. I hope you could help us a little bit." That old man was also an alchemist of this force, and his position was as high as Granny's. He also had his own herbal star. His job was to refine pellets for the force and nurture new talents. Well, I don't have any secret. It's the same. I use the medicinal animal to produce the pellets using blood chi of the warriors to enhance the progress of producing the god-congealing pellets. Nita squinted and continued. Allard, your refining speed's always faster than the others. I think you appreciate me too much to come here and ask for experience. The old man called Allard beamed a forced smile, shaking his head. I couldn't find a good cauldron recently. It slows me down. It would be all right if I didn't agree to refine the pellets for Miss by Row, but I can't make it on time. As she heard him mention Miss by Row, Nita's face became serious. She slightly bowed, talking to the young girl. Miss by Row, your father loves you that much. Why do you need to be hurried and use pellets? The maiden nodded begrudgingly. I'm about to break through the second sky of King God Realm. When my brother got hurt, he had used all the pellets in our house. I'm in a hurry, which is why I came to visit Grandpa Allard. What are the pellets you need? Nita pondered for a while and then probed carefully. God-developing pellet. The maiden nodded, her eyes as bright and beautiful as stars in the sky. If you can make me some, my father will repay you generously. Nita's eyes brightened. As she knew the other's father was a generous character, she contemplated for a while. It also requires the medicinal animal to produce them, and it needs abundant blood chi. However, the blood chi mustn't be too strong. Medicinal animals can't stand the blood chi of King God Realm experts. At the same time, the blood chi of true God Realm warriors isn't enough. Not long after the medicinal animal has started to absorb the energy, the cauldron will explode. It's really annoying. If it isn't annoying, why would we need to find you? Byro smiled. It's because we know that your progress of refining God-congealing pellets getting faster that we come to check it out. I wonder if you can help me out. My medicinal animals now bearing the God-congealing pellet spiritual formation. It takes time to change it. Nita frowned, as if she wanted to help her, but she found it a headache to do so. If it's only the matter of the medicinal animal, it isn't a problem. Byro smiled shiningly, as if she were the brightest star in the sky. That's why we have Grandpa Allard here, right? His medicinal animal has the God-developing pellet formation. It also contains the other required ingredients for the God-developing pellet. We just need the mighty blood chi. As long as we could get the suitable cauldron, it wouldn't be a matter. The old man bared his buck teeth, laughing evilly. Nita, if you have a good cauldron, we aren't afraid to cooperate with you. You know how generous Miss by Ro's father is. If you help her, her father will remember your favor. How does it sound? Fergie became excited even before Nita had had time to say anything. She cried in a low tone. Granny, the favor for Master by Tion is really big. Hui Shuang also put on an excited visage, his eyes as bright as torches, as if doing a favor to Bai Tion was something worth their lives. Bai Ro and Allard were all smiling, looking at Nita. They seemed to be sure that the old woman would agree with them, as their faith in the name of Bai Tion was strong enough. Indeed, Nita considered for a while, and then agreed with gritted teeth. All right, I will offer my cauldron to fulfill this task. Can you take us to see the medicinal cauldron? The maiden asked, as she couldn't make sure about it. Not a problem. Nita nodded, then smiled. And it's because of our little Fergie. Haha, follow me. Then they walked directly towards Shurian's place. Chapter 713, Shake and Roam. Chapter 713, Shake and Roam. Shurian stopped taking in the solid pellets, waiting silently with a solemn countenance. He could feel some strong warriors coming toward his place. As he didn't know what would happen to him, he had no choice but to prepare himself to counter his enemies. Shortly, Nita, Hui Shuang, and Fergie brought Allard and Bai Ro to his place. They descended by the pond, gazing at him with bizarre looks on their faces. Sure, Yin suddenly felt like he was an animal in a zoo that the others were watching. He couldn't hold a snort in his mind. While the others were studying him, Shurian also scrutinized the newcomers, especially Allard and Bai Ro. Allard was also a divine great alchemist, whose rank was one level higher than that hag. He had an arrogance that originated from his bones and marrows. Shi Yan's look then fell on the young maiden called Bai Rou, his face solemn. Bai Rou was walking in the front of the others. Even the hag, the owner of this place, had to walk behind her, and the higher-ranked alchemist had to show respect when he looked at the young girl. From this minor detail, Shi Yan recognized that the young maiden should hold a high position. That young girl was charming and exquisite at the king god realm. She stood in front of him with a noble aura of the royals. Her star-like eyes scanned him, making him irritated. Bai Rou studied him for a while and then gently said, "Grandpa Allard, please check if he's suitable." The old man bared his teeth, squeezing a disgusting smile from his face. He stepped forward, grabbing Shi Yan's arm without asking for his consent. This old man's arm was like a heavy steel hook. While he was squeezing Shi Yan's arm, flows of energy expanded like gossamer, surveying here and there inside Shi Yan's body. The old man also sent his soul consciousness to the snake on Shi Yan's arm to sense the amount of blood chi the snake was taking in. After sensing for a while, Allard had his eyes brightened. He turned around, talking to Nita. "How long has he been here?" "I meant, how long has he been your medicinal cauldron?" "Half a year." Granny put on a bizarre look. She hesitated for a while and then explained. "He has used 6 bottles of rank 7 solid pellet." A gleam of astonishment sparkled in Allard's pupils. He pondered, then nodded and laughed, talking to Bai Rou. "Excellent." Bai Rou's eyes sparkled, revealing a contented smile. "Then it's good." She paused, then shifted her look to Nita. "Give this man to me. I'll hand him back to you when I'm done with him. I have to go home now. By the time I get home, it's enough time to produce God-developing pellets adequately. You want to take him away?" Nita was a little bit unpleasant, her face distorted. "Miss Bai Rou, it was not easy for me to have such an excellent medicinal cauldron. I still need him to produce God-congealing pellets. If I can't submit the God-congealing pellets on time, my superiors will punish me." "It's not a big deal," Allard cracked a smile. "I will give you 50 God-congealing pellets to take this cauldron. I won't let you fall in trouble." Bai Rou frowned, showing that she wasn't so pleased. "Granny, you don't want to help me." Nita wore a bitter visage, shaking her head. "Forget it. You guys can take him. Anyway, after you are done with him, you have to return him to me. He's such a good cauldron, a treasure to alchemists like us. I still want to use this kid to refine other kind of pellets." "Of course," Bai Rou smiled, talking neither slowly nor fast. "Then we've settled this. He will leave with us." "Yeah. After I've gotten enough God-developing pellets, I will send him back to you." Nita agreed. She grabbed something in the air, and the 5-colored small snake flew out of Shi Yan's arm, disappearing into her sleeve under a strange suction force. After Granny retrieved the small snake, she talked to Allard. "This kid has a tremendous adaptive ability. He can endure the efficacy of the 5-colored solid pellets. His blood chi's abundant. You don't need to worry about him." Allard laughed contentedly. "Then it's good. So good. I've sensed a little bit. This cauldron's really good. Seems Miss Bai Rou's God-developing pellets would be produced faster." Shi Yan's face darkened. He was so enraged he wanted to curse out loud. "Miss Bai Rou, I also want to return to the continent. Can I take a ride too?" Fergie slightly bowed, her face longing. "You can, and it's because of you that I could find such an excellent medicinal cauldron." Bai Rou agreed happily. Then she turned to Allard. "We should leave." "Kid, we shall go." Allard bared his buck teeth again. "Hui Shuang, take that kid to the ship," ordered Nita. Hui Shuang took action on her words immediately. Shi Yan felt so bitter inside, regretting that he wasn't strong enough. Or else, he would have slaughtered all those young and old people. He understood that his time hadn't come yet. Those people were so strong. Even if he risked his life, his consequences wouldn't turn so nice. Shi Yan could only be patient for now. Hui Shuang didn't need to force him, as Shi Yan cooperated well. He followed behind Bai Rou and the alchemist called Allard to the bronze steamship. Under Hui Shuang's dark look, Shi Yan proactively got on board after Allard. As soon as he could steady his body on the ship, he shuddered, and his face changed. King God realm experts on this giant bronze steamship were too many, much more than those on the 6th Herbal Star. Besides Allard and Byro, there were 3 other King God realm experts, guarding the center and the 2 sides of the steamship. The unique aura of the King God realm warriors irritated Yin a lot. "Grandpa Allard, arrange for him, will you?" the young maiden advised, then stretched her body lazily. Her charming mouth parted. "I'm tired. I'm going to take a rest. Wake me up when we reach the drifting gold sand area." She directly walked into the cabin. Her beautiful, straight legs took several steps, and then she disappeared completely. Shortly, her aura was wholly hidden, as if she had entered a secluding place to cultivate. "You're Fergie, right?" Allard threw a glance at the woman standing behind him, his face indifferent. "You get to the lower cabin down there. We have many vacant rooms. Don't be too polite. Find yourself a nice place to rest." He arranged for Fergie, then shifted his look to Yin, smiling nauseatingly. "You must have experience, so I won't explain much. Yeah, just do what you need to do for us, just like what you've done for Nita. If you're lucky enough, you can set yourself free later. You don't need to be a medicinal cauldron forever." Then he shouted, "Stinky worm, get your A*S here." A discontented grunt arose from the cabin. In the next moment, a black light flashed, and a 100-legged centipede with a gold back appeared. This centipede had a golden filament on its back, with 100 jade-like fulgent legs. Its body was almost transparent, that people could see the mysterious formation carved inside the insect's trunk. Allard pointed at Yin, then scolded and laughed. "Move. I got a new host for you. He's a top-quality one. If you delay Miss Byro's business, I'll use your body to cook soup." The 100-legged centipede hissed discontentedly, turning into a black light and entering Yin's left arm. It stayed where the 5-colored snake used to stay, and continued to use his blood chi to refine pellets. This centipede could absorb blood chi much faster than the small snake. As soon as it took shelter inside Yin's arm, the latter felt a head-splitting pain. Yin couldn't help but take a deep breath, his face grimaced. Allard observed Yin's change from his eyes. Seeing him taking a deep breath and then quiet down shortly without any intestine-ripping-off scream, Allard nodded quietly. "Not bad, kid. You have the potential to be a good cauldron. Here, take 5 bottles of solid pellets to refill your energy. Yeah, whenever you're done with the pellets, just find me to take more. I'm sure I won't let you suffer from pellet shortage." He paused for a while and then waved his hand. "You should get down there too, the bottom deck. Human cauldrons stay there. Without my permission, you are not allowed to wander." Yin was actually sending his greetings to 18 generations of that old man's family in his head. However, he proactively descended each deck of this big steamship. After 5 decks, he didn't find the staircase anymore, so he stopped there. This area had many small cabins. It seemed like all of them were occupied. Yin could smell the pungent, stinky odor rising from many cabins. People staying inside those cabins seemed to not have gone out for a long time or taken a shower. That was why they had such an unpleasant smell. Yin pinched his nose, trying to find a relatively clean cabin to stay. It had only 1 bed inside and nothing else. Trying to press down the desire to vent out his anger, Yin stayed idle in this cabin, trying to ignore the gross smell of this area. The first thing he wanted to do was to release his soul consciousness to survey this ship. At the 5th deck of the steamship, Yin's soul consciousness couldn't sense the operations of the upper decks. From the 4th deck upward, it seemed to have some kinds of barriers to prevent the energy of soul consciousness to probe around for sensing the activities and energy fluctuations of living things in those decks. There were more than 100 small cabins in this 5th deck, including 82 smaller rooms with living beings inside. Those energy fluctuations of those living beings changed from time to time. Sometimes it was strong, and at other times it was quite weak. It should be because of the change in blood chi. This spoke up the fact that this deck imprisoned all medicinal cauldrons, and the change in blood chi happened due to using pellets. While he was sensing the area, he often heard the painful whines and groans. It was obvious that those cauldrons had the medicinal animals taking shelter. The pellets they were refining weren't high quality, since the realms of those warrior cauldrons weren't high. A rare number of them were at the true God realm, while the majority of them were at the spirit realm and sky realm. After a while, Shurian found that someone's energy fluctuation had disappeared. It meant that person had just died. In the next moment, someone appeared on the staircase, coming to the room where that dead man dwelled. He threw the body out of the deck to prevent the pungent smell from polluting the air of the upper decks. Shurian observed for a while. Then, he retrieved his soul consciousness as he decided not to wait furthermore. He must break through to the second sky of true God realm as soon as possible. Shurian didn't dare to waste more time.